Around the world, another story to be told right here with the World Esports Championship 24 with IESF right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So what's happening really with the MLBB Women Tournament? Let's talk about this. So over the past 2 days, we had 12 countries all divided into 2 groups and competing in 5 rounds each group. And each team fought to collect and gather points, and only the top 3 teams from each group with the highest points will be advancing to the playoffs. So, let's see who made it. In Group A, we have Indonesia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, Guatemala, and UAE. After an outstanding performance, Indonesia secured the top spot with 15 points, followed closely by Egypt in second place with 12 points and Saudi Arabia in third place with 9 points. As for Group B, we have Cambodia, Nepal, Colombia, Mongolia, Ukraine, and Argentina. After an outstanding performance, Ukraine and Cambodia both secured the top spot with 12 points each, followed by Argentina in third place with 9 points, all advancing to the next stage. So, only 6 countries made it to the playoffs. Let's see what's gonna happen and how they're gonna write their story right here in the WEC 24 ISF in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Under the turret, they might just go ahead and secure the turret here. Jumping in, trying to keep the turret alive. Pop out the damage on Hanada. Hanada one hit away. Does she stay alive through it? Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange, but finally Hanada goes down. Man, what a drawn-out team fight. Overspace loves us. You're gonna have to clear out the Lord. It's already gonna be used. Space is already a half health. They jump on in. They're still working for it. Avatar the Guardian won't connect, so Pink misses that one. Lord finally goes down. There's the Spear Destruction. Multiple members able to get targeted down. Throw it! Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange.
Get delivered. Crossfire is so strong.
Is very important, and these initial nades also soften up for Snappy, and he'll go to town here. Is it another individual to want to send it to be through the smoke?
It's big. A shot. Oh, Striker falls, but TMKJ is running out of ammo. Final bullet.
After an incredible and intense group stage, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to welcome you finally to the playoffs of WEC 2024 ISF for MLBB Women's live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with Renmar, and now we finally have Leo back at the desk.
Not alone again. How are you feeling, brother?
I am great. Thank you again for carrying on and keeping the boat afloat. hoping that alongside my energy and what was that I heard yesterday? The average IQ, slightly getting a bump up.
Funny.
We are bound to get a great show out of today's playoffs.
I'm excited. I'm excited. So we're going to take a look at the updated brackets for what we're going to be expecting here at the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. And another thing to remind you is that as we're entering the playoffs, all matches will no longer be a best of one, but it will be a best of three. And today we have 3 matches in line for us today. So Renmar, can you talk about that?
The very first match we're going to be witnessing today is what we thought would be the eventual grand finals. It still might be, but we're going to be seeing it in round number 1. And the surprise of Group B, Ukraine. Man, we were talking about this heading into the venue. Even you went, whoa, Ukraine, what happened?
That's right. I was a witness on site and online to the rise of Ukraine with their very interesting draft, their play style, and how they just took over Group B, snatched it from underneath Cambodia's grasp. And in the lower bracket, we have Nepal and Saudi Arabia waiting. Both of those teams have their own little quirks. Nepal, more interesting when it comes to their draft, their composition, their play style. Saudi Arabia, though, dare I say, the most polished team out of the women's scene in all of MENA.
I would, yeah, I agree. I mean, looking at the performance yesterday, we definitely saw that. So I'm wondering how will they be faring, especially under the pressure of the lower brackets? Because back again, right? Upper brackets, you have 2 lives. If you lose the match at the top, you will still be able to fight from the bottom. Meanwhile, the lower brackets, it's go big or go home. So let's take a look at today's schedule. We have 3 matches that are going to be live streamed. Our first match of the day will be Indonesia versus Cambodia, like Renmar mentioned earlier on. Later on, we will be seeing who loses this particular match to fare and how will they fare against Saudi Arabia. And then our third match of the day should be the lower brackets back again. So I don't know. Everything's still a TBD, so
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see how this day goes.
We're just waiting. 2 teams, unfortunately, are going to be saying goodbye to the third. Two lower bracket matches. There we go. Can't believe I doubted myself for a moment. Yeah, 2 teams will be saying goodbye to us in the tournament. So we're just going to be waiting for the results. Obviously, for Ukraine versus Egypt. So round 1, match 2 there in Saudi Arabia versus TBD. And because of the rise of Ukraine in Group B, Egypt coming out in a very good result in Group A, coming second to Indonesia. Nepal coming through. My Mongolian Queens not making it. Still hurts about that. I feel like as we get to the lower bracket matches, we're really gonna start feeling just how unpredictable a certain portion of the bracket will be. Because based off of group stage results, it's still safe to say Indonesia's running away with it as of now. But I'm not turning off the possibility that we'll still get surprised eventually.
It's to the point where actually I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Over 2 days of competition, the first half I was actively a part of, the second a spectator too, which actually opened my eyes to more of these ladies' habits and their tendencies. It's not as crazy as we once thought it would be, especially now in the playoffs, because I've come to a revelation. These ladies are playing their version of a meta that we once called home about 3 or 4 months back.
Yeah.
I see a lot of utility junglers. I see a lot of carry gold laners. And the mid lane, they still want to deal damage. It's not as hard utility as we see in the Eve, in the Aurora, in the Vexana. So there's where you see the diversity. There's you see how it differs from the men's scene.
So I'm wondering how Indonesia will particularly take that into account. So without further ado, let's call over the official roster for Team Indonesia today. Let's see whether or not they're going to stick to the main 5, and it looks like they are. Shell, Vivian, Cini, Vival, as well as Fumi Echo.
Well, Indonesia, I feel like they are right now a jack of all trades and a master of a lot of things too. I mean, if they are going to still stick out with our current understanding of the metagame, I feel like out of all the teams, they're the ones who could handle a surprise X-Borg in the jungle, which they did. A surprise Fredrin in the jungle to try and counter out any assassins that Vival would want to bring out. So for Indonesia, you don't have to change anything just yet. Again, we're out of the best of one realm. We're into best of threes now. If ever you get surprised suddenly in a draft where you're going up against Utility and the Assassins, full focus isn't just working out anymore, then you still have time to adjust.
So let's see how this other team will adjust as they're going head-to-head against one of the powerhouses of MLBB Women's, Cambodia. Moshi Tagami, Nabi Yue, and Yui Fendi still sticking with their main five too.
Maybe only the second most experienced in among all the rosters that competed here in WEC 24 Women's MLBB, and I'm gonna revoke that. Maybe they are the second most experienced, only behind Indonesia. This roster, watching them climb through Group B, watching them make it through the playoffs, only second to Ukraine, which, by the way, we did see on stream, so there's a lot to digest in that match. A 21-minute match, which might as well have been a comeback. What I appreciate about Cambodia the most is how Yui does not allow herself to be defined by the metagame. This roamer for Team Cambodia has played an Edith in Rome and a Franco in Rome in the group stages. I'm wondering if that'll change the way Team Indonesia drafts, or if that's something they consider, because that definitely is a game changer. If you put out a hero that can shut down Vival, a hero that can somehow find Chell, then that changes the tide of battle. That'll make Indonesia, think about how they attack Team Cambodia, given that this is the first time they're playing each other in WEC 24.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the Franco come out because I've only seen it in data, basically, right?
Yeah.
We weren't given the liberty to actually watch or even cast over that game. So I'm wondering whether or not that Franco will actually come up. I personally love a Franco game. Either pair it with something like the Beatrix or even the Wan.
Yeah.
Indonesia brought it out in the men's playoffs.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does come out here today, and I would rather see that. Well, sorry, Kaja users. Kaja just can't hold the candle to Franco right now with what Franco can do with the metagame. But I feel like the pickoff will really come out as long as the backline is taken care of. There's no easy backline access for the opposing side. You've taken away the best divers, the formation breakers. Maybe you've contested the high loss, Hilda got the Kacha. Those are somehow some way off of the board. So that's, I think, the only time we're going to be seeing that. If at any other scenario it gets forced out, like they shove the Franco in the lineup just to try and get that pick off, usually that doesn't end well.
You also got to consider what comes out in mid, right? Indonesia has been seen to experiment in the group stage alone. They've had Chini play in the opening bout of the groups, a Lunox in mid. She's also dropped a Cyclops and a Lo Yi. Lo Yi usually gets banned, but when you go for the Lo Yi, you usually show a very aggressive strategy. You show that you're ready to get in your face. And Cambodia, Nabi has played a Lilia. So, there's this give and take of experimental picks between these two teams.
And I'm wondering which picks will actually come out, but let's see the players come out first, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like both of the teams are ready. So let's welcome Team Cambodia and Team Indonesia up on stage.
The time is here, the time is now, Bara, for us to finally dive in to the playoff stage of our MLBB Women's Tournament. Let me tell you now, explosive best of ones we had yesterday, upsets galore, quick and easy matches, some might say. I think it might have been a little bit too much for you to handle, but I'm hoping with the best of threes, you'll stick by me for this.
I'm not going to run away, but for this match, I almost did because the intensity of this one, woo! Oh, God. Yeah, it is going to happen. Yani, ya Allah, it is going to be on fire. And as for your favorite word, it's not going to be a khalas moment, but it could be for some teams. So, we're ready for this one?
Yes, we're ready. Shaky hands. I know some of the teams are pretty eager backstage. I had a brief chit-chat with them. So let's go ahead, put them out of their misery, and get them up on this beautiful stage.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Getting on stage. Let's hear it for Team Indonesia. And here they come right now. The pride of Indonesia, representing and walking and making sure that it is going to be a moment to remember. a moment of glory.
Don't worry about it, ladies. I know you were a little bit nervous. If you want, you can go ahead to the other desk. Go on, go on.
It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry.
It happens to the best of us. Don't worry about it. See, everybody
I love
watching
this.
right now, I was not kidding when I said, but they were nervous. They were excited. I said to them, you guys ready for today? And they said, of course we're ready. We were sat backstage waiting.
You
Don't worry about it. You did great.
This side, that side. You want to even take the VIP seats? It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Well, you know what? There's only one direction in which that opposition can go on this very big stage. Please give it up for Team Cambodia. Now the win record of this team, but 4 wins, only 1 loss during our group stages. But in the match versus Argentina, Tagami alone secured herself 15 kills. Now, with a total of 34 kills for Tagami across 5 games, the real question is whether or not these ladies will be able to put up just as strong of a fight against their opposition.
Totally. When I've been asking with the talents what's going to happen here, they said they've seen this match taking place over and over again. Indonesia going against Cambodia in different countries and different matches. But this could be a different one. You never know. We might see a different narrative with this one. But you know what? What do I know pretty much with MLBB, Habibi? Let's take it to the town and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, and good luck to both of the participating teams that will open up the playoff stage. Team Indonesia and Team Cambodia. We've got to say, this is one of the most highly anticipated matchups that I think everyone around the world have been waiting for.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we went into this day 1 of the panel. We were already saying, you better watch out. Cambodia, Indonesia, that's probably going to be the grand finals. We're going to be getting it on the very first day of the playoffs. And part of me is thinking, though, maybe Cambodia didn't expect that they would be in this situation. Maybe they were thinking the meetup with Indonesia would be tomorrow, not today. That might play into that might be a factor playing into the drafts and their mentality heading into it.
Which is unfortunate because in Group B, if only they did not lose to Team Ukraine, they would have been number 1 and they would have dodged the bullet of facing Team Indonesia in the opener of the playoffs. But que sera, here we are. This is the format: 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2 in the upper bracket, and we get it early. I'm not so sure if this is a good thing that we, cut it short and say, you know what, let's just have them face off early on. But yeah, as a fan of both of these teams, I wish they could have both gone into the upper bracket finals together.
I don't know, I feel like sometimes things happen for a reason.
Ooh.
And the cause and effect, I mean, we'll see how everything just lays out for with one another, but we've seen it in different tournaments that when 2 teams that are notably like titans of that particular tournament meet first and it goes a certain way, when they meet again eventually, it may go another direction altogether.
You're already getting me excited for the ending. It's like you just wrote out the back part of a book I'm just considering buying, and I was like, yeah, no, that sounds good. I wish I want to finish this now, but there's still so much action ahead of us, and that's a really good point. So I feel like for this one, maybe as history shows in the picture that the tournament painted, usually that ends up with a not close battle. It becomes a sweep. One team is clearly better, and the team that lost that first initial series will climb out eventually. Do you think that is where we're headed, Leo?
Here's the thing. I am sorry for all the other teams that are facing off against whichever of these drop to the lower bracket. I'll just put it at that. I think the drop to the lower bracket will suddenly wake up whatever is sleeping in either of these Titan teams. And that should be the overarching story of WEC 24. Not to count out Team Ukraine, Team Egypt, Team Nepal, Team Saudi Arabia. They're all trying to tell their own stories, right? But in the grander scheme of things, in the MLBB Women scene that we've been building up for the past 3 or 4 years, these 2 teams were there to start it. These 2 teams were both Princess and Pauper. Not to call Cambodia a pauper, but these are the queens. This is Team Vitality. This is Bigatron era. This is, what were they called before that?
Bigatron era,
Oh,
right? It was Bigatron era, and then it became Bigatron Alpha.
Were they not GPX?
GPX is the second team.
Oh, right.
Before
yeah.
Team Falcons Vega.
Right,
I'm just trying to say, Cambodia has a long way. They're both up there, but the gap between both, like, you have to admit, is still pretty huge.
And I have a feeling this year it's a year full of new stories. Because even in the MLBB men's scene, we've been accustomed to only two particular regions holding the grounds of the stories, especially in international events.
Yeah.
And maybe this might be the turning moment, right? Maybe we'll crown a new champion this
Bellatron
time
era.
around. Bellatron.
See, they've been here for so long. They've gone through so many name changes, org changes, team name changes that here they are now as Team Indonesia in the very first women's MLBB for WEC. That's history.
And, well, as much as we really can't help but paint just how massive part of the history of the MLBB women's scene globally this Indonesian squad and their members have been, I love the underdog story. I love it when the team that no one expected to shine showed. Not that no one was expecting Cambodia to shine, but right now, as of this moment, not a lot of eyes on Cambodia to win this one. So if ever they do, that's a massive statement. And if ever they go down to the lower bracket, as Leo said, I'm sorry for whoever has to face that Cambodian squad.
And also no pressure, right? I think that's the main thing. With so much eyes on Indonesia, as always, especially for the MLBB women's scene, Cambodia are coming into this with no pressure. They still have the lower brackets if they want. Meanwhile, Indonesia, they have to hold a certain layer of reputation,
Oh, yeah.
I would say. So now we're heading into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Our first game in this best of three. We see the Insta-Cho respect band taking away from the mother of tanks herself. Meanwhile, Indonesia, being on red side, can go for the usual bans, right? The chips, the Jushins.
Yeah, but how dare Cambodia take a Vivian Cho performance away from me? But no, well warranted, and it's the best man that you could go for. If I'm Cambodia, I would make sure that the Vivian does not end up with the Cho. However, you still have to watch out for the high loss. Very well warranted respect. If Cambodia will rush that, I don't think so. They might actually even consider banning it, just so two of the best roamers in Vivian's hands for this tournament are gone. Then you have one last thing to worry about, which will be an eventual gacha pick, but I feel like that is something that you might want to let through. So again, they don't let the high loss through. They're still respecting Vivian. Maybe they'll pair it with an EXP or a mid lane respect onto Chinny.
This is a draft pattern that we haven't seen in a while. These two heroes haven't shared that slot.
Yeah.
I don't think ever in the past 6 months.
Or if ever, so rare that we can't even remember it.
Exactly. So what is Coach Taimigo thinking? What is Team Cambodia thinking? And is this in an effort really to attack Vivian? Is the mother of tanks the beating heart of the aggression that Team Indonesia have? Is this their way of protecting their own queen? Because you can't spell queen without UEE.
I think that's a fair explanation, right?
Oh.
Especially now, like, if we're talking about beating hearts for Cambodia, it's got to be Tegami. So how else would you protect Tegami other than shut down Vivian herself?
Avoiding the inevitable invading. That's right. Oh my God. These two teams are just attacking the roam.
They
Gatot?
should.
Is Gatot going?
100% should. Gatot might be just a little bit too much, because one of the things that Gatot can do is actually protect the lineup or the jungle really well up against a high invade, but you take away the Cho, so what else are you left in terms of the high invade heroes that will really pester? Grok isn't that. He's a vision getter. He's not really a huge pester to anyone in the jungle unless somehow you've ridiculously lost. So Cambodia says, okay, we're out of the roam options. We might run out of roamers ourselves. Let's pick up the Hayabusa. Phoveus is still going to be on the table. The Gatakacha is still going to be on the table for the surprise first picks. But then the Alpha Suyo trade still active along with Jushin.
And Hilda.
And
Let's
Hilda.
not forget Hilda. Fumi Echo, one of the most aggressive XP laners I've seen, not just in the women's team, but even compared to some men that play in that same role. So now, Indonesia, one more. They're still leaving up the Alpha Gambit, by the way.
Yeah. Khalid, Khalid's I think the last name in terms of the aggressive
Big roamers.
can definitely invade and actually pester you. So that's something Cambodia would want to consider. Indonesia takes away the Angela, so they take away their combinations, any combination that could come out with Tegami. So again, all the options are out on the table, and they decide to pick the Jushin with the Alpha and Suyo open.
Very interesting turn of events.
They didn't
because-
have to rush either. The Alpha can be traded for the Suyo either way.
Exactly, that's what I was about to get at. And that's why the Hilda pickup is a lot more interesting. Indonesia, if they go for Alpha Hilda, I think that's a really good stopper if, let's say, Cambodia want to pick up something like the Suyo.
Yeah, that's the thing. What if Cambodia surprises and they may have learned a thing or two from Team Ukraine and go, hey, what if we run it back to the meta that was in the past, you know?
Or-
what if we don't need to force that trade of the Alpha Suyo. We can go a little bit more utility in the jungle. Just got to make sure it's well protected. And they also have to make sure that their roamer can really help with the wave clear. Jushin's wave clear isn't the best. So Suyo is what's taken. Khalid, there we go, as we mentioned, by Indonesia. Should be a clear-cut rush for the Hilda and the Alpha. Unless they want to go mid and get the Aurora for... Oh, excuse me, they already have the mid. Yeah, well, Hilda Alpha.
One could consider also the Nolan. There's a lot of control in that Zushin. So if you're feinting an engage,
Yeah.
you pop with the Nolan from the back. Tigami, I can see her doing that.
Yeah, and if ever the burst might come a little bit better in terms of the clearing of the minion wave, and the lack of burst from the Jushin is covered by the fact that there is burst from the Nolan.
You can also play the map better that way.
If they go Alpha Gatot.
All right, heavy front line.
Yeah.
I think this is strong. I think the 3 early picks coming from Cambodia, they're very strong, very invasive, very aggressive, high mid priority as well. Indonesia, what's the plan here? Especially now that they pick up something like the Sicilian. I don't think they have what we would expect Indo to usually hold on to, which is that mid prio.
But it's good though. You're not necessarily getting mid prio, but you're protected just from those 3 picks. The only thing that can really catch you is the Gatot, and they have to commit that ult.
I like it. In terms of the bans, you still got the gold laner open for Cambodia. Let's see if they're going to start taking away the likes of the... Do they need to ban the Harith? Because I know there are some Sicilian players who actually don't mind going up against a Harith in the opposite team. With the Bat Feast, with the full kit of the Harith already, of the Sicilian, it's quite hard for Harith to teamfight under the Bat's Feast when it's activated.
Yeah, Harith on the approach alone would be at half health even before he gets his hands on the Sicilian.
He's going to get brought down low.
Not to mention the Khalid. So the Khalid can mess up that Harith and bother the farming. I think Indonesia's fine.
If ever they're going to pick out a gold laner that might make it... you know, they could go a little bit more mobile with a gold laner, Cambodia. So if ever an Irithel ban might actually be warranted.
I'm wondering if... I mean, you were talking about the Harith pick for Cambodia, but it's still a possibility that Indonesia might pick up the Harith for themselves, right? Put it onto Shell. We've seen a performance on the Harith as well.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a little too much magic damage? It should be fine, right? With the Suyo in the jungle?
Same with the jungle, Sicilian, you got the Khalid. Yeah, it should be okay. If ever they decide to go magic, and them banning out the Phoveus might be a tell that the Harith is in the wings right now for Indonesia. Unless there's another Ooh, I wonder, will they actually consider an Arlot as like a last pick? Because maybe the Khalid is roam. We don't see Fumi Echo's pick yet.
That's possible. That's possible. It feels like there's a hint that maybe Cambodia were sniffing that the Phoveus ban was also perhaps for a 1-1, right? And that warranted a 1-1 ban here in the second phase. Cambodia, do you want to commit onto Shell completely here? Looks like she does. They do.
They do. They take away a very aggressive, fast scaling hero. Still the Bruno available. Oh, yep. Wow, I did not expect someone to bring that out already. There's the Ghost, the Jawhead. That is going to be going to the Roam EXP for the Khalid. So Indonesia can play this defensively, but like once that Jawhead hits level 4, I wouldn't be surprised if Vivian and company just keep invading the jungle and doing what they can to pester the Jushin so that in the long run they could invade and disrupt the Alpha. Gold laner pickups here. Now you're really going to be overthinking in terms of what can we pick?
I guess, would you consider Melissa here?
I was actually thinking that too. When you get hit by the unstoppable force, there'll be a moment where as long as you can get the go away fast enough, you'll get pushed out, or you'll be able to push out the Jawhead beforehand.
Oh!
No,
I'm so hyped.
you get the Franco Bale combo that you were asking for earlier. So they get a strong team fighting 3 with the Alpha Gatot Jushin, and then rounded off by, if ever they need to pick off, they can with the Franco and the Beatrix. And the Gata Kacha is the right EXP laner, and the Alpha is the right jungler for the Franco pick.
And at worst, anything that Indonesia pick here for Chell goes 50-50. I don't think any hero can suddenly, beat down Nabi's Beatrix, rather, Uefendi's Beatrix in the laning phase. So they get out of there fine.
Oh, that's tough. So they just go ahead and settle for the Clint. This might be a Clint with no, it's not going to bad Purify. It might actually just go Flicker, just in case you do get caught. You have a time to get away. And I'm not just thinking about the Franco here. You still have to get away from the Gata Kacha's entry, the Alpha's entry. Wow. I like the reach on Indonesia's lineup.
Better range,
Range coverage. But there's something about the Cambodia lineup that speaks to my RG boy soul.
I love it. I just don't think Jushin and Franco pair well with one another. I think the composition that the Franco requires would be with something with a little bit more burst that the Jushin does not offer. Technically, of course, there is the Beatrix, but wouldn't it be a lot more well-rounded if, let's say, it wasn't the Jushin?
So in effect, they doubled the way to catch Team Indonesia, but not enough of the payoff. So there are going to be many moments in team fights and skirmishes where we can get you, but not kill you. I don't know what they're going to do with that space.
Yeah, the difficult thing about the Cambodia lineup, which I'm liking right now, is that the jungler cannot have that big of a deficit. If ever they're losing the early game, it's not a bad loss. It's still very close enough to catch up. And the Matrix cannot lose lane significantly. They have to keep this close if they're coming in from a deficit.
I agree. There's a lot of more winning conditions that need to be served, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter for the first game in our best of 3 between Indonesia and Cambodia. Mirko, Naisu, are you guys ready?
Ready we are. Eterna, Renmar, Leo. Great to have you guys break down this matchup because, this is now a best of 3. We're in the upper semis, and we're going to find out which team, obviously, is going to be moving forward to that grand final spot shortly because we're down to 2 days, man. That's all we've got left here to wrap things up for the WEC 2024 for IESF. How are we feeling about the draft? You think Indonesia has the upper hand with this one, or are we going to see something back from Cambodia?
I think the first 3 picks were amazing for Indonesia, and then they wrapped it up with a jawhead. But then when I saw the Clint, I don't know, it's kind of a risky pick up against a Franco, up against a Jushin as well. A lot of, like they said, catch potential. And on the Clint, it's going to be a flicker almost every single time.
Well, we'll find out this time around. Again, a lot can happen here with the adjustments because you got a best of 3. No more best of 1s here. And we'll see which team gets the upper hand. It looks like we're going to have a little time to break things down, too. Taking a quick look at those emblems. I'm looking. You know what? I love this. Every single time we do see that Franco pop up. And there was a time before where Franco was like a mainstay in the roam. You get a focusing mark emblem, too. That really helps. And I think you have to also take a look at how many roam bans were focused here. And obviously, that's probably the route, the way to go, especially when you have Vivian across from you. But I think, with this, it really narrowed those choices for the roam now. So how do you think this is? Like, you got a roam Khalid, and, you have a roam, this is Jawhead, roam Jawhead.
Yeah, roam
Jawhead and a roam Franco. How do you think this is going to work out? Is this Jawhead going to still be in favor of this, how good Vivian can be on all these roam picks?
I think it really depends. It becomes a skill matchup in a way, right? Because the Franco can definitely open up the map in a safer way. Usually when we're talking about traditional roamers like a Tigreal, say you're going up against a Jawhead with these initiators who not just initiators, but even like picks like the Hylos who need to walk up and face check, it'll be kind of difficult. You get ejected, you get bursted down before you can even do anything.
Yeah.
Franco though, throw random hooks into bushes, just try to speculate and assume where the Jawhead is. If you get the Jawhead, you can try to burst them down quick. And I think that's where Indonesia actually has advantage right now. Early game damage, instant burst, very, very easy to get. For the Beatrix, you have to wait for Franco to get level 4, Beatrix to get level 4, and maybe even the BOD before they can actually start one-shotting people, right? So there's certain conditions definitely for Cambodia to hit. But I think the Alpha should be able to, maybe not burst, but utilize the hook as a threat already. You get hooked, you still have to be very careful that the Alpha can just take you down. Alpha with Hunter Strike alone can deal a whole lot of damage. I think right now, I really like the fact that we are seeing the focusing mark. For the longest time, I think in IESF, WEC 24 and MLBB, every time we see a Franco, we see Concussive Blast get picked up instead of the focusing mark. And mostly it's because usually you're not paired up with a Jushin. I really like the Juicing together with the Franco here is because usually on the Franco, you're kind of, here, on Franco, focus on what you're good at. Focus on hooking. Focus on getting that focusing mark on people. If you have to go concussive blast, sometimes it's just weird. You have to be the one that clears lane. You want to stay in bushes. You want to be hidden. So with the Juicing, it allows the Franco to be Franco. Juicing can, obviously, with the changes in the patch, now not needing mana to clear out waves, is crazy when it comes to just zoning and soul laning.
I think part of this, too, is just, I know our panel gave their thoughts about that combination of the Jushin and the Franco, but I could also see it working in favor where, like, let's say you don't have to burn the hook. You don't have to use the Iron Hook because you know you have a Jushin. You can actually put basically people in range or the hook or in your position, your line of sight, because of the way that the flares work. But also it might just set things up where then you go ahead and you use that bloody hunt. You lock them down after they're into the beacon or after they're tossed around with the flare. And then you still have that hook. So I think there's so many good combinations that Cambodia can actually do. And I think also part of this is, you know, we've seen the Sicilian now picked up a couple times throughout the tournament, even back in the men's games. And really, I don't think Sicilian as a hero has gotten to shine the way that it should because so many games haven't gone to the late game. Like, this is probably the most late game hero, if not one of the top 3 late game heroes, where obviously you're trying to build those stacks, get to a point where then you're just doing insane amounts of damage. And so I think you have a time for both lineups to really shine. And honestly, for Cambodia, if they play their cards right, I could see them getting control of the early game. Especially, like you said, once those level 4s come online, even if you, let's say, even if you get a hook early on, you get a first blood in the hands of any of these members here from Cambodia, I think that gives them the upper hand for the majority of the game. And then Indonesia might be forced in a situation where, all right, they got to wait a little bit, right? They got to wait a little bit to be able to scale up, to get to where they need to be. Also, Clint takes a while. But the Suyo, we always see this, can actually turn the tide early on if you get the scaling. So here we are, jumping back into the game at game number 1 in this best of 3, the upper semifinal. We'll find out, too, once again, too, with the Vival playing the Suyo, the rotation's obviously going to be important. You can see Vivian getting that early start on the purple buff. So this is all these little things that Indonesia does. You'll see other players do this too. Even this kind of aggression and pressure on the opponent's purple buff that really stack up and leads to those minor leads in the game.
It's definitely a bit tougher to do that up against an alpha, right? We saw that yesterday, I believe, up against Hayabusa. So it was definitely an easier road to start and neutralizing a bit of that clear threat. You can see Uwe here trying to go and, again, assuming where Vivian is. Oh, not Iron Hooks. Good zoning from Vivian. Up with the ejector, disengaging, Sanguine Claw as well as Vivo just steals away the camp. So Vivo on the Suyo already a level ahead now. And I do want to talk about this Naisu. This is something that I've been talking about with a few coaches that I know personally.
What's
and this
that?
is like kind of a hidden tech. Franco and Kaja.
Yeah.
With Gata Kacha. It's such a good combination. Ejector, Flicker, Vivian finding it to purify a bit late, and Nabi will fall down to the missiles of Vivian. That's first blood over to Indonesia. But to talk about that again, you hook or you get that Divine Judgment.
Yeah.
Boom. AOG. Anyone tries to cancel it, you get
Dude,
caught.
It's that's what I'm saying. Like the combination of what they can bring to the table here in this draft is, there's so many options that they can use for Cambodia, but the fact too that they've got to watch out for Vivian. Vivian knows that all her roam picks basically got banned out. Well, she still got the Jawhead. She still makes use of it, and you saw just how deadly it can be, especially when that flicker is available. She doesn't need that level 4. Yeah. Part of it is just using that ejector and throwing someone into the whims of your team. Now, you know, they get this objective that already scales in their favor. They're getting a lead, 1,000 ahead already early on. And this is where I would look to see if Cambodia can actually go ahead, play around the Franco, hopefully get a pick off. But I'm almost wondering, even with Tagami, man. Tagami, if you guys missed her performances yesterday, she was on point. And this time around, the work is cut out for her on this alpha. She should be able to go ahead and get, you know, setups that she's looking for, especially with the lineup that they have. But she's got to have a phenomenal game against what Indonesia's throwing at them already this minute, you know, 3 minutes into the game.
And it's very different to the Sicilians we've seen in IESF WEC 24, right? Usually when we see the Sicilians, oh no, again. Unstoppable force and the ejector, oh, the combo. Vivo was ready with the arrow, just shoots her down, and man, Nabi got Purify at the end there, but it was just too quick. Vivo's so ahead, Tagami's getting bursted down by just Vivo's damage. Vivian has doesn't have the flicker, so luckily Tagami will still be able to escape. But again, this Sicilian, unlike the Sicilians we've seen in WEC 24, she is just getting all the gold.
That's such good clearing right there. You know, utilizing the Zuyo plus the Sicilian. Now they're going to make their way down bot.
Raging Sandstorm with a flicker to get both of them. Yui Fendi caught in the ejector. Fumieko will take a few more turret shots. Yue gets the kill. The AOG to try to save her in the bottom lane, but it's Vivo who can just blink out to safety, and they only lose Fumieko, who's again just the engager.
Yeah, her whole job there was to go ahead and use that flicker, use that Sandstorm. There you go. Poke's going to land, but Yui's not going to be able to do much at all. Whoa!
Again with the ejector, Yue is going to be taken down. City picks up that kill right now as Moshi gets chunked low by the bad impact as well. Yui Fendi zoned away by a Sicilian in the early game, and that's the orange buff taken away by Vivo.
I just want to say, efficiency right now with the
Very.
flicker here from Vivian. Every single time it's up, she's ready to make a call for a play. And that's the thing, it almost feels like this Jawhead has focusing mark. I feel like by the time she actually ejects someone backward, they're basically dead. They're already dead in the air, and that's the trouble part, especially when you can't really fight into that. Now they're going to actually try to contest this turtle here. This is troublesome.
Two-man cycling pop. Fumieko getting the Raging Sandstorm. Even with the Purify, she isn't able to escape. Pitbull gets the turtle, and everybody just gets slain here around the river. It's almost like they can't do anything at this point, Naisu. It's too big of a lead. The hook from Yue, but it will not connect. Vivian can see already, looking for the ejector again. Oh, good bloody hunt, but now you're going to be caught in everything. The quick draw too. Yui Fendi slashed down to the tier 2. Indonesia are just wreaking havoc in game 1.
Yeah, 5 minutes in, it doesn't feel like they're letting up at all at this point, and they're just pressing the situation. And you know, Vivian, she's got a couple options. It's either the flicker, the conceal, she makes a play, the rest of the team follows through, and you're just overloaded with damage. You know, this whole time too, Shell, she's been chilling. She's been having the gold lane experience down at the bottom. She's joined a couple of fights, but she really hasn't had to because there's just so much already happening that Indonesia's able to do. Further in that gold lead now, very comfortable, even with that tier 1 falling. It looks like there's going to be a push up top, but Vival tries to stop that from happening in the top lane. It looks like she's forced off. So we did it. They might actually just rotate up there. They're staying there.
It's a 2v1, and anyways, it was cleared out. The Raging Sandstorm comes out, and Fumieko gets the kill. Moshi, oh no, it might be too close of an AOG. Not far enough to escape, and it's a double for Fumieko.
Man, oh man, it's just Indonesia, like I said. Every place on the map, that's where they're going to put pressure. There's no opportunity really to breathe for Cambodia right now. Even with this lineup, we got to start thinking, because this is most likely resources taken from them, more pressure on their side of the jungle. Looks like even the tier 2 might go down here if they continue to just knock it down. I think at this point, Cambodia, you know, they don't want to contest this next turtle. They might want to just focus on, all right, what's next? What's the next possibility for us here? And honestly, that's probably by the time the Lord comes up, they might be able to do something. But, you know, again, it's this damage that is just overloading. And even if you actually go ahead and kind of prep yourself up for that objective, Vivian is the problem. There's got to be some form of punishment for Vivian, and if she jumps in and tosses one of the members, it doesn't even matter at this point if she tosses one of the tankier heroes, right? You might be able to go ahead and toss Moshi. That might be the best target in Cambodia's favor, just because, you know, at least you can hope to tank that out or defensively Avatar the Guardian. But it's just so difficult for them right now, and they're going to be forced to actually just stay together, because Indonesia doing the same thing, and you see that response from Cambodia. They're going to go ahead and rotate down, try to keep this tier 2 up, but it's just eventually going to get taken down as well, as Indonesia has all the choices they want for objectives or kills at this point. So Cambodia, they got to buy time, and that's a whole lot of time they have to buy.
Even if they buy time, though, if you take a look at the grand scheme of things here, Naisu, I'm not too sure what they're buying time for. I mean, power spikes aren't going to be big enough on Style Force over to Yui Fendi. Good bloody hunt to cancel it out now. That's going to be 1-for-1. Vivi going to be caught. Fumieko caught in the AOG in the midst of it all. It's tier 2, just chucking their HP bars low. Shell doing a whole lot of damage with a quick draw. Vival coming back again to clear out the waves. 2 for 2. Only the frontliners taken down. But if we get to the later stage of the game, Clint's going to be crazy. Cine, bad impact over the snipe. Nabi's burning down from the golden wand. It's not enough to take her down, but man, it surely is enough for them to zone Cambodia away from the tier 2.
Holy Shield's going to pop here, so they'll at least get the shields down. But like you said, I agree with you, man. I think at some point in the game, you're going against a scaling lineup. You know, with the Sicilian plus that Clint, you're playing a game of range too. Indonesia, even if they didn't have this kind of lead, they have the lead in terms of range. And that's also why, you know, for the first draft, you see them pick up that Franco to hopefully close in some of that range, pick off targets, but that just hasn't happened. And the hardest part for Cambodia is really once they even break through that front line, mind you, that front line is actually putting themselves in danger from Indonesia, so they're most likely going to go down anyway. But then how do you get to the Sicilian? How do you get to Shell here on this Clint? That is the most difficult part to what Cambodia can do. And honestly, if they try to force this at this point, with this kind of deficit, this could be a massacre for this Lord. So it looks like it's going to go and be taken by Indonesia. No contest. It looks like Cambodia is going to try to make a move elsewhere. At least for now, that Lord is secured by Indonesia. Real quick, before that Lord pushes in, what are we looking at here for defense? Do they have enough clear? I know they got a Beatrix, but do they have enough clear to actually stay in this game without it ending?
I think they do. If we're just taking a look at Cambodia's lineup, they do have what it takes to clear out the waves. But we have to take into account that Indonesia are really good at sieging too. They got crazy range. The double C combo, Sicilian and the Clint. So much range, so much zoning potential, and even they got that dive potential in them.
That Sandstorm,
Echo, Raging Sandstorm, Vivian, Unstoppable Force. Even Vivo, very, very underrated initiator as a Suyo. Once you hold in that first skill, you can get it's an AoE stun tool.
Yeah. It's a little bit too much. Here we go. Vivian using the conceal. She has an immortality too. She's going to toss Mochi, but already gets the Avatar of the Guardian out.
Yep.
So that's not available now for this base defense. The shields up top and mid are gone on the turrets. And this is the siege now that we're talking about from Indonesia, from a range as well, and just whittling down the health bars of these turrets.
Tagami already caught down very, very low. You can see the way that Indonesia are just sieging at the space. They're waiting for the Lord to the bottom lane to just slow push, taking it very, very slow. In the mid lane, they will continue this push. Bottom lane builds up waves here. No more holy defense. Continue with the bad impact. Just slowly chunking Tagami down. Mid lane going to be taken down. Vivian walks in with Unstoppable Force earlier, but Tagami was able to escape with the Spear of Alpha. Bottom lane base turret down as well. That's 2.
All right, they know they have 2 turrets down. Vivian.
Yep, ejector flicker. You is going to just be isolated from the team. Moshi very low. These frontliners slowly but surely chunked down. And there's still some big waves that are going to be crashing down in the mid lane. Another super minion wave onto into Cambodia. Moshi's hovering over. Nabi chunked again. Ejector ready. Good ton over. Raging Sandstorm from Mieko. Does Winter Crown to stop that from happening? And a Winter Crown as well from Mieko. Responded over. Moshi gunned down from Mieko. Will be taken out. But look at the bad impact and the Sanguine Claws. On top of that, the quick draw that just chunks them too low. No more minions. Cambodia can still survive, but Indonesia will continue with just the turret up top. Another Sanguine Claws. With the flicker, but it hits the wall. Now Bloody Hunt coming down with Spear of Alpha to Pinball. Goes in and dives in the back line. Finding the shot in the base. The base is also just wide open for Bibble to take. Game 1 to Indonesia.
I thought there might be a moment there where Cambodia actually stayed in that game. They cleared the wave the best they could, but unfortunately, not enough to stay in it, you know, not enough to keep that game going and make it work for them. And really, when you just look at how things fell into place from start to finish, the idea was there for Cambodia. The draft was, you know, we want to go for these pickoffs. We have a Franco, we're able to do that, but it just didn't go in their favor early on. And, you know, this is, maybe you beg the question because there were so many Rome fans towards Vivian, but even a Jawhead, a hero, by the way, that you don't see too often, she still played it the same way. You know, she still played it very aggressively, able to set things up, and it's all about timing and pacing for teams like this from Indonesia, and that's what's difficult to play against. So I'm really wondering, again, we have a best of 3 here, so we'll see if they have the right adjustments for Cambodia to bring it to a game 3. So just a great performance here, once again from Indonesia. Then this is what's expected from a team like this that has had so many victories over the course of their experience and the achievements. Very clean gameplay. I love to hear our panel thoughts about game number 1. Let's throw it over to them and see what they have to say.
Thank you, boys, for casting over that first game in our best of 3 series. And It's a good win and a good swing of momentum for Indonesia to perhaps make it 2-0 if the adjustments aren't made. I like how the casters put it. It needs to be quick. It needs to be quick because they only have a few minutes to really think about the game plan, because the game plan that they went in for game number 1, banning out Vivian altogether, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah. Came back to bite them. I feel like if the Jawhead was also one of the last second plans for Indonesia, but I'm pretty sure it was already something in their books. At the same time, I feel like that Franco was more like, we took out a lot of it. They got the Gachis going XP. Yeah, let's go ahead and pick up Franco. And it kind of showed. Like I told you this behind the scenes, Leo, that it looked like Cambodia weren't used to going up against a Jawhead of this caliber.
Yeah, no, Vivian clearly invaded their lineup. It wasn't even invading into the jungle, giving Tagami a hard time. She gave everyone from Team Cambodia a hard time, and I guess that's what it is. We mentioned prior to the game starting, Indonesia have so much range, so much utilized range, because you have heroes like Eve, Farsa, who have a assumed range. Indonesia showed that, hey, with a single flicker, we can change the way you perceive team fights happening from. You even have Fumi Echo to do that. Even the Clint in Chel's hands played a very key role in, making Cambodia think, can we take these fights? Should we take these fights? And back to the draft here, just a reminder, folks, the Franco and Bea came in as their last 2 picks from blue side. That means, in order to support what you were saying about maybe they weren't ready for the Jawhead, they went in hard for a combo that they're so used to that they didn't consider, what if this doesn't work out? What if that Jawhead breaks everything that we prepared?
Yeah, Jordan said something earlier about what Mirko Nice said, that gotta be quick, gotta be snappy, and I feel like that doesn't just apply to the adjustments that they're doing right now to prepare for game number 2, potentially game number 3. It applies to the playstyle that you should be playing up against a team like Indonesia. Slow build up. That is no one's tempo against Indonesia. If you're going to be going up against this squad, you're going to have to match it. I feel like if ever next time the Jushin is open, or if rather Cambodia would just take the Jushin out so that Indonesia doesn't get it, vice versa, Cambodia needs to look back into the pick that made Nabi shine. If you can prioritize Nabi getting the Aurora, heroes such as Valentina, Vexana even, those instantly give you results. Because if it's not a Terrify, it's a knockup. If it's not a knockup, it's for sure going to be burst.
And I think that would have worked so much better into their composition. Again, I love the Franco Beatrix pick, but I wasn't exactly liking the Jushin. I just didn't know how it would fit. I understand that maybe the Jushin pick early was something, of course, you take, seeing that it was open, but at the end of the day, it really didn't feel like they could have capitalized over the aggression that they could have had with the Franco. And remember, Indonesia came into that game with absolutely no purifies. All of them went for flicker. And that shouldn't have been okay. That should have been punished for. And yet it felt like either, I don't know. I personally saw that particular match and I didn't really feel like the Franco was getting the right hooks on the right people. I feel like the targeting was kind of off. And I don't know if that was just because of her or it was a forced error by Indonesia.
To be fair, there were no good targets for the Franco. You hook a Khalid, doesn't care. You hook a Suyo, doesn't care. You hook a Sicilian, not gonna happen. There's like 3 or 4 bodies in front of the Sicilian to do that. You hook a Jawhead, Vivian is thankful. The Clint, it's the same situation as Sicilian. So, here's the thing. Looking at Cambodia's draft, I think that's where we gotta start. You change 1 or 2 things, scratch that, just change 1 thing, and it could have been better, right? Change the Alpha into a Nolan. Would have been extra burst, would have been extra payoff for that hook. You change the Jushin into what? The Aurora or the Vexana or the Valentina. Could have been better payoff too. Because you have better map control, better minion control. Not the player, but the objectives on the map. And maybe you change the Franco Bea, those 2 picks. Change it so you're not so indebted to that combo working out. Consider that, because I think those are the things that really put the nail in the coffin for Cambodia to play to Indonesia's pace, to play second banana to what Vivian was thinking of doing, to what Fumi Echo was trying to do. Change that, and then maybe we'll see a game 3.
Yeah, it was really tough too. In terms of the mid lane picks, Indonesia got the best one that they could have gotten there. They got the Sicilian that it feels like once Chinny saw that Franco come in, it's like, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That makes my job a little bit easier. I know where I'm going to target my Sanguine Claws so that if ever anyone gets hooked by the Franco, instantly you're just gonna clap them down. That's easy crowd control, easy more stacks for the Sicilian. So it was just a clinic on just the draft alone as well by Indonesia and how to execute your draft to the best capability.
And using range. Besides speed, pace, reaction, adjustments, just the sheer amount of range that Team Indonesia brought into this draft shows you how much they understand the fundamentals of MLBB, the fundamentals of team fighting. And I'd like to tip my hat off to the chef, Coach Casius.
I also want to highlight the chemistry that these girls have again. Like, you could tell that they've been playing for years together.
Yeah.
They have sisters too, that's not fair.
Exactly.
That's the biological advantage.
What is that, guys? Come on.
It's scientific at this point.
Because, you know, I'm still kind of iffy about Cecilia in the mid lane. And I say that...
Ouch.
Why?
Why?
Hurt his feelings.
I love Sicilian.
Uh-huh. Then where's the down coming from, sister?
I think it requires a certain level of strategy and layers to be able to make the Sicilian mid work.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And to think they picked it in the first phase too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they were confident that they could bring the Sicilian up to par and get him online as fast as possible because of how aggressive Vivian was on the Jawhead too.
Yeah, which I agree with. There were times where I was honestly laughing because I was impressed with how easy Vivian and Chinny were making it look. I was like, all right, Chinny, you ready? All right, I'm going to toss this. Toss. Sack weak loss, bats impact. All right, we're good. Let's get out of here. It was, and that happened so many times. The connection of Chinny and Vivian together with a Jawhead and Sicilian was something that only we could dream of having in our ranked games where we queued solo as a Sicilian, and your roamer failed you.
And to think, this is coming from a very real place, and to think that the bans that followed that third pick or first phase Sicilian weren't there necessarily to protect the Sicilian. That's how far ahead Team Indonesia thought about the Sicilian and how well they were going to execute with it. Because, quick reminder, those bans were the Hilda and the Phovius. Those were more to protect Vival. Those were more to protect even Chell. So that means they rarely have to worry about Chinny. Chinny, day after day after day, has been showing us that, hey, whatever I bring into the mid, you would have to think twice to doubt me, because that's what I said about the Lunox. You like the Lunox mid. I was like, no. 4 out of 5 Lunox's mid disappoint. 4 out of 5 Lunox mids and in tier shed. But whenever she picks a mid laner that even Eterna would doubt, she's like, no, check it out. If we had the MVPs in WEC 24, I would give it to her here.
It's not okay, guys. It's not okay.
What's not okay?
Just how this has been going on. Because, again, like the composition, like even Mirko mentioned it as we threw it to him. Like the Clint pick into the Beatrix, and mind you, Clint in a composition against all the dive coming in from Cambodia. No option for Purify at all, right? We've never seen a Clint go Purify. It's not something that we see often. And yet she was not punished at all.
Yeah, which again, it begs to show, or it does show what we've been saying over and over again about Team Indonesia, that especially if you don't want to look at the entire team, fine. Look at one part of the map, look at one portion of the Lanadon, look at the center, look at the roam, the mid, and the jungle. That even if you, for a second, just go Fumieko, Shell, respectfully, let's look at the center first, bang. You lose because just how good they are, their chemistry. Cambodia, again, not counting out the fact that they can make a comeback here, they're just gonna have to, number one, maybe not to overly aggressively go after Vivian without a great backup plan. That's what it felt like in that first one. I like the Cho ban, I like the high loss ban, but they didn't have the right roam pick to protect their jungle.
To rephrase that, just respect Vivian in a different way. You don't have to give so much respect to her in the draft. Make sure that whatever your plan is addresses her. Not just take out heroes and then suddenly, all right, this is what we're going to do. So be fluid with your solution. Be fluid with your approach. Going in this game, I think Cambodia learned their lesson, because instead they will ban the Jushin and then come at it from a different angle. I'm hoping that that's what happens.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, they can't do it now, right? Because now they're on completely different sides. Indonesia now are on blue, and Cambodia are now on the red. So even if they want to go for respect bans, maybe it'll come earlier, seeing as we do see the chip being banned out from Indonesia's side. So maybe there is room for that respect ban to come through.
Yeah, for me, I'm still going to go with what I suggested. number one for Cambodia, if you can open up the Alpha Suyo trade so that you... No, never mind. Okay, give the Alpha
Out the
to
window.
Indonesia. Give the Alpha into Indonesia.
Play
That's
Nolan.
fine. Play Nolan, pick that up third, but get a high loss in Aurora on you.
What about the Hayabusa? Would
The
you choose the Hayabusa over Nolan or Nolan over Hayabusa for Cambodia?
It depends what... if it's the Alpha on the other side, you would want to get the Nolan.
Yeah. So more times you would go Nolan.
Yeah, if you're going up against the Alpha. The Hayabusa would just be sad. Because you're going to be going up against an Alpha. So with Indonesia taking out the Eve even more, so if you're Cambodia, just prioritize the high loss and Aurora. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are comforts for you, and you're taking away, again, respecting Vivian a different way. Except that this time, there we go. Go ahead. What I suggested. You can pick up Alpha if you're Indonesia here, or the Phobias.
One or the other. I think Fumiako's happy with that. I think, oh wait, we forgot the Matilda.
Yeah.
Previously banned by Indonesia in the first phase as red. This time they open up with it. Well, do you go Phobius Alpha?
They have
Go Phobius.
Yeah, they have to steal the Alpha
They can't leave it.
between the two. Because
So-
Alpha Matilda together would be just sad.
So Phobius Matilda. Phobius Alpha.
Phobius Alpha. I'd still want to consider...
Phobius High Loss.
No, they don't
That's
need to
too
rush
much.
it because, yeah, they already have the Matilda on the other side. But if ever the high loss can still go EXP, very rare that we've seen it. You're also thinking about the potential Kali that can come out here. There's the Aurora locked in by... Whoa. Okay.
Wow, they let it go.
So there goes the Alpha Matilda combo.
The Alpha's open. What?
Okay. Alpha, Matilda.
Look, Alpha on Vival was disgusting enough. This is Alpha plus Vivian's Matilda.
They can do almost anything and everything.
That's why they picked up the high loss and the Aurora. It's not going to be the ultimate stop. Oh, there's no way the Matilda and the Alpha can move, but at least it's something. It's a better response to that. You protect your jungle just a little bit better to what will eventually be overly aggressive Indonesian squad that will be invading your jungle at minute 1. Maybe. That's what it looks like right now. If that is an Alpha. They can also just suddenly surprise, but usually that's what you... Ooh, I was going to say surprise and pick up a Hayabusa, but no. They do.
It's
They go
not so,
Hayabusa, and there is the Kali that we mentioned earlier.
it's not so simple anymore.
Yeah.
I think Cambodia did set this up well because if you're thinking about the Alpha, that's the obvious. And then the other swing would have been the Nolan.
Oh,
Oh, let's
The
go.
Hylos deals with the Nolan, and now it's up to you. Come catch me. Come catch me. What else are you going to commit to stop the Fanny? Tegami gets her hands on the Fanny here, ladies and gentlemen.
because there's no room for flex anyway, right? For Indonesia, Khalid is definitely going to the EXP lane.
Correct.
You got the Matilda in the roam. They don't have a stopper just yet now for the Fanny, and they're gonna just have to kind of draft their gold laner and their mid laner around that pick.
Yeah, debut Fanny pickup for
Tegami.
Tegami in this tournament. So this was something they've been holding close to their chest, and now they've said, Tegami, your time to shine.
Coach Casius, do you have a Eudora in you?
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. We saw that brought out by
It's a thing.
by an Indonesian champion at that. So I wouldn't mind a Eudora, honestly.
Eudora could go single-handedly. She could be the hunter. The Fanny could become the prey here.
Although I have felt as a Eudora, I don't like going up against a Hylos and an Aurora. The
Clear
Hylos
kind of
alone.
sucks.
What?
Clear kind of sucks.
Yeah,
for
it
Eudora.
does.
You have
It
a
does.
Matilda next to you?
Even with the Matilda, it's not the easiest wave clear in the world.
Yeah, wave clear is your
Pocket.
problem. But you're Indonesia here. I think you could win fights and then convert. You don't have to worry about the map. That's secondary.
They got Hylos, Aurora, there's a Rome, Hylos, EXP. Hilda's still gonna be up.
Cambodia can still rock the Hilda if they wanted to.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's no more room for Alpha, so you can still go ahead and go for it.
Mess with the Haya early on.
If you want to dead lane it, I wonder if they can surprise and just go Ruby EXP. I mean, I'd still pick the Hilda. With that, at least you get like a strong single target stun and some damage too.
If
Yeah,
they
you
want to be safe, they can go for something more versatile in the gold lane as well, like something like a Lunox. They could go for Moskov. What else is good against
The Fanny?
Brody?
Yeah,
Is something that we do see quite often
soft
against
counters.
assassins.
Soft counters to Fanny would be the Brody and the Moskov.
I still subscribe to the school of thought that Brody's kind of cursed in this meta, even though with the changes to him, seems like every team that's trying to bring out a Brody has just like suffered somehow.
Even the best of the best that try to play with the Brody,
Yeah.
have failed. international champions, local champions, just couldn't make the Brody work.
But this is Shell in her prime in the gold lane.
with a Matilda.
Oh,
With a
it's-
Matilda, you're right.
You know the tough thing is, Cambodia can go Edith, but then the Valentina is still open for Indonesia. I think that's something Cambodia needs to respect, that the Valentina might still be an option.
They can keep the Edith for last.
Yeah.
Then they do.
Okay.
There's a Bruno,
Wow, they go for Bruno against a Hayabusa.
Louis Fendi.
Part of me feels like that's respect to Shell, with what Shell was able to bring out. Harith gone, Hayden not the board. Clint, I would not want to use a Clint up against Fanny.
So-
You know what? Just go Batrix again.
Or Moskov.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the automatic response. If there's a Fanny on the other side, you go Moskov. Oh, okay. All right.
My 2 picks, guys! My 2 picks from the group stage.
We alluded to this in the opening of WEC 24 Women's MLBB. They recently buffed Kadira. Then what do we see in Shell's hands? There's the
There's the
Moskov.
Moskov. Ooh.
Right in.
I like it. It's aggressive, faster, but yeah, it's fast. That's what I'm feeling again from this lineup for Indonesia. It is fast.
In your face.
Yeah, and now part of me is saying now this might not be a good time for Edith because she's slow. They need something a little bit more oomph right away.
What is that? What is the answer to that? Phobias? What else do we have? They can still... Oh.
They go.
Phoebus won't even be able to jump. Like
Yeah.
there's very little jump.
Even Arlot's tough here.
Franco?
Oh, that's
They
high
can't
loss
do
rogue
that.
for sure, right?
So Yuzong, Terizla, Export. What else is good?
Oh,
So it was an XP high loss.
they made it XP instead. Okay. Sort of dead lane against a Khalid, but a little bit slower. It's like you just stand there, get hit, and then Khalid sails away while you're still clearing minion waves. But at least they get a high source of crowd control in the mid. Yeah, very high crowd control focused lineup.
But there's a lot of CC coming in from Team Cambodia.
Yeah.
But Indonesia have the tools to respond to that.
Yeah.
I see a lot of them just overshooting and then just waiting for their cores to get into position. Whoever can do that better and line them up, knock them out like pins when you're playing bowling, will get the dub. But I give Indonesia the edge here. I might be investing too much in that Matilda, but this is still Vivian we're talking about.
Yeah. And it is still Matilda that we're talking about, so I gotta agree with you. As much as I like the sequencing that came out of Cambodia, the fact that it's Vivian and Matilda, that's terrifying. And a Kadita from an Indonesian team, oof.
There you go. Debut Kadita for WEC, ladies and gentlemen, right now, as well as a debut pick in the Fanny for Tegami. Let's see how this all unravels and who will be able to get this game at number 2. We're going to throw it over to our casters, Naisu Mirko. Take it away.
Thank you, panel, for breaking down our draft here for game number 2. Why did Remar say the Kadita? Oof. Where's this hero from?
Kadita is from Indonesia.
That's true. That's a second guess, but yes, it's from Indonesia. And this is interesting because I think same thing. We did get a glimpse at how good Tegami can be on these assassin picks. We know that she likes to go for them. But this makes me a little worried, because of the fact that you just have this burst potential, I guess you would say, from Indonesia. And I think that's why also Leo mentioned, they do just want to go fast. They want to be able to just go ahead and snowball out of control in this early game, and that's what they're planning to do. I mean, even pressure-wise, they're going to have to really babysit Tegami's buffs, especially early on.
It's going to be real tough. We were talking about a possible maybe after the Matilda first pick, an Alpha plus the Hilda, right? That would definitely stop any assassin that Cambodia would try to utilize here. And the fact that they go for the Hayabusa, and then after that the Kadita, it just really shows you that Indonesia are just feeling it, man. They're really confident right now. After game number 1, how do we say that they're not confident? They got that game in a full kind of domination way. So, I don't know. For them, it's all just about comfort at this point, right? Cine, this is one of the picks that has given her so much success in the past. So, it's Cine on a comfort pick. It's Viva on a comfort pick, too, on the Hayabusa. Both lethal ignitions, like they said, they just want to play super fast, super aggressive from the start. But they're not going crazy with it, too, right? I mean, they still have ways to actually go for plan B. And the plan B is in Chell. That's why they already have that Moskov. Can actually still play for the mid to late, can stop Tegami in a lot of these skirmishes with the Spear of Misery. So they have plans to fall back on if this early game, this fast-paced gameplay doesn't go in their favor.
I almost see, if you want it to be in your favor, too, you're going to have to go ahead and get the scaling going the momentum going. Wow, under the turret.
Shadow kill, first blood. Vivo just picks it up top.
As I was saying, you know, you want to be able to get the momentum going and get things going, especially when you have a Fanny. But as soon as I say that, Vivo goes and makes her own play up top. So that's good pressure and pacing because now this turtle is up. So Cambodia will start this. I think they're just going to blitz it and make it go as fast as they can. They should be able to just grab this objective. Fumi and Vivian are there, but there you go. Tagami will get it. Maybe a fight.
Petrify the back, finding it on waves as well. City punishing the Fanny. Tagami down. And SOD does connect. Let's see if they actually want to go for this. The purple buff is up, and this should be the goal for Indonesia. They give the turtle away. If they can't get the purple away from the Fanny, it'll be massive. Fumi Echo already level 4. Moshi, level 4 as well. They're both going to just maneuver away from the purple buff. It's too risky for Cambodia to take. It's too risky for Indonesia to stay. Whoa. Purify out of the implosion. Very good escape for Vivian, I guess.
Yeah, Vivian almost at level 4, so she just does hit it, but you know, it's more so that thing where it's like, you know, Indonesia is just like, all right, if you want to grab a turtle if you want to be able to grab objective, then we at least get something out of it, and that was that, you know, that burst kill that Tagami faced from Cine, and I think this is always something that you're going to have to watch out for. And I like the Tigreal. I'm glad that, you know, Cambodia has that and is able to go ahead and set things up with an implosion. But, you know, like our panel mentioned, there's so many tools to deal with this. And Vivian taking a little trip there with the Circling Eagle. It looks like Tagami also in the area, but might want to just kind of be careful because look at this right here. Vival also there with Cine. And so when I'm looking at Cambodia, you know, the transitions in this game and how they can build up. Spear. Whoa.
And the Spear of Misery to pin her down. US still able to flicker her out, but now gets the implosion onto Vivian. Still no Purify this time around. The cutthroat able to get him down. That's a good shadow kill in the back. Finding the kill, and now it's Cine with the oddity escaping. Tagami, no more energy to proceed with the other kills. It'll just be a roam for roam trade.
All right, better than nothing. Tagami getting on the board. That's what she needs here. Turtle's going to be up here in 15, and they're keeping things from getting too out of control. And I think for Cambodia, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to just avoid this snowball and then get to the point of the game. They're still keeping Moshi up there. Turtle's now up, information provided, but Indonesia quickly getting in that position. Both junglers will make their way from the bottom, focus on getting their buffs, and then join this fight. You're still, you know, even for Tagami, she's got to wait for that purple. So both teams kind of getting in position, really. And meanwhile, you know, we've seen this pick come up many times. Yui Fendi is on this Bruno. It's done really well for the most part throughout the tournament, even back in the MLBB Open men's matches. And eventually, you're just a big threat in terms of, you know, damage and when you get that full stack and everything else. But as long as Tagami and Yui Fendi can work together with the fact that you have an Aurora and you can lock people down, then that's great. But playing against how much utility Indonesia is going to be thrown at them is what the difficult part is, Chel.
Okay, we'll be able to get the Spear of Misery down. Tagami forced to recall. Oh, Petrify in the back city! Oh. Finding the rough waves. Tagami could cable away just in time. I saw it too earlier from Chel to try to help and put more kill pressure down.
Okay. I guess they're just going to ignore this turtle for now, man. Like, they're focusing on getting these kills. They want to go still by here.
Chel gets those escape for now. Spear of Misery not just there. Oh, the last turret shot. I thought it would get Tagami, but she's able to cable away. Vivian walking up, turtle gonna be taken, implosion, and the Purify from Vivian to escape. Baiting out the Project Glacier as well from the Echo. Jumping in with the concussive blast, Nabi very low. Spear of Misery doesn't pin Yui Fendi to the wall. Now Vivian walks with the guiding wind. From the Echo still trying to corral them over in this tier 1. Will not be caught by the freeze. There's no implosion to be scared of. He does have the Raging Sandstorm still. With the shots coming down. Healing from the Echo and the guiding wind just clean. Meanwhile up top, it's a 1v1. Vival picking up the turret now in a 1v1 against Tagami. Tagami will be forced back.
I feel like what we're watching here, Mirko, is like you're seeing the teams go 4-4, and then the jungles are just in their own world. You know, it's the old assassin matchup basically between a Fanny and a Hayabusa, and they're doing their things, splitting the map where they can. Part of this, though, is you're seeing it every single time you see Cambodia go for a fight. It's the fact that they just have, let's say, the Purifies. I mean, you got 2 from Indonesia, you got the Guiding Wind. You have so many options to be able to get out. And who do you focus on? You know, who do you try to burst down if you are Cambodia? So far, a lot of the times it's been, you know, either Shell, but like I said, she's got the Purify, or even Cine. And it's almost to a point where you got to be able to just have a follow-up after a follow-up. Whoa, Tagami.
even the Petrify mid-air almost got Tagami, almost shut her down there. And this is with a purple buff, Naisu. This is all so far, and even able to shut her down. Ooh, getting the implosion flicker, but unfortunately Chell has a Purify. Vivian doesn't have Purify, though will be frozen down. The guiding wind will save her. As Fumieko will tank up the turret shots now. Healing back up, Raging Sandstorm from Fumieko. Getting onto 3 with the glorious pathway down from Moshi, but it was just disengaged. Vivian caught in the cable. Sagami jumping into the back line, but it's only onto Fumieko who's going to be able to survive again. Yui Fendi getting the turret in the mid lane. Chell with the SOD. Vivo walking forward. Quad Shadow not available. And Sagami somehow is still able to get away.
How is no one dying?
I have no idea.
That's my biggest question. I mean, on both sides, props to both teams. Because every single time you say it, as that team fight broke in, I was like, you know, this is what Cambodia has to do. They have to follow up and follow up and follow up again to get through all the utility. They almost did it. It's like they just need a little bit more damage. They're down a little bit, you know, 2,000 gold or so. But ultimately, once they get the items they need, those will result into kills that they can then convert. Because right now, it's like they just don't have enough to be able to go and clean those up. This last turtle, though, for the taking here, either team getting a position once again, you're going to keep some pressure on that side lane with Shell up there. But it looks like Vivel will just go ahead and start it up. They know that purple buff's got to be taken. Now in the mid lane again, there's Turtle secured by Vivel.
It's a flicker, burnt out from Navi already. Vivel walking up now onto the purple buff, doesn't get the steal. Both the retributions used up. Tagami is still getting it, but as usual, Chell's right there to bait. Yui Fendi, good slide tackle away from the breath of the ocean. Now Chell's going to be able to actually get the Spear of Misery down, but the implosion catches her. So that's a Purify to escape. Now the shielding with the guiding with SOD to get away too. Circling Ego, knocking him up. Tagami very low, has the cable. Vivian chased down. Yui Fendi just gunning her down with those footballs. And Vivian still is able to escape with the photo.
Still able to escape. I mean, this is...
City.
City.
Petrifying the rough waves, gets the passive down. The Frigid Glacier baited out. Vivian Vivo with a shadow kill, assassinating both Hue and Nabi.
Very just well layered. Again, with the escapes that are happening, baiting Cambodia to force the fight. Fumi in trouble a little bit, but can heal up if she needs to. And, you know, this is where you're in a situation for Cambodia. I mean, I just mentioned the 2,000 gold deficit earlier on. Now it's ballooned up, you know, 6,000 gold because of what's happened here. And even just the macro level of play that Indonesia is doing, pushing these tier 2 turrets even, and working on that way. Cambodia really doesn't have an option. They have to be able to go and fight, and they've been doing that. It's just, again, capitalizing on those fights, capitalizing on the fact that you are able to burn some of the purifies from Indonesia. Wow.
Shadow kill, passive, this time not there to save Nabi, so...
Does she have a Sky Piercer?
She doesn't.
She doesn't have a...
It doesn't look like she does. So the fact that she's doing this much damage with no Sky Piercer sitting, almost getting the read there. No Petrify earlier. If he did, Tagami would definitely be dead there. Let's say purple buff. Zoned away up top to 2v1 situation with Vivel going at it. Now the Breath of the Ocean competing onto Moshi and the SOD from downtown up top. It's a shutdown. Hayabusa taken now. Vivel going to be assassinated. Meanwhile, Spirit of Misery catches Tagami into the Breath of the Ocean. The purple buff gets taken. So both assassins falling.
Both assassins going down, but Indonesia just continuing to control and further the gold lead they had. Great response though from Cambodia, at least to push in that tier 2. They get it. And that's a good amount of gold too, you know, that they were able to get down. Mid lane still in trouble though. They try to hold on to this mid turret. Lord is up. And with Cambodia losing another turret here in the mid lane, they're going to try possibly to get information that they need. But this will get spotted out here, Yui. She's going to wait there. Obviously waiting for the rest of the team. She doesn't have an implosion shell. Oh.
She does have the flicker. It ends up being a very, very wasteful flicker there.
So yeah, there is no Sky Piercer there for Vivel. She's just doing that much damage with the Endless Battle.
It's just raw damage, bro.
Raw damage. And Shell also picking up another defensive item. They're locked and loaded for being the aggressor, but also being able to defend pretty well. Malefic Gun, too, for Yui Fendi, but this is just a Lord going in the hands of Indonesia. So Cambodia will have to go and get ready for a defense. Now, their defense can be pretty good, even when that flicker is going to be available from Yui with the implosion, but right now, this is tough, man. Being able to get to a point where you have to defend in the base with Tagami on this Fanny, who can provide some pretty good damage, but it's difficult, right? You are going to be relying too on a proper Frigid Glacier, but like I said, you got to get through the 2 Purifies plus the Guiding Wind. Tagami does pick up a Malefic Roar, and they'll just continue to put pressure here on the purple buff, so she probably won't see it. Good push, though. She's just doing her own thing down bottom. Shell was just trying to keep her under control. Purple buff up. Lord making its way down bottom.
Guiding Win over with City, and there's gonna jump onto Tagami. The Raging Sandstorm connects, and the Rough Waves gets rid of her. In the back is a Petrify. Yui Fendi still able to get the Purify in time, but she's so low. They're all just forced to back away, and Vivi can just consistently heal them back up. Vivil's not even in the team fight just yet, so she's waiting for the right time. Two-man freeze, City very low, the Guiding Wind to get her a bit more HP as Vivol continues to just pressure up top. Oh, that piercing damage from Chell, almost taking them down. Vivol gets the base turret. Now they have to deal with the Lord.
Now they're going to deal with the Lord. Bottom turret's going to be worked on. They get rid of that so quickly. They'll try to keep it together. Mid turret now. Can they defend against this push? Lord finally going down, but they might try to end this.
Nabi, say goodbye to the passive. Will be able to flicker back in time, but Vivol, this escapes as she goes in with the Shadow Kill. Raging Sandstorm preemptively from Fumi. Echo trying to possibly go for a read. Tagami doing a good job with cables here to try to just dismantle the move. It goes into the back with the implosion, but they're all purifying out. Vivol catching one. Nabi, no passive. Certainly eager to knock Yui Fendi up, and that will be the Bruno down. No marksman, no mage, no high ground. Wave clear for Cambodia. Just Tagami, who's going with the cables as good as she can, but the base is open. Moshi, the last frontliner, will be taken down. Only Tagami versus the world. No purple buff, and the base will certainly be taken down. Indonesia will sweep Cambodia.
Coming out clean once again in game number 2, Indonesia. Assassin versus assassin in the jungle, but man, we saw the level of play that they bring, these ladies. Always on point across the board. Able to put pressure where they need to, focus on the objectives where they need to, and just fight if they want to, really.
Yep.
And again, they will go move forward, I believe. Again, with this sweep, upper semis here, they go to that grand final spot. This is great, man. Again, you know, just seeing this kind of level of play, and for Cambodia too, like, you want to be able to see that improvement from game to game, and I would say they've had it. You know, their journey so far up to this point, they still have games ahead of them, but the thing is, the improvements have been there from Cambodia. You're going against a team like Indonesia that is just known in the entire world of MLBB Women for their dominance. You know, this is basically the final boss for everybody.
We thought the reign might be over, might be shaken after, you know, what happened in the previous international event. Turns out it has only kind of like woken them up.
I think so.
Maybe they were asleep for some time, right? After being at the top for so long, they got a big smack in the face, and now they're back. They're squaring up now.
They're squaring up. They're posting up against everybody, and I feel like they have a point to almost prove, because they, when you are on the top for a long time, it is a awakening call when you actually have your taste of defeat, right?
Exactly.
And this is, like I said, it's a squad leading into this that we just know is amazing. They've done so much throughout their careers, and they've accomplished a lot. And I'm sure you have to remember too, like these ladies have probably also inspired and influenced a lot of these other women players that are joining the MLBB scene, which is obviously, their rivals are still growing. And it's definitely something to look up for and see them continue to improve and continue to get these opportunities. I think that's always the biggest thing here, is the opportunities that these women have here to compete and play in MLBB esports. And now that they've had this, now we're towards the end of the year, they continue to get these opportunities for them. I'd love to see it, that they keep getting those opportunities, even for other countries that are just maybe joining. We did see a lot of new faces, a lot of new countries joining IESF's run this year alone, and they'll continue to just go ahead and compete.
It's just phenomenal how we've seen a team so dominant for the longest time here. The fact that they lost, a lot of teams, after going for that long of a run, losing might just be the end, right? But the fact that they just use that loss as motivation to continue to learn, to continue to progress and develop their own strats. And now we're seeing them, stronger than ever. It's crazy how dominant they've been at IESF WEC 24, because Cambodia, this is the nation, this is the region that literally beat the Philippines in the qualifiers. That's the Philippines, the same team that was able to beat Indonesia just last tournament, and now it's just night and day. It's crazy how much they've developed.
So I think, we've seen a shift in general with teams or countries rising to the top, rising to like these, powerful levels and everything else, and really competing. And I think the same can be said for even the women's, you know, for MLBB. It's a lot of just kind of improvements over time, and it's great to see. But I also would love to see the winning interview. We're going to be throwing it over on stage, I believe, with Jasmine and Vivian. Let's go ahead and throw it over.
Congratulations, a 2-0 victory for you and the team, still undefeated in the tournament so far. So I need you to break it down for me and everybody watching at home. What is it that makes your team, Indonesia, so incredibly OP against the opposition?
I think is our maybe chemistry and experience. Yeah, we've been together for years and we have transversed a lot of tournaments overseas as well. And yeah, I think those are the two things.
And how do you guys kind of foster that synergy and make sure that you have, you know, you guys just seem to be so in sync with each other. How do you kind of develop that?
The key is to trust each other. Of course, our journey here has not been very good. We have encountered a lot of losses as well. And the most important thing is after we lose, we have to get back together as a team again and not just like give up and go in our own ways. And yeah, I guess that's...
Well, losing hasn't been anything that you've had to worry about this event particularly. And when we take a look at the stats a little bit deeper, Chinny, I believe, is one of the highest rated players in regards to her KDA. So, you know, having the two sisters in your team, surely that's got to be an incredibly proud feeling for you all.
Yeah, especially with them being siblings, it adds a little bit extra chemistry. Yeah.
And your next opposition for tomorrow is going to be either Ukraine or Egypt. I can tell you that Egypt have won their first game. Who do you think you are going to end up facing?
Ukraine is also very strong, but seeing Egypt already ahead of them with 1 point, I think we're going to face Egypt again.
And how do you think Egypt will look to approach that match against you girls? Do you think it might finally kind of put you through your paces? Maybe there'll be a loss on the cards, or are you feeling confident about facing Egypt as well?
According to me, I think they will, of course, learn from their previous game with us. Yeah, we went against them, and yeah, I think they will reset, improve again in this second round that we will meet tomorrow. And yeah, I hope we will get a good game.
A good game indeed. I'm going to throw it back over to my analyst. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory again. Undefeated up here on the big stage. You love to see it.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, and congratulations once again to Indonesia. Once again, moving forward into the brackets. Next up, upper bracket finals. Is that called upper bracket finals?
Yes.
Yeah. Straight into the upper bracket finals. Wow, undefeated.
2 BO3s away from taking it home.
That's expected.
There we go. We're starting to see a little bit more confidence from Eterno when it comes to Indonesia. Screw curses. Can't curse this team. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Celebrate. Be happy. Because, wow, even though I feel like Cambodia was able to test Indonesia a little bit more in this one, with Tegami, those cables being on point. Again, the theme that Jasmine put in for her interview was the chemistry. And especially that one team fight in the purple buff, they were invading Tegami. That looked like the easiest setup for 3-4 layers of skills I've ever seen pulled off. It's literally, I go in, set, I got the knock up, all right, go follow up with the Petrify, Chinny, Fumi, you're in. And it's just, that happened multiple times.
It was a symphony.
A symphony.
One would say, as if they had a maestro with them in the land of Dawn. Pretty sure that's what Cassius is now, and he's fitting well. I think now, compared to any other time I've seen these women compete, I think they're really meshing well with their coach.
I agree. I think when it was the Coach Rajeboy era, that's when we saw them at their strongest, and when they had a little bit of a swap-a-doodles in the coaching staff with Susu Gajah. But yeah, that was when we saw glimmers of weakness under the reign of Susu Gajah. But with I agree. Yeah, Cassius, I agree. They're looking good.
Cassius is a genius. Like, I've known this guy for years now, since his time in Alter Ego, and he just seems to impress. And him working with the Team Indonesia now, again, 2 best of 3s away from being the inaugural WEC 24 Women's MLBB champion. it's a stroke of genius because look, there's very little things you need to change, right? Number one, he's been putting Fumi Echo has been putting herself on the Khalid game after game in the series. So that already fixes your range situation. That also fixes your peel. That swing into the Hayabusa in the first phase suddenly, almost single-handedly, made Cambodia consider, all right, they did go for the Fanny, the Alpha Bite. What do? They go for the Fanny. And suddenly, because that's a Fanny, no longer do you have utility in your jungle. Now that means, what Remo was talking about earlier, the invade became all the more evident. It gave Team Indonesia a green light to go, yeah, they can't out-aggro us now. We can't not let them get away with this. And so they did. Then that's where the rest of the draft went in, especially that Lat Moskov. I can't believe that was almost single-handedly enough to stop Tegami's Fanny.
Yeah, and at the same time, what another great thing that you saw here from Indonesia was that getting the Kadita on Chini means that Cambodia, they've made a lineup with the idea that, okay, Chini's going to be in the backline, you got backline heroes. Now suddenly, I still love the Tigreal pick, but then the dynamic changes when you have an assassin dive in your backline type of mid laner that you're up against. That now, all the times where Yue would be going forward, getting vision, Moshi as well, they're doing the right thing. It's just that now, it's like a difficult adjustment in your brain to say, wait, the mage is an assassin and she's always in the back. And that's what Chini was. If she's not in the back line, she's actually the one initiating alongside Vivian, and Fumi Echo was more follow-up in this game, adding to the idea that we pushed earlier that it was just a symphony of layering of abilities.
And even if Cambodia had adjusted, even if they put Nabi on the Aurora, they put Yui on a hero that can actually stop Indonesia's initial engagements, which she really tried up until the very last minute. She tried to catch with a huge implosion, missed more often than not. I think that's the key here. If Indonesia were to overshoot, it's fine because their mid laner can actually position so well compared to Cambodia, wherein if Tegami was left out behind enemy lines, deep in no woman's land, and she had no energy, she'd be dead. Compare that to Vival, who can actually get in and out. That's why she only had one death, even if there were so many stoppers in Cambodia's lineup.
They took the independent mage in the mid lane to a different level. Because when we think about that, we think about the Lilia, the Lunox, the Aurora. I don't think anyone of us actually thought that maybe the Kadita would have worked here, and it came out, it worked out, and man, do you remember that moment when Tegami on the Fanny was trying to go in for the solo kill onto Sydney?
And then she got pinned down to the wall with the knockback of the Moskov, yeah.
And then Chini responded with a baby TPs.
Yeah.
Baby TPs, yeah. And that happened a good amount of times as well. At the same time, you could also tell that was Indonesia respecting and adjusting on the fly to what Tegami wanted to do. Because there was a good amount of cables that made me go, just wow. Tegami really showed off how masterful she is with this hero, but Indonesia showed just how good they are at adjusting on the fly. They respected what Tegami was doing on the map. And to add a little bit more to the highlight on the Kadita pick, hey, I did say oof, so I didn't doubt it.
Okay.
I was like, the moment I saw that, I was like, oof. And it forced adjustments out of Cambodia. The more I think about it, like, the thought that was juggling in my head was, did they really need to put the high loss into EXP? Could it have been something else? I wish that. But at the end of the day, I feel like no matter what adjustment Cambodia would have made, Chini would have just still rocked the Kadita.
Yeah, that was, I think, a Kadita that defined the whole tempo of the whole game.
Yeah.
Like, she was able to cover up and do what others in Indonesia would not have done, at least at that time. That's what makes Kadita such a unique hero. I think it's time that we see her come back slowly, which will also slowly open up again the floodgates to heroes like Gushin, the heroes that again we were looking for in the mid, assassins.
Assassin mids.
That could again suddenly answer what the current metagame presents. So I'm glad that some parts of the WEC 24 team rosters, the way that they draft, reminds us of the old utility jungle centric meta. Some of us are also pushing it, like these ladies here, specifically Team Indonesia.
For sure, and that just goes to, again to show what level of experience and how much time you've been in this particular world does for you, right? You have a plethora of heroes to work with. You can utilize that to your advantage because you can have a strategy A, you can have strategy B, C, D, E. And I gotta say, coming into WC so far, I don't feel like that's what a lot of our teams here have at their disposal to utilize.
Yeah, and we've gone into this, especially with the very first day of the panel, we made even in the men's scene already, we were saying that the meta of MLBB now is defined by creativity and flexibility. As much as you want to chase the power picks of the Alphas, the Suyos, the Juices, the Edith, the Hylos, the Hilda, the Gacha, I keep naming and naming names. There are teams that will shine if they give creativity a chance. Well thought out creativity, you know.
Not for the sake of.
Not for the sake of it. Because there are a lot of creative picks, and I would still consider Export a creative pick because not a lot of teams can do that. Ukraine, in a unbroadcasted match, was able to pull off a Selena Rome. The same Selena Rome that we saw struggle in the hands of Colombia. So, again...
And the Bane.
And the Bane. They can pack a Bane on Zula. So... You always get me every time you do that dance on Bane. But yeah, the point I'm getting at is I really hope, especially with the next stage of the playoffs, everything that we've set up today, the tanks in the jungle, fighters or assassins in the mid lane possibly, get showed up. Because it's best of 3, you're in the world stage, this is the best time for you to show your flexibility and creativity.
But what I really want to remind everyone is that you can do that once you understand your fundamentals.
Yeah.
It's like you can think outside of the box, but how well do you know the box to be able to think outside of the box?
Yeah, how good is the box initially?
Exactly. That's why I kept saying this about the Philippines from way back when. I was like, the Philippines have their own way of utilizing the meta to their advantage because they know the meta so much that they create something new out of it that normally other regions are not yet aware of.
Yeah, which reminds me of an old adage, to break the rules, you gotta know the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So that's what explains why Indonesia is so comfortable right now. They've been playing games under 14 minutes. Like, no one has been able to break that barrier to make them sweat that hard. They are trailblazers, they are innovators, and their mechanics are on point. So I think if teams are trying to step up to that, make sure your bases are covered first. Make sure that mechanically you know what to do, at least on a lane per lane basis, role per role, and then that's when you play to your strengths. That's what I think makes Ukraine such a unsung hero, such a dark horse in WEC 24.
Yeah, but the unsung heroes and dark horses just fell to Egypt. So it will be Egypt versus Indonesia. I just went on, IESF.GG for the MLBB Women's. Egypt is moving forward to face Indonesia in the upper bracket finals.
Interesting chain of events. Okay. I mean, we were talking about that particular matchup, and then we were discussing, do you think it's Egypt? Do you think it's Ukraine? I think one of you had an argument for Ukraine.
I did. I was pushing for Ukraine. I really thought it would be Ukraine. Because, again, what they did in Group B, but then suddenly, I mean, Indonesia did mention that, Vival mentioned that, hey, they won Game 1. They're probably going to win it. Hell of a prediction by Vival.
Yeah, no, she knows how to read momentum.
Yeah.
Right? Circling back on something I said earlier today, I talked about how Saudi Arabia looked like the most polished team in women's MLBB out of MENA right now. I think Egypt heard that.
Yeah.
And one up there and said, you know what? We're going straight for the upper bracket. And mechanically, looking at their gameplay, I think that is a contested statement. Because Saudi Arabia, what I like about them so much, since they are waiting now in the lower bracket, is their macro, their understanding of the big picture. But if it comes down to mechanics again, which seems to be the baseline for success here in WEC 24, Egypt has it in spades. I'm liking what they're doing.
I guess we're going to see that matchup maybe tomorrow, because next up, ladies and gentlemen, we will be falling into the lower bracket to see how will Cambodia fare after that previous 2-0 loss against Indonesia against the home-crowned Saudi Arabia. So before we get into that, we're going to go to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Infernal Pursuit, Hanada given the call under the turret. They might just go ahead and secure the turret here. Oh, Cable jumping in, trying to keep the turret alive. Gonna pop out the damage on Hanada. Hanada one hit away.
Wait.
Does she stay alive through it? Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange, but finally Hanada goes down.
Man, what a drawn-out team fight.
Overspace loves us. You're gonna have to clear out the Lord. It's already gonna be used. Space is already at half health. They jump on in. They're still working for it. Avatar the Guardian won't connect, so Pink misses that one. Lord finally goes down. There's the Spear Destruction. Multiple members able to get targeted down, and the base is just...
BTN delivered. Crossfire is so strong.
Is very important, and these initial nades also soften up for Snappy, and he'll go to town here. Is it another individual to want to send it to B through the smoke?
It's big. A shot. Oh, Striker falls, but TMKJ is running out of ammo. Final bullet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and is Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, As fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Welcome, bienvenue, bienvenidos, willkommen, benvenuti, добро пожаловать, välkommen, welkom, bem-vindos, 환영, 요koso, 환영합니다, hoş geldiniz, kallos irtate, swagat hai, witajcie, yindit nab, SEF Arena.
no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
And we are back again. And you see, Jasmine, I did not run away. I'm still around. I can take the intensity of these matches. What do you think?
I think the only reason you were able to handle the intensity was because it was a 2-0 that we just witnessed. Indonesia remaining undefeated here for the MLBB Women's Tournament.
Yeah.
The real test is going to be whether or not you'll stick around for this next one.
Oh, because it is definitely gonna go over 9,000 with its hype. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for this match. Let's welcome on stage right now, Team Cambodia. Coming in again, back-to-back, non-stop. They're warmed up. Let's see what's going to happen in this match with Team Cambodia.
I'm wondering whether or not coming straight into this after the previous series is going to be more of a deterrent, or if, as you mentioned, it's going to be their warm-up match. That's going to be the real test for them here on the big stage. But,
tell me,
who's going to be taking them on? It is none other than Saudi Arabia. They got some fans in the crowd making some noise for them on home soil at that as well. These ladies are coming into this series with 3 wins and 2 losses behind them. And with Rafa and Luna as their standout players, maybe, just maybe, they might be able to walk away with a victory here.
just maybe we'll see about that. Again, I am handling the intensity of this one. And all this taking place. Yeah, for now, I'm cool, I'm chill,
But you know what? I have heard from our fantastic talents that the secret to success in an MLBB game is fiber.
Okay.
Fiber is the secret for success. So, why don't you let me know what you think of that?
Yeah, let us know.
Thanks, Jasmine. Thanks, Bara. I do believe that fiber is an important tool to be able to win it.
What does fiber come in?
Why fiber?
Fiber, because kiwi.
Yes. Yes, it is very...
It's important.
Very important.
It's important.
100%.
It's important. But you know what's also important? The prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. Again, these women, they're going in for a total of $120,000 US. So everything is on the line right now, especially now that we're in the lower brackets. One move, one mistake, and it's goodbye.
120 G's on the line.
120 G's.
Yeah, and I feel like you could make a claim for the most priceless prize out of it all. Not the 50 G's, not the 30, not the 20 G's.
Nope.
Country pride.
Inaugural champion. First in history, you're on top of the list.
MLBB Women's, IESF.
It's huge. It's huge. It's huge. So let's welcome the next upcoming match, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, with Team Cambodia. With Yui Fendi, Yue, Nabi, Tegami, and Moshi. And I think all these ladies right now, they're building up the fans, man, in the building.
Oh, yeah, no. They got 2 strong ones here. Got me screaming, oh, my mouth. Just the day they showed up. No, but seriously, I think Saudi Arabia has their work cut out for them. This is their debut match in the playoffs, and they're facing off against a fallen but not outed Team Cambodia.
Yeah.
So that's kind of woken up something in the ladies.
Yeah, for sure. Rafa, on her any list of jungle assassins you want to make her use it. But I'm really going to look out for is Pink and Livin in the Roman mid. There were some initiations I've seen in the tournament that I feel like could have been a little bit sharper from Pink and Livin. I've seen that more often than not. However, the times where you saw Pink and Livin completely on the same page, it was Vivian and Chinny-esque, not gonna lie. So that's something Saudi Arabia needs to leverage. That earlier we saw Cambodia in their Roman mid engagements with Yui and Nabi a little bit off today. It might be an off day for the Cambodian squad, but for the Saudi Arabian squad, if Pink and Livin woke up good, then Cambodia's gonna struggle.
I agree. My eyes, personally, is on the junglers. Right?
You're talking about Rafa and Tegami.
Exactly. Rafa in the jungle. It's poetic because we earlier saw that Fanny performance coming in from Tegami, and she did not disappoint, right? Despite losing that against Indonesia, we saw her micro performance, we saw her individual prowess on this hero, but we can also say the same thing about Rafa with her Fanny too. This is a player from Saudi Arabia that is known to be one of the best Fanny players in the world, and I'm wondering whether or not that they're actually going to let that slide, leave it open, or ban it out as we get into the drafting phase for phase number 1.
Seeing that it's Saudi Arabia on the blue and Cambodia on the red, I'm wondering if Saudi Arabia is going to walk away with an anomaly. And I'm talking about that chip. They're one of the few teams in all of WEC 24, not just in women's, but even in men's, that got to play a chip. So Pink had her hands on one of the most broken heroes in the game through the run in the group stage. Now, it looks like Cambodia taking out the Jushin. They're a couple picks away, a couple bans rather away from still picking up that chip. I think this is a play that they can make for. I'm not so sure if that's something that Coach Taimigo from Cambodia is willing to slip through.
Yeah. The Jushin ban is a signal from the side of Cambodia that they are probably leaning into another high-loss rush for their first 2 picks. Not necessarily go high-loss Aurora again, but with Jushin off the board, you can go high-loss for your first 2. If not that, maybe either the Khalid or the Gatot, the likes of those 2 if they are open. Hayabusa getting taken away, respect for Tagami, but at the same time, you take away an assassin that could potentially match what a Fanny can bring to the table. A Fanny that can be prioritized by Saudi Arabia if they want. Again, these are the 2 teams that have shown Fanny in their lineups in IESF WEC 24, so I would not take it away from them to actually be fighting for it.
Especially now that we see the Suyo being banned out by Cambodia. That dream is still alive.
The Fanny and the Nolan and the Alpha. Those are your power picks available. Coach Daliot here on the lead for Team Saudi Arabia, drafting away, making sure his players get the best equipped heroes going in. Saudi Arabia looking to... Are they going to leave open the Phoveus? They've always banned Phoveus here in this last slot.
That might actually be the case, but there's such a big trade of picks in the red side that banning out Phoveus might be a bit of an overthink. I know that's their tendency, as you mentioned, but yeah, they decided to take out the chip instead of actually potentially getting their hands on it. So one of the things that we've seen so far, teams banning out the chip blue side so that teams on the red side will really have to choose what to take out instead of defaulting to the chip. So in a way, you banning chip blue side is you trying to regain control of the draft.
Clearly, there are a lot of picks that can still be contested here, and if they don't go for the Alpha, if they don't go for the Phoveus, then that's something that they can contest and consider for themselves, which would be a more reliable hero that they could pick up in exchange.
Between the 2? The Phoveus and Alpha? I think in this scenario, you'd rather go for the Alpha. Instead.
That's what I say.
Because the Phoveus really... There are some lineups and times where the other team just will not have the right damage profile, but in the big picture of it all, just loses. It will probably shine individually, but the Alpha just make sure that you shine as a whole team.
Again, I'll stand by the fact that Alpha is the Alpha and Omega of the draft right now, especially in the jungle. More often than not, it's a stable hero. Damage profile picks no day.
Fanny's open though.
Fanny's open, yeah.
Respect begets respect. Go ahead, pick it if it's available for you. Can't recall if we've actually seen Yue on the Cho, so go for the Phoveus instead. So Phoveus' first pick means Cambodia will probably leverage the Alpha plus either of the Power EXP Roam Flexes. High loss. They can go high loss Alpha here to really be a big pain on that Phoveus. But there have been some teams where once they see the Phoveus, they lock in a mid laner alongside the Power, and there it is. It's the Aurora Alpha, which will make Saudi Arabia think twice about going for the high loss now that they see the Alpha and the Aurora on the other side. Not that it's a counter to the high loss, more of just like it's kind of annoying for high loss to deal with. Definitely do not go for the Hilda. I think Gatot Kacha is what they might have their eyes set on, but actually no, they have to take the high loss. They have to take it.
High loss Nolan?
Yeah, I'm okay with the high loss Nolan or high loss Alpha if you have it already with you. The high loss can protect the jungle for the high loss Fanny if you have it already locked in for you.
Do you think it's too early to pick up the Fanny though, considering only 2 heroes have been shown from the side of Cambodia? I mean, there's still a Cho on the board.
Got the Nolan right.
Okay, there is a Nolan. Is it
Nolan high loss? Oh no!
Oh, they go for the Eve instead. Okay.
Cambodia can high loss here. Just stop that Nolan dead in its tracks.
Yeah. You already immediately give the high invade combo.
And you work with the RWM.
If they're not going to do that, maybe they just think about picking up the Valentina now, or nope. For the Hilda instead in the EXP. You already see the matchup between the two. They said, hey, we don't need to pick the Hylos, or Saudi Arabia might not even ban it, but they should.
They're showing a lot of emphasis on shutting down Rafa, right, on the Nolan. I think that's the direction that they're going for. Technically, Cambodia can still ban out the Hylos in the second phase if they want to.
No, it's open for them still.
Yeah, we want it for
they
Cambodia.
want to contest it.
Yeah.
They want to contest it.
They'll waste Saudi's ban.
Yeah.
They're first on the clapback after the bans.
If they ban the Hylos here, I would... I'm not going to hate it, but I would kind of question it. At the same time, looking at the lineup of Saudi Arabia, Hylos plus the Eve together, you can set up for a Harith gold lane. Maybe that's one of the thought processes that might be in their heads. So if Cambodia bans out the Hylos, maybe that's where they're thinking at too. Take out the Tigreal because of the dive. They might be going dive here, honestly. There have been Hariths that have shown that they don't care about real world manipulation.
Yeah, Cambodia might be the ones to pick the Harith here in Red 4 if KSA ban out the Hylos. Because they want to get rid of the Hylos if anything.
Yeah. It's a happy Phoveus, but a very sad Phoveus at the same time with the presence of the Aurora Alpha. That despite all the dashes on the side of Cambodia, as long as their gold laner has a right damage profile.
And Rafa's Nolan has no true targets as of the moment, right?
Yeah.
You have the Hilda, can get away from you. You have the Aurora, which has 2 life bars, basically.
It's not as clear cut, definitely.
It just plays the map better.
Ooh, that's interesting. Saudi Arabia are the ones to actually ban out the Moskov here. That's a... I figured that maybe Saudi Arabia want to pick it up for themselves, seeing that despite being in a losing matchup, they still go for the Moskov. It's a huge power pick for Lunar.
Yeah.
But considering this Moskov being banned out, it does kind of make sense, right? It's a gold laner that can kind of stand on its own in the gold lane, especially against an assassin like the Nolan.
In the group stage, they have brought out a carry. So if ever there is a Hylos from Cambodia here in Red 4, they can revert to the carry, and even if it is a out-of-meta pick, I don't see anything wrong with that here.
Ooh, they banned it.
They read into it!
Wow, okay. Gatot Irithel, Hylos Irithel are options for Cambodia if it's not going to be the Harith that they go for. I'm thinking that either the...
Cambodia's telegraphing the Hylos so hard.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Irithel or Harith for the gold lane, I feel like could work best.
For Saudi Arabia or Cambodia?
For Cambodia. Saudi Arabia, if they decide to go full aggro dive.
Can Lunar pick up a 1-1 here, ban out the Irithel?
Lunar, Irithel. Oh, it should be okay.
Yeah, my only problem with the 1-1 is the targets aren't ideal right now.
Yeah. Especially with okay, they ban out the Gatot, so one, Hylos Irithel or Hylos Nathan, just Harith. Slug that in.
Hylos.
That's a shoe-in for early to mid-game power spike.
Yep. Literally almost nullifies Rafa's Nolan.
Yeah. I mean, I won't take it away from Cambodia if they say, hey, let's just pick Rafaela. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad pick too.
What else does she have in her?
Not so great against the
Edith Tigreal.
The Nolan.
Has she picked up the Hylos yet?
Oh. The hero I would rather not see picked into a Phoveus as the Arlot. Again, teams are starting to telegraph it a little bit more, where not all the time Arlot will lose to Phoveus compared to a month and a half ago. At the same time, you're a formation breaker. You can surprise setup. Maybe that's what they're running at. Thing is, who's going where? This is a... Are they playing the Hilda into the Roam instead?
No, I think it's Hilda XP.
Hilda XP and then Roam Arlot. Interesting flavor of choice.
So does Saudi pick up the Hylos?
They have the Edith now.
Oh, there's no room. There's no room. That's definitely your roamer
Need the gold lane.
Probably. They can still pair it. It's a lot of magic.
Oh,
there's the 1-1
1-1.
you mentioned for Lunar. I feel like the Arlot popping up just made the 1-1 an even better pick. Because if that was any of the slower, very frontline heavy roamers or frontliners that we mentioned, yeah. So they still lock in the Irithel. One pick off, it's just a different approach for the Arlot, which weirdly enough, again, feels like the 1-1's a bit happier. This feels very up in the air for me, just trying to run, like, especially with a roam mid trio duel, that is a battle of execution, 100%. For the two gold laners that are relatively safe, Irithel's happy against the Eve, 1-1 relatively up against the Aurora. It's just the others you have to avoid. It's up in the air for me.
The screen that went on before we start the game, I'm afraid that it is a Rome Hilda. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I would have rather the Arlet there. And then here we see if indeed it is an Arlet in the XP. I feel like Moshi might want to join fights more than she would enjoy being in the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely not hey, Phobius, let's just duel it out. I'm an Arlot. It's like, I'm an Arlot. I don't want to duel with a Phobius.
I don't want any of this.
I don't want any of this. He'll just constantly be resetting the effects with the dashes or regaining the charges of the demonic force. Nope.
So I guess it's down to execution?
It's a weird plot twist for Cambodia, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. With that in the air right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get to our first game in this best-of-3 series between Cambodia and Saudi Arabia. Mirko, Naisu, take it away.
Thank you so much to the boys in the panel. Hey, thank you, Leo, Renmar, and also Eterna. It's
the boys.
Here, the boys now here on the stand with me, Mirko, and Naisu. Let's talk about that draft, man.
All right.
I think for Cambodia, what they had basically was a full counter kind of draft, right? They were looking at the Nolan. They're like, all right, let's pick up the counter to the Nolan. Pick up the Hilda. The Arla as well is a great tool to go up against the Nolan. What's great against the Wanwan? The Irithal. But I agree with what Leo said, man. Maybe the placements of where these heroes are going is a bit kind of like shaky, right? Arlet against Phobius is a horrible lane, but so is Wanwan against Irithal. So maybe they're trying to just bounce that in. Arlet plays safe up top, wait for team fights. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is in a best-of-3, our second one today. It is us into the land of Dawn, Rafa on a signature assassin, but let's see how the hell that does in Rome, right? We have seen it more in XP, but it's been a Rome pick for the longest time. Usually though, when you see it in Rome, you see it more with sprints, not with Revitalize.
Yeah, you know, I think I have to echo those concerns that our panel mentioned, and part of this could also just be, you know, Mochi. Whoa, okay, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Yui's gone. Even with the Revitalize, first of blood already for Rafa. I'm not sure what the game plan was there. Even without a, because you just mentioned it, without a vengeance, without a sprint, you're and if you get caught out, you're done for.
It was way too weird of a rotation. I think Uwe kind of opened up the purple buff, tried to predict that they were going to go on and start on the purple buff, and then failed to do that. Uwe, at least they get the lead though.
Yeah, she is back. That concussive blast won't get that little bit of extra damage, but this is what we expect from a Hilda, you know, this is this kind of pressure.
Yeah, but again, I feel like Uwe saw the purple buff, read into it, walked in, didn't see anyone there, rotated to orange, where again, should probably just stay in the purple buff when that happens, you know? Rotating over would just reveal too much of your game plan, and everybody was able to just rotate across the map. And especially considering, again, mid lane control is already held down by the Edith and Eve. They're going to have much of a better time here just shoving the wave in, unless Uwe comes in and rotates to mid. But then you are still not really a counter to Nolan. Now you're a counter to the Eve, and I think Eve can take all that smoke any day. Recall under turret, doesn't really need to farm all day, just shove wave and recall.
Yeah, that's all you kind of have to do. I think even with that, you know, the concern in this particular matchup, as we're going to look at, you know, for Moshi and Lyrics here, this Phobius versus Arlot, part of the job can just be, you know, let it be a dead lane for Moshi, so to speak, and then just rotate, join those fights, utilize that final slash the best you can, you know, and kind of play around that.
And I don't know, man, the pick, it seems to be very, very counter Nolan, but the positioning and where they're actually holding on to the map, Uwe is not doing it right now. She had the position on the orange buff. She knew that Nolan was going to come in, and now she's placing herself in towards the neutral objective where it's going to be a battle.
There's the toss up. Pink can find it. RWM set up from Livin 2. Frigid Glacier going to freeze them in. UA will go forward, but she's going to be bursted down even with a Revitalize. Couple of hits, they'll buy some time. Finally goes down. Pink in the exchange as well, and there, Infernal Pursuit won't be enough. So it's only Yui that goes down and all that. Again, Revitalize a big part of it. So Cambodia will get the objective, and they just duke it out. You know, they just made things work, and it was unfortunate Saudi Arabia couldn't cap out the kills that they had set up.
Luckily for Cambodia, they still have an amazing composition when it comes to just team fighting here with the Arlet that we mentioned, the Aurora, and the Alpha, right? Alpha still clears really, really fast, and the fact that Rafa didn't get shut down in the early game is definitely a concern, but as long as Alpha continues to just clear out the jungle, get this level lead, and hold on to Turtles with the help of Arlet, should be really good. And again,
bottom looter in trouble. Already popped that sprint. Yui should go down here as Livin picks up the kill. Yui Fendi still trying to get away. There's the lockdown. A good Frigid Glacier, but Rafa will avoid it. Yui Fendi popping that sprint earlier allowed them to go ahead and set up that kill to get Lunar down.
Yeah, the Irithel versus 1-1 matchup is certainly a very, very tough matchup for the 1-1 here. You essentially just need to farm at that point if you're the 1-1. There's no way they can actually outplay the Irithel if it's a 50-50, if you're both as good, is what I'm trying to say, right? And for Irithel, Yui Fendi, all you need to do, it's so simple. You have to be much better than the Irithel on the 1-1. She's not got a Ducati, like you
Which
said,
is weird
man.
because we say sprint. Maybe we should, if it's a Ducati skin, maybe we should say she's Rev.
Yeah.
She's revving.
She's revving with a sprint. I don't know how that will work, but
I just thought about that just now, actually, because we've seen a couple, you know, Ducati Irithels come through, and yeah, I think sprint
All the
obviously.
Irithels.
Yeah, actually, all the Irithels. They're gonna make a play up top now. Lyrics, will she be able to survive this? Spear of Alpha gonna find the connection under the turret. Vengeance gonna be popped. Frigid Glacier won't find what they're looking for. And Lyrics, she's still up. 1 versus 4. Here comes Rafa to come up and clean up a kill with a fracture. She picks up a blade of Hepsies too. And I am so surprised that Lyrics survived that.
The Vengeance, the constant demonic force procs, and again, I feel like a bit of the lack of synergy there. A lot of miscoordinated timings on the abilities. Final Slash away from the Frigid Glacier. The combo just did not land, and it gave Lyrics just more time to actually rotate around, to just pop in front of Pursuit. Once you don't have the stun locks, you can just keep on tapping, man. That's all.
That's all you do.
That's all you do on the Phobius. That's why it's a very, very big concern when you see the Phobius pick, especially when you try to go up against, go up against it with an Arlet, right?
She doesn't even have a first. That's surprising, right? She doesn't even have a first item.
No item.
That was all Brave Smite and Vengeance.
That was just pure brute force, is what I like to call it, right? That was just Saudi Arabian power. Pink.
Going in for the setup. Yui trying to get away. RWM is set up, so those are some big, big usages coming out. Turtle's going to be started up, though. Tagami waiting. She has the Spear of Alpha. Navi as well can actually initiate this fight if she wants to. We'll see if this time around they're able to land that combination, the Frigid Glacier, and hopefully the Final Slash doesn't take them out of it. Cambodia really taking their time with this turtle here. Well, she does go in. There's the Final Slash on Rafa. Rafa's going to be able to get away. There's also a 1v1 up top. Lunar will get that kill. And now Lyrics jumping in again with the Infernal Pursuit. Tagami secures the turtle, but Tagami finally goes down. And they're looking for more on the hunt. Conceal going to be used. I don't think Pink or Rafa can clean up another kill. So trading all over the map here.
I can't believe he just outplayed like that. Navi forced to flick around. Oh, pulled down.
Lyrics, she does get the passive. She's 1 hit away. Oh, Navi will punish Lyrics from going into between the tier 1 and tier 2, but they will get that tier 1 turret in the mid down.
All right, nice. So let's calm down real quick.
What is
listen,
happening?
we gotta talk about it. Cambodia, we were talking about their composition being really good in these fights. They baited out RWM, no Primal Wrath, and they lost the 4v4. But I think what's more surprising is the Irithel lost in a 1v1 against the 1-1. Yui Fendi got soloed by the Lunar, by 1-1. She had Inspire. Did she have Inspire?
She did, yeah, she used it.
She inspired. She got to the last weakness point somehow, some way. I guess for Yui Fendi, maybe she used the heavy crossbow aggressively.
Yeah.
That's one of the only angles I can see as to how an Irithel would actually lose out of that matchup. So, possibly a mistake. Yue again on the Zilda. Ow.
She's gonna get chased down. RWM is just overloaded with damage. Granted, great usage just with real-world manipulation and Lyrics just dunking with the Infernal Pursuits here. This is getting really dicey for Yui because she's got 4 deaths. She even used a Revitalize there.
Not a good look, definitely, here for the Hilda Roam. We were talking about it already, right? XP lane is usually where we see her, so she can actually get more farm and get level 2 quicker, and then rotate across the map and look for plays. Look to shut down the Nolan. I think that's the big question. Rafa, it has not been shut down.
Rafa, is this actually... Final Slash. Not going to connect on Rafa. Rafa just gets away. Of course, she had to use the Fracture, but right now the focus is tier 1 turret. Lyrics might be able to get there in time, but turret's going to go down. Rafa, the damage is quite there. Not enough, though, to clean up the kill, and now this time, Rafa trying to buy some time. Lyrics a little bit too late. Great usage, again, of that sprint, that rev we were talking about this time around for Yui Fendi.
Wow, Rafa escaping from all those skill shots, dodging away, and then walking back up into the turret. Man, definitely too aggressive. Nabi got assassinated by Lunar. Pops in the Inspire. What happened, Nabi? A bit overextended as well here. No turret in the mid lane, so definitely overstepping without the help of, you know, a traditional roamer, because again, Yue is playing in the flanks. Tagami.
They're going to go for Tagami. Tagami in trouble, trapped in the RWM. Again, she falls. And now Yui Fendi trying to fire off the heavy crossbow in the backside. Livin and Lunar trying to get away. They disengage. Rafa sees them in their sights. Is she going to go in forward? Mashi tries to keep them at bay. She'll do that. They're going to be resetting here. We might be in store for a Lord fight. Full-on fight here, waiting for Tagami to come up, but they're just going to give it a go signal. Green lighting the Lord. They'll start it up. Saudi Arabia wants the objective, and without the jungler of Cambodia, they can't do anything about it.
They can just take it down. Really good stuff from Saudi Arabia, really punishing all the unnecessary moves and overextensions from Cambodia here. A bit too overconfident, definitely there. Tagami just walking into that bush, knowing that Navi was just picked off in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So walking into that bush, knowing that most of the members were already there to look for a counter setup, to look for an ambush as well. And the fact that they still went on to chase, you can see how Saudi Arabia are just able to build their lead. So far, they've just been capitalizing on the mistakes of Cambodia, and that's really good for Lunar especially. This is a losing matchup against the Iritha, but Lunar has been phenomenal on this 1-1 pick. And now, notice how they're managing the waves. Really good stuff. Bottom lane will just slow push. They will shove in the mid and top to push in together. And that's a Sky Piercer for Rafa. The final slash for Moshi.
Yeah, Moshi just trying to clear that up. Wow. Nice little powered minion there. Lunar going to go really forward. Pops the crossbow of Tang. Does a little bit of damage. And there's RWM again. Tagami jumps into the backside. They get frozen right and caught in the choke point. Lunar still keeping Tagami at bay. Pink fell in the exchange. And Rafa goes in to clean up a kill on Yui Fendi. And now on the hunt for Mashi as Mashi falls. A double, a big pickup for Rafa.
That's 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer for Rafa. The cleanup crew with real world. Oh!
Under the turret they go. They pop the passive of Navi. Navi in trouble as Lyric will clean up that kill. Turret's going to go down and Yui in trouble as well as she's taken out of the picture. Tagami left all by herself. And Saudi Arabia will just work on the base. They might get a kill. They might not. Minion's going to be cleared out. So Cambodia will stay in it. Still one wave pushing in top and mid. But it looks like Cambodia stays in the game.
That's still ridiculous value for the first Lord, man. Kraken open a base turret, all the tier 2s down as well. Oh, Lunar might be able to get the outplay. She's already gotten the last 2, or the last 1 weakness point you need, and that's the one behind them. Tagami's got to respect this. Lunar is at a very, very strong point of the game right now. Tagami still gets it. All right, no punish from Saudi Arabia. All right, so let's talk about it right now. Far lane control, definitely going to go towards Saudi Arabia, not just because they have the super minions, but they also have the Nolan. So in terms of mobility across the map, Cambodia really won't be able to match the side lane pressure. They'll be able to clear it out once, but it's an auto slow push every single time. So not only can Saudi Arabia take control of the Lord, that's going to be spawning in 30 seconds, but they can also just try to look for a split push in the bottom lane.
I'm impressed, you know. Saudi Arabia has still really kept their tier 1 mid lane turret from basically taking no damage. They maintain that, and that's what gives them that little bit of an upper hand.
Unbreakable.
Yeah, unbreakable. Gives them that little bit of upper hand into this next Lord. You know, we're 15 seconds away, and Cambodia, they might want to look for their own pick-off if they can, just to give them that little bit of advantage. Yui Fendi will pick up the Malefic gun. She's ready to go, locked and loaded. But I still think, you know, one of the biggest weak points here with this lineup is that Hilda, how do you get to where you need to be in a team fight? Hopefully also because we see a lot of backline pressure, but then at the same time, she's the revitalize. You also need to provide that for the team, and this Lord is just going to get blitzed right now. Saudi Arabia making quick work of the Lord, and nothing can be done from Cambodia, so Rafia will secure that. Now Saudi Arabia with a full force will get ready to march in the base.
That's the force error we were talking about with the super minion wave constantly spawning in the bottom lane, shoving it in, actually slow pushing it in towards Cambodia. They have to choose whether they want to go bot, concede their neutral objective, or to stay decisive, fight for a neutral objective, and maybe possibly lose the game towards an end from Rafa. In the end, they chose to just defend, the safer option in the bottom lane. Now they're going to have to deal with Enhanced Lord, though. And at the minimum, I would say, if Saudi Arabia are able to manage the waves in time, it should be the last 2 base turrets falling down as well. In Cambodia, in terms of clear, they're really not too good, you know? Yui Fendi, probably the only guy can actually be the clearer.
Yeah.
Navi's more of a team-fighting mage, not a good wave clear tool for Cambodia.
They're going to have to make this work. Lord down on the bottom side, all waves pushing in mid and top. There we go. The final slash already used from Moshi. So they'll make work. They clear out a wave. They clear out the Lord. Cambodia still holding it together for now. I'm not sure if Saudi Arabia actually wants to force a fight. Next wave's now pushing in and powered up. They dropped to RWM. They want to force them off of the turret. And that mid-base turret finally goes down. Next site, the top. Can Cambodia continue to defend?
I don't know about it. It looks really, really tough. Final Flash connects, but it's only on the Pink.
It's only on the Pink. Pink jumps in. Look at the damage already. Flicker. Navi's still alive. She still has the passive. Finally being popped. Pink could be in trouble. And Navi finally goes down, and Rafa will get punished. Cambodia trying to defend. Tagabi jumps on in. They're falling apart here as they run him on down. Yui Fendi trying to get back to base, dealing with Lyrics. Has to rely on Tagami. Tagami jumps in. They have enough damage, and they will survive. It's a double for Yui. They wiped out Saudi Arabia, and Cambodia survives and makes the favor for them.
The angle? No, this is unendable. No, they cannot go for the end right now, but the waves in the mid lane surely could be cleared out. They can probably get 3 turrets here. Mid lane, bottom lane, possibly with the wave there, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to manage it in time. Tier 1 and Tier 2 is probably the best that they can get at this point, right? No more outer turrets in the bottom lane.
Yep.
We'll see, though. Rafa and Pink are up. 2 base turrets down. They will be looking, 2 turrets down. They'll be looking to go towards the bottom lane to get the outer turret, but the base turret's still left untouched for Saudi Arabia. Cambodia are unable to get there.
Okay, they tried to get the orange buff. Not going to happen. Rafa takes that, secures it with the retribution. We're 20 seconds away from the next Lord. But with that defense, there's a conceal. Do they want to force the fight? They didn't want to let them go back to base. Yui in trouble. They drop down the Frederick Glacier, and Rafa goes for Yui Fendi, but she pops the Wind of Nature. She's still alive. Moshi finally falls. Saudi Arabia still full force. They took 2 members of Cambodia down. The conceal play worked for Saudi Arabia. Now the Lord is up.
Look at the timing. Lord is up, but they want to just go for the base.
They're just going to go for it. Tagami, defensive Spear of Alpha. Lunar leading the charge. She pops the Wind of Nature. Yui's gone. She's taken out of the game, and that might be it as Saudi Arabia just takes the win. They take the base, and they'll take game number 1.
GG Saudi Arabia. You can hear the crowd go in support for Saudi Arabia with a win here. 1-0 up in a best of 3 against Cambodia's full counter draft. But it was misplaced. Again, I think the way that they played it as well, man, very disoriented. The Hilda, all the way from the start, dying first blood, not able to get any pressure down on Nolan. And we saw just how much of a threat Rafa was in the early game. That's not really what I expected after seeing the Hilda on the other side. Alpha pick into the Hilda, you see the Nolan, you're just like, oh, Nolan's gonna have a tough game. But we didn't really see the Nolan struggle at all. Rafa played it well, just kept on in the jungle, and she didn't overthink it. A lot of Nolans, even up against a Hilda like that, right? Where the Hilda doesn't constantly just camp in your jungle.
Yeah.
You would overthink. You'd be like, all right, she's there somewhere. I'm gonna rotate somewhere else. I'm gonna try to outthink the Hilda. She didn't do any of that. She just looked at it straightforward. Go in for farm, go in for neutral objectives. Hilda was not a problem in the fights, and boom bang bada bing is what we usually say.
Boom bang bada bing, and it worked because I think Yui, she was fairly aggressive early on, and so that was also a punishment. And I think Lyrics definitely, at least for game 1, MVP because she was able to do so much. Rafa, amazing as well.
Phenomenal performance, man. We're going to throw it over to our panel here, Mr. Renmar, Leoman, and also Eterna. Take it away. Did you like that game?
Thanks, boys. I'm gonna throw it over to our analyst here. Did you guys like that game?
He comboed the transitions. Take it away. And how do you like that?
How do you like that? How do you like that, boys?
Don't like. All right, I want to be frank. All right, I love I love Team Cambodia. I don't like what they did in that last phase. That's one. Number 2 is I'd like for them to take away whatever is making them think twice. A lot of what happened in the first phase going into second feels like they're overthinking, and it carried on into the game.
Yeah. I feel I cannot help but keep going back to the R-Lot, but then you pointed out something to us that maybe Cambodia doesn't have the high-loss roam in their pool, because earlier that we even saw that it wasn't a high-loss roam, it was a high-loss EX from Cambodia. And Saudi Arabia, they just played everything so well, from the micro to the macro, even though they got relatively punished here early on. Eventually you got to see, again, the age-old interaction not age-old, but Phoveus Arlott. Phoveus loves going up against Arlott, and in every team fight, Phoveus just lived a little bit longer because every time Moshi would use the Vengeance, every time Moshi would proc a little bit more return of the cooldown of the Phoveus, get that enhanced basic attack, so you get that knockback effect. Just bought time, all the time, that Saudi Arabia needed to make sure that Rafa can go in for the sweep, late entry, for Lunar to be able to get those weakness points hit, and for Livin to be able to free hit. However, they were still susceptible to getting counter punished and overheating, and that's what we saw in this push.
This was the one moment where it looked like, hey, maybe Team Cambodia can make it work, but I think the time has passed, and even up until this point, the 14-minute mark, a little bit of overthinking still remained, and that was evident because here in this fight, you'll see how they were pushing Yui out too far, which got punished hard by Team Saudi Arabia. And if you have a Nolan that's as locked in as Rafa was, it's very hard to lose. 11, 2, and 3. She did more than fit into the windows of the Alpha on Tegami. She punished them hard. It's this way that the Nolan plays that makes me think, yeah, it's closer to a 50-50, but if the Nolan has better macro, the team doesn't even regret letting the Alpha through.
I agree. It's also important to note that in a lot of these exchanges, especially I think before the second Lord, I would say, Rafa was working with like 1 and 2 levels below of Tegami, but the way that they played out into the objectives, they still went in for the objectives, they still wanted to go for the contest, but they were very specific with the strategy, with how they went in. There were moments where they took out Tegami first, and then of course the level gap doesn't even mean a thing, and then they were able to get the objective. It's the decision making in these really important moments that I do want to applaud Saudi Arabia for, that I feel has progressed so much, has developed so much since the last time we saw them in the group stages.
And it's this play style, it's this showing that made me say they're so polished. They have such a great grasp of the macro, and I'm pretty sure a good chunk of that is thanks to their coach, Coach Dalion. I'm pretty sure he goes into the nitty-gritty of each of the ladies' needs when it comes to their farming phase, to their mid-game phase, to their late game. Because we talk about Rafa, we talk about Luna, we talk about Livin. How about Lyrics? That moment wherein 4 members ambushed her in the top lane, and they regret attacking Lyrics, and Lyrics is the one who gets away with the kills, and she gets away scot-free.
Yeah, again, that's what we mentioned in the draft. When you rush the Phoveus first pick with the likes of Alpha still available, there is actually a chance that the team on the opposing side, on the red side, won't have the right to make sure that the Phoveus goes down quick enough, and that was like the perfect example for it. As the game went on, then we just realized how well Livin and the Eve meshes well with the Phoveus, with the Wan, with the Nolan, with the Edith, with the entire lineup, that Cambodia felt like they were just dealing with way too much for a lineup that isn't ready for it. That the best way, really, that they could come back for this was to punish. Once that box is gone, once Primal Wrath was activated, once Crossbow of Tang was done for, and the Irithel was still alive, because that Irithel was the heart, the beating heart of the Cambodian lineup, which unfortunately just wasn't set up for success enough. Yui Fanny had to crawl to get the items and the damage that she could eventually deal.
She lost a couple of one-on-ones too.
She lost a couple of one-on-ones too up against that 1-1, so it just goes to show that despite Alpha being the Alpha and Omega of the draft, there are still certain approaches and ways that you can go for it, so that if ever the Alpha still gets rushed, then you still make sure that the Alpha actually doesn't get to shine.
Yeah, you gotta build on the Bravo, the Theta, the Zeta within the Alpha and Omega, and I think that's where Cambodia lacked. And now that you mention, it's not spelled out that maybe Yui can't play the Hylos, but now it's a glaring weakness.
It's a question mark.
It was a clear call. You've seen it over and over again. You go from anywhere, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, North America, a Hylos in the face of a Nolan, the Nolan just folds. So that could have been the easy answer, but here they pick the Arlott, and I can't help but think the reason why Saudi Arabia felt like such a powerhouse here, and that's why they were always on top and a step ahead macro-wise, is because Cambodia didn't even have the tools to deal with what they were bringing. Cambodia was playing with, what, not a full deck. All this while, Saudi Arabia were on a one-track mind. They were so fixated on sometimes not even the objectives, but the trade out, which allowed for them to get on top come the mid game.
Yeah, although we have seen in the past that I get the Arlot pick, although we're both in agreement here that that should have been something else. There were scenarios where the Arlot got past the formation, it made Saudi Arabia react. But breaking through the formation and just those surprise initial setups, once you would get that final slash on as a turnaround tool, it's not going to be enough. Eventually, you're still giving into the Phobius. We go back to the core of it all. In the world, I guess you could, I feel like if there was an actual stat line we could follow, it's like 95% of Phobius and Arlot matchups globally in the pro scene goes to the Phobius.
Yep.
Their kits interact that way. Arlot likes to dash from target to target with the vengeance marks. Phobius likes to chase after him.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Which is why I really want to bring this to the light, right? I want to bring this to the surface right now. This is a matchup that is super tight. It's super close in terms of micro skills, in terms of macro. Obviously, there are some differences between these two teams, but this is one of those matchups where we're like, okay, this might go either way, and it's all gonna come down to the drafts. How will the coaches be able to give these players tools in order to secure the winning condition and find this next game? It's so close. I'm excited to see how this chess match goes as we get into the second game. The big question is, can Saudi Arabia close this 2-0, or will Cambodia be able to force it to a game number 3? And it's going to come down to the drafts. This time, KSA is still going to be on the same side as we saw earlier for our first game. And the Matilda once again comes through.
Yeah, if I'm Saudi Arabia and it's available for them, still go ahead and pick up the Eve. Cambodia defaulted into picking up the Aurora early, but I wouldn't knock them for taking away what was a great pick for Livid in game number 1. Swap out the Eve and Aurora Rush, although, to be fair, Nabi did have some good freaking glaciers under the real world manipulation that might not be too warranted. Based off of the heroes that we've seen Yui play, you understand now why Jushin is definitely a prio ban for them red side, and that Saudi Arabia won't see their hands on it.
Yeah, she likes to live in the paint.
Yeah.
She likes to get in your face, and some way, somehow, the rest of her team should find a way to get in there. If you can punish that, then that's your key.
If they still ban the Hayabusa here, as they did earlier, I feel like that's just another clear sign that they're still going to end up with an even the mid.
That's definitely possible.
They can actually, here's the thing. If this draft goes similar to game 1, then Saudi Arabia can check and force Cambodia to respond.
Yeah.
Like, you're in control in blue this time.
But in this case, maybe they want to go for something different, right? Maybe the high-lows in the first few moments of the picks.
Yeah.
Maybe they experimented a little bit in that first game. Maybe they do still have the high-lows in their kit for their roaming position, but we're just not aware of it just yet. Cambodia with the Suyo ban as well. This is looking like it might be very similar to our first game.
Haya. This has to be the Haya if we're going the same way.
If they want to, if Saudi Arabia wants to go for a completely different banning pattern, they can surprise and ban out the Kali last, because that was the third ban of Cambodia.
Or the Hilda for something new out of Cambodia.
Or for something new. That's a possibility too.
I think the Hilda ban from KSA would open up some assassins from Cambodia.
Yeah, the Hayabusa, the Nolan, the Fanny. Fanny didn't get banned or picked last game.
Still high, yeah. So yeah, KSA can rinse and repeat. Cambodia might actually think about, maybe we should ban the full fuse. Because even though that they have the Alpha, the Aurora, and historically that might make the Fulvius struggle, Cambodia showed that right now they don't have the firepower to deal with it. Even though the carry would have been struggled to pick, carry has a damage output to go up against Fulvius, and they banned it on the red side. So if I'm Cambodia, just take out the Fulvius. Make sure it doesn't end up in the hands of Lyrics.
Lyrics definitely
the
mid game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Completely forgot that Rafa had an absolutely monster game in game number 1. So well warranted third ban for Cambodia.
So does Rafa go Fulvius or Alpha? Or I mean, does Saudi Arabia? Because you can, still put the Fulvius and Lyrics, call it a day.
Yeah. Manos gone, Fulvius, Alpha. Yeah. It just boils down to that. They can surprise and rush Hilda, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Cambodia decides to pick the Eve at the moment they see something like the Hilda already on the other side.
My big question for Rafa is, what do you have to play? Because Nolan's gone, Hayabusa's gone.
Suyu's gone.
And the only hero she's picked up other than that is,
Fanny.
yeah, Suyo, Fanny.
Oh, still two very good options. So,
Oh, they go for the good thought.
That's a phase 2 ban from game 1.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay. They pick it up early.
they're trying to turn off the. They're trying to turn off Cambodia from the idea of picking Eve now.
Because I'm pretty sure Cambodia felt the sting of that Eve.
Yeah.
Looking at the team fight from game 1, the Eve compromised almost everything they wanted to do.
Yep.
If Yui Fendi wasn't even in range for that heavy crossbow, forget about it. And that's what ruined a lot of what Cambodia did. There's the Aurora. This is the box they chose. This is the bed they're going to make and live in.
They could still go down the same route. Still Alpha High loss, the priorities for Cambodia. Now it's Saudi Arabia thinking, should we still Eve?
But this is the big change, right? This is what you wanted to see in the first game.
We wanted to see it in the later half because that's where it was spelled out. Now it seems like Cambodia is overcommitting to the high loss, and all the more Saudi Arabia can actually answer. But is that what they want to do? Are they saying, hey, bring out the carry early now? If that's what you want to do, that's how you want to answer this high loss.
They can go Harith, Eve, or maybe even surprise and not play the Eve and they go Vexana if they want to. I don't know, something about the Saudi Arabia lineups. Okay, no. Still Moskov. And there it is.
That's a 1-2 right there.
Yeah.
Picking up the counter and the problem.
So now Cambodia has not a lot of picks that can play the map. They're probably just going to get out macroed right now. Because Cambodia's first two are very team fight heavy. It's clear cut what you want to do. If they want to match that, but it's still going to absolutely suck for the hero that I'm going to suggest, you go Claude, but I mean, that's rough, buddy. They're going to have to win around like skirmishes, engages, hopefully that they can actually invade. First 3 picks of Saudi Arabia was great.
Okay, it makes sense now. I mean, technically what Cambodia have right now is quite good, right? Against the Fanny, you have the Aurora that has a little bit of a second life. You have the Hylos with a single target, and the Hilda to go in for aggressive invades into the enemy jungle that the Fanny can be susceptible towards.
Yeah, and for sure that's probably going to be a Rome Hilda again.
Yeah, Rome Hilda, XP, Hylos, going up against what might be the Gatot. So that means Saudi is still hiding what Pink is going to be playing.
What are the options for Yui Fendi though? I'm still thinking about it.
Against that Moskov.
Because her Moskov's taken out, which was her safest bet against the Fanny in the gold lane.
I hope we don't see a Bruno, but them taking out Eve, other than it being respect, might actually be just that. Again, even though you have an assassin on the other side, I still am a believer of you want to track down the Fanny every time she enters, you pick Beatrix. Every time you enter, as long as the Beatrix gets the farm and she has her items, the Fanny will suffer damage.
Yeah, one of the few times Wesker might actually matter.
Yeah, if not Wesker, well, heck, even the Biro does so well with already, like, you force the Fanny down to like 50%, and she's like, do I still really want to cable it in? Yeah, I'm gonna go out.
Especially when you get that BOD on.
Yeah.
And it looks like Saudi's attacking the jungle. We still do not know what Tagami will be playing. Still, the Alpha is left out there.
We did see a Fredrin earlier.
Oh.
Does Cambodia have the Fredrin or the Bane? Both are solid right now.
Cambodia has Lancelot, Fredrin, Baxi Alpha, Hayabusa, Ling, and Fanny.
The problem with that is if they go Fredrin, their mage isn't built for that. She's more controlled than she is damage. And that might come back to haunt them.
They go Bane.
They go Bane. Yeah, they don't have to worry about the E.
They have the front line to help.
Oh, that might actually pop up. Yeah. Then might be Bane or...
The only fear for Tagami is that Gatot, but who follows up after the Gatot?
Oh, no, but the Valentina would be available for a KSA if ever that's the case.
But again, it depends. It depends on this last ban from KSA, right? They could potentially not even ban out the Alpha, and the Alpha still remains the choice for Cambodia to pick up in the jungle.
But if that happens, a lot is on Yui Fendi again. So all the more the pressure is on the young Cambodian gold laner. It's the same story as game 1, so she has to carry that weight going into this match point. Again, this is elimination point.
I wonder how the Brody does against the Moskov in the lane. Because that's all I can think of against the Fanny.
I think it does okay. not a gold lane specialist, but I've played a few Brody in my day, so.
Take away the Harris too. You know, just go Bea, please. Beatrix out of everyone should do really, really good. If not in the laning, at least just make sure you can cross into that. If you go Bea, you'll be lacking magic somewhat because Aurora and Hylos are the only thing that you see in terms of magic damage output. But Beatrix is still a Beatrix in terms of the damage. You'll just expect that the Fanny's gonna build it one defensive item that might help mitigate the damage. But oh, that's the pick
Yeah, comfort.
that
They're going for comfort.
Yeah, that's the one that I was hoping that they wouldn't.
It's so spelled out. It's basically protect the Bruno up until you can't anymore. Still, you don't know what Tagami's playing. Could be another solid damage source. We established that the Aurora is more utility. Can't rely on her for burst.
Let's circle back to the final two picks for Saudi Arabia, though. We're supposedly lacking either EXP Rome and, of course, their mid laner.
You know, there's not a lot of backline access. Oh, they can still go Julian for Cambodia.
Oh, jungle, yeah.
Yeah. Vexana, what we called earlier. CC.
Because there's no burst.
Yeah.
The damage profile dictates it again.
It's going to be a Vengeance. CC. So jungle. That's tough.
You want a Julian?
I think the Vexana's solid against the Hylos as well.
Yeah. I think at this point you just go for Julian, hope you can snowball, get that magic damage in you because it literally cannot be another physical that might take time. You need a fast clearing, fast rotating, quick scaling jungler.
Oh. Oh.
Better for the macro. Definitely protects you, Fendi, for when it matters.
Debut YSS in the jungle.
We've seen a few YSS in the wild leading up to WEC.
But not going to be happy against a Fanny.
No, not going to be happy against a Fanny, not against a CC.
This is one of the reasons why YSS fell off the meta, right? The rise of assassins in the jungle?
Yeah. And just more harder to hit, harder to kill targets.
It's all up to Nabi and Yui to really hold the fort down. They're going to have to play the most patient game of their lives.
It's all on Yui. It's all on Yui Fendi right now.
Yeah. Yui Fendi. It's go big or go home as well, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, we are at match point at this point, right? One team will have to bow down here in the lower brackets, and if Saudi Arabia can claim this next series, then we have to say goodbye to Cambodia, one of the tournament favorites coming into WEC. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our casters. Mirko, Naisu, what do you think about the YSS in the jungle?
That's a good question, Eterna. That is a very good question. We were here just debating about the Yisun Shin, you know? Naisu said, I don't know about the Yisun Shin, man. And I was like, yeah, I don't know either, man. Like,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a comfort pick. Maybe it's a comfort pick at this point of the game, right? It's a match point for you. You might want to lean on comfort. But they said it all. Fanny. This is Yisun Shin up against a Fanny.
Yeah.
Early game dominance, turtle control, everything isn't really going to be on your side, so they're fighting against the odds now.
It's been a minute, man, since we've seen this Yisun Shin.
When was the last time?
I don't know. It's been a long minute.
It's been a long minute. It's been an hour maybe in your time. Nice. So we're going to get into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Saudi Arabia with match point 1-0 in a best of 3. And unlike the first match we saw, this is an elimination match. If you lose here, if Cambodia loses here, they're out of the tournament. There's no more chances. This is already their second chance. And let's see, for Tagami, at least when it comes to clearing, she's okay. Like Yisun Shin, I've tried it myself as well. Yisun Shin isn't bad when it comes to clearing. As long as you get your passive back and forth, you do quite well in the jungle.
It's weird because now that we have a Suyo, like in the game, it almost feels like YSS is like this discount Suyo in a way.
Yeah.
Obviously,
especially with the arrow.
Especially with the arrow, but you have the advantage of at least you can provide vision to your team. A lot of this early aggression already unbreakable. There's the revitalizes both sides of the map. They're going to actually go down a little bit. No one falling. That's what we expect when you have these revitalized and these tanky members for both sides. But you know, going back to it, I'm really wondering, how this is going to work this time around for Tagami. Obviously, she's a very skilled player, but she's picking up a hero that has somewhat fallen out of the current meta, and she's got to make it work.
It's a very, very tough hero to pull off, but if we're talking about the side lane control of Saudi Arabia, I understand why they went for the Yi Sun-shin. The Mountain Shocker is the best utility tool in the game. It's a global vision tool, technically, right? So if they were having problems just controlling the side waves, and we saw towards the end of game number 1 where they got the super mini wave in the bottom lane after taking the base turret, yeah, I would see it, but Rafa
not going to land that cable. She's going for Yui. Yui finally going down. First blood in the hands once again for Rafa here. Showcasing just how strong she is on these assassin junglers. Really good start for them.
We already saw how good Rafa can be on a Fanny. Now it's time for Tagami to show the world how good she is on the Yi Sun-shin. As expected, though, the Fanny will be the one leading at the start of the game here. It'll really be about getting into the mid game for me for Cambodia's composition, right? They have Uwe, they have Navi, and they also have Moshi, who can try to hold on in the early game, but it all comes down to the 2 marksmen. These beefy frontliners in the mid game will kind of struggle, I would say, to go up against a lot of the burst, a lot of the consistent damage that's here, because that last pick CC was definitely an X-Factor pick, right? It was so good. They finally have someone else that can actually deal with the frontliners. So Livin doesn't really need to fully care about that, and Lunar can just continue to farm. Doesn't need to participate in the fights too early on. They can always just rely on CC when it comes to these big, chunky boys. So let's see, turtle number 2, or turtle number 1 rather, contested, Tagami on it.
Tagami going to start it up. Lyrics going over to the side. Mountain Shocker to provide that vision we were talking about. They're going to go in for the Retribution battle. Tagami will secure the turtle. Spirit of Destruction going to land too. Not sure if they follow it up. No one falling just yet. Just forced out of here. Yui trying to get away. Does have that speed boost. Now Rafa won't be able to follow through. So ultimately you have an objective secured for Cambodia.
Good control from Tagami and Cambodia. Tagami was just on it, obviously solid Retribution, but the rest of the team zoning Saudi Arabia so well there in the turtle fight. Definitely shows you that for now, Lyrics is actually kind of struggling to go up against the Yi Sun-shin. I think the job desk here has got to be clearer for Saudi Arabia, right? For Lyrics, do you want to shred down the front line and play it front to back for your team, or do you want to be the one joining in the back line and actually targeting Tagami and Yui Fendi? Because I think for the CC, at least in the early game, you would have more success just going and chunking the frontliners over going into the back line.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, especially to an extent you could, but you always have to remember that we've seen this now quite a few times where you have double revitalize for a team. And so even if Lyrics decides to jump in, you know that maybe the job is just to get one of those down, or maybe get enough of that attention towards you, then you can allow, you know, that jump in from Pink maybe, or even an Eternal Guard knockup to help set things up. I think Lyrics is can be a little more creative than what she showed us in the previous game when she was the Phoveus, because of just how the CC plays into, you know, this matchup specifically against Cambodia. The other thing too, and maybe this was part of the plan where, you know, because we don't see the YSS too often, maybe this was just that counterplay of, well, at least I can get vision for my team. With the Mountain Shocker, they're actually going to force Rafa off the orange buff. They're still going to fight for it though. Again, Revitalize being used up by Yui. There's the jump. Avatar of the Guardian going to be able to find 2. Navi could be in trouble. She's still got the passive. Rafa will jump in, but she won't be able to get a kill. Tagami still alive for a little bit longer until she finally goes down. Trading happened already, 1-for-1. Rafa jumping back in. She's a little bit low on health, so she doesn't want to fully commit. So the 1-for-1 trade for both teams.
Lunar is in the mid lane though. Looking to get a few more shots down. Well played to Saudi Arabia. Despite being invaded, despite losing a lot of HP on Rafa early, they were able to make the best out of that situation, I would say. Finally getting a kill onto Tagami that will definitely slow down a bit of that mid-game power spike that is to come for Cambodia here. And the fact that they pushed in mid, getting a few shots there was also solid. Now I think they just gotta keep on scouting Uwe. Well, we can already see that power spike for the Yi Sun-shin, right? The Mountain Shocker is starting to hurt. It is a great poke tool, but even more so than just being a poke tool, it's better for vision. As long as you know where the Fanny is, you really don't have to, you know, scout in. Uwe just can always match that movement from her. And you can see it already. Uwe just controlling the bottom side, knowing that she was last seen in the purple buff. This should be easily controlled by Cambodia to set up for the next neutral objective. And Tagami is 2 levels ahead of Rafa on the Yi Sun-shin. The farming power of the Yi Sun-shin really showing here in game number 2.
It's really showing how strong that still can be, especially depending on the draft that you bring to the table. And Tagami hasn't had to worry about too much Mostly it's just, yeah, providing that vision. She's going to start up the turtle here. And you have right on the whims, Rafa just waiting patiently. Lyrics, once again, looking for the same angle as last time. Moshi will actually be the one to secure the turtle, even though the retribution used up by Tagami. So there you go, Cambodia really locking in on objectives, and they don't have to fight if they don't want to. Part of it is just play that waiting game and let them scale up the way they need to.
And if you play the scaling game, it'll definitely be very good for Cambodia. Not too good for Saudi Arabia, I would say. Conceal from Pink, but there's no real catch potential with the Gatot Kacha, at least now in the game. You go in with the AOG, and I think you probably might be the one punished. Bottom lane turret traded for the top tier 1. Yui Fendi is doing a good job of scaling as well. Would love to see what Yui Fendi already has in the inventory right now. If it's a 2-item power spike already, Berserkers plus Haas Claws, or if she already has the 3. Because if she does have the 3, Pink, definitely just Pink, won't be able to take that damage. Melfic Roar should be all she needs on top of the Berserker's Fury and the Haas Claws to deal with Pink, especially with Revitalize. Full stacks in a team fight, Saudi Arabia might just be melted down completely. And Tagami, I wonder what her items are. She already has the War Axe, for sure, right?
Yeah, like what is a YSS build nowadays, you know?
Endless Battle, War Axe, BOD is literally the same build. I don't think there's any
hasn't changed much
for the items. But yeah, if she gets the 3 items too, it'll be massive.
Look at
Purple
that.
buff, Vision again. Rafa will retreat though.
Yeah, Rafa secures that, but you know, you're mentioning that Mount Shocker is enough. And I think that's why you see kind of a relatively low action game. Not only the fact that you just have so much healing on both sides and then double revitalize for Cambodia, but just because, like I said, Cambodia doesn't have to fight. If they don't want to take the fights against anyone from Saudi Arabia, that's fine. Yui Fendi, though, might be forcing one herself, trying to go over. That spear's going to land, too. Unfortunately, couldn't get through that wall with a slide tackle. And so she goes down, so Saudi Arabia will pick up a kill. They'll force these fights because they know Cambodia's playing a little bit passive for now. Down the mid lane, they're going to go for the taunt. They get the Unbreakable off, the passive is there. Glorious Pathway drops down too. Tagami looking to see if she should join the fight. Lyrics takes a couple shots, the Eternal Guard won't land, but they got Navi in the exchange.
Oh man, this is a bad trade for Cambodia here. Lunar is getting all that space to just free farm. I'm surprised she didn't actually go for the turret tier 2 up top. Rafa though.
Rafa might jump in. She sees Tagami. Might try to do a little bit of damage in the mid lane though. Yui takes some herself and they back off once again. They disengage. And you're seeing the preview of Yui Fendi's damage. Like she's there, right? She has quite a bit of damage already, especially when she gets that stack. So now you're looking into this, you know, so far so good for Cambodia objectively, but can they go into a full team fight for this Lord? Taunt on Moshi. Moshi gets thrown to the wall. She tries to escape with the Glorious Pathway, but it's just too much damage coming through. So now with a numbers advantage here for Saudi Arabia, how do they play it? But they're so low in some of the health bars.
It's also the War Axe for the Fanny, by the way. Rafa will be going for the sustain build on this Fanny, so a longer skirmish will definitely help her out a lot with the new changes to the energy. You can actually stay in the team fights a lot longer with the cable, so I like how Saudi Arabia at least have adapted to the situation, right? They notice, all right, we have Lyrics CC in the mid game as well. We should be able to actually shred down these tanky boys, the frontliners here. And that's what they do. Rafa,
oh, look at the damage. Navi couldn't even withstand that combo as she goes down. And so even though earlier on Rafa was down in terms of levels, she's doing good, turning things around now. The fight for the space around this Lord, they're just going for it. AOG drop down, multiple members really low as they fall for Cambodia. Moshi can't get away. Yui Fendi will be able to pick up the kill on the backside, and Rafa shows up. Yui Fendi fending for herself, doesn't take the spear right under the turret. And Tagami will charge up, so a good stand there. Coming out from Cambodia, oh, Rafa gets away with 1 HP.
Is the Eastern Shin versus the Fanny. You can already see it there. Oh man, super hype gameplay for Cambodia with Tagami on the Eastern Shin. That was super, super close. 5.4k only for the Fanny, so it's still a big lead when it comes to just gold. Disparity for Tagami. Rafa unable to get the angle to go for Yui Fendi, and now she has the Melfic gun. So we were expecting maybe Melfic Roar, Melfic gun, whatever it is, that's the 3-item power spikes that you need on the Bruno. And now with the extended range, you're going to deal so much more damage. You have so much range, so you can actually target down Lunar and Livin in these skirmishes. Let's see. Cambodia still have control despite losing some of the last few team fights. Their frontliners, as long as they stay intact, should be able to burst this down.
They're going to go for it. They saw Lyrics up top. They might force a fight. Tagami gets the Lord. They still might go for it a little bit further. Lyrics joining the fight, but they just disengage with that. So Interesting, Saudi Arabia, AOG, whoa, Pink jumping on in. Not sure if that's exactly what they wanted to do. It looked like they wanted to disengage, and then she jumps in with Avatar of the Guardian. But good decisive play from Cambodia. When they saw Lyrics up top towards that minion wave, they're just like, you know what, let's just go for the Lord.
Just go for the Lord, just go for, you know, the decisive play onto the mutual objective again, because this composition is really good for that.
Whoa.
Breeze up top.
Bunch of damage to Lyrics, popping the Vengeance. They're trying to hold on to this tier 2.
lane.
Look at the mid lane too. Jungle battle, looks like the 1v1. This time we'll go to Rafa. Finally takes out Tagami, but they still have a lore to deal with. Now pushing into this bottom wave. The rest of the team of Cambodia will show up to see if they can push any further, even to the tier 2 in the mid.
So it's still a problem, right? Despite the fact that we were talking about how the Eastern Shin could work, the Mountain Chakra could reveal a lot of, you know, everybody around the map. The Vision game will be massive. Good taunt over.
Nice use of the taunt. AOG is actually going to land on Moshi. Glorious pathway able to disengage, and now Lyrics jumping on the backside. Trying to focus on Yui Fendi. Takes a ton of damage herself as she's gone, and now Rafa shows up. But she can't look at the angle she was looking for, so Lyrics goes down. It was a good attempt from Saudi Arabia again, but ultimately, Cambodia wins that one.
A bit disconnected in the initiation and the chase there. For Cambodia, it was just also playing into these very, very small areas where the Frigid Glacier gets immense value. Tagami, though, let's go back on that. It's still a big problem for her. The fact that the Fanny, if you are caught in like one of these big portions of the map where the Fanny can get those cables in, you will be assassinated. You're still a marksman. It doesn't matter if you're a war axe. It doesn't matter if you're half fighter. This can still be, you know, a game-changing Fanny pickoff one way or another in the late game.
Yeah.
If you get picked off, the death timer will be quite massive. The duration on that is going to be big. So I would say for Saudi Arabia, play in for Lunar and Rafa. Rafa trying to go for picks, Lunar trying to go for turrets in the side lane. Let Cambodia clump up together. Let them have that win over there, because if they just go and clump up together as well up against Cambodia and they go into that front to back, I don't know how they're going to deal with it. Even if they dive into the back line, late game, there's so many ways for Cambodia to already deal with that. Wind of Nature done for Yui Fendi.
Yep.
That'll stop a lot of the threat that Rafa can actually put down in the fights.
Not even just Rafa, but a lot of times we've seen Lyrics jump in, you know, towards Yui Fendi, and she's just at a point now where she's locked and loaded. She's got some of the defensive items that she needs to, so she's fine, you know. And here, this might be the initiation. Jump in with the Avatar of the Guardian. Moshi in trouble. Glorious pathway already dropped down. Frigid Glacier will be able to find two as Pink goes down in the exchange, and Yui Fendi able to dodge that Spirit of Destruction. So now the 1-for-1 mid lane still breaking out a little bit further. But so far, Pink for Moshi. Lord is up, and Cambodia will start this one up.
They went for the pickoff strat, like we said earlier. They need to rely on the chaos, but Cambodia grouped up a bit too fast, and our Lord will just be blitzed down.
So quick. Rafa might be going for a kill here. Yui Fendi pops the Wind of Nature. She's going to be fine. Lunar in trouble, though. Will be able to get away, but can't escape fully. Now Nabi in trouble. She still has the passive. Lyrics in the exchange. Frigid Glacier comes down. A double for Nabi. What a pickup for Cambodia.
2 for 0 on top of it. An evolved Lord. No purple buff for Rafa either. Everything just turning around for Cambodia here, as that's a Malefic Roar for Tagami. The Malefic gun on the Wind of Nature. The Wind of Nature really, really saving Yui Fendi in the earlier skirmish. That was a big bait. The Antiquirus already built up for Rafa, but at this point of the game, I don't think the Antiquirus was actually the best item to get. There's no real, you know, ability damage. Most of the damage will be coming through from Yui Fendi and Tagami, which is going to be basic attacks, but let's see.
She's going to push.
Trying to defend.
Trying to defend here. Mount Chakra already down. Living so low. She's taken out by Tagami. And they get dropped down. They're still going to be pushing forward. Nabi only one down. They'd still get the turret finally. But the 2-for-1 trade. Lord still up. There's a good wave pushing up top of the Lord. It jumps into the turret. Topside turret going to be worked on. They should be able to clear this out. They might lose the turret, but right now, Saudi Arabia staying into this game. Yui Fendi also still front side. Immortality picked up by Yui. Rafa jumps in. They're trying to clear this the best they can. Lyrics just gone, deleted, and now the base is actually going to be worked on. They're trying to stay in the game. Rafa will be able to clear some out, but the waves are pushing in, and it looks like Cambodia will take it to a game 3.
The equalization from Cambodia 1-1. After all the stream matches, nice. So I thought we would never see the day where we can actually get a full series, but day 1 of the playoffs, it's already different. Cambodia able to go with their pocket pick, a cheese strat. You could say it's a cheese strat. We haven't seen Eastern Shin in what looks to be years. And we finally get to see it on the hands of Tagami. What a performance on the Yi Sun-shin. What a performance in the rest of the team to play around the Yi Sun-shin and wait for the mid-game as well. They did not get caught up in all the chaos, in the tempo of Saudi Arabia. They were trying to play it fast, but Cambodia, they stuck to their game plan.
They stayed with it. It was a relatively, if you remember, like early game was kind of slow. Like it was
Very
low kill
slow.
because it was Cambodia playing around the fact that, you know what, guys, here's our biggest advantage. Number one, we have 2 revitalizes. Yep. Number 2, we have vision because of the Mountain Shocker. You know, that is enough to deal with our decisions around the map, how we play into objectives, and how we kind of capitalize on those moments. And really, it just felt like there was a struggle there for a while from Saudi Arabia, eventually, where it was like, you know, they're going fight after fight, but they weren't converting kills. And even though, remember, Rafa didn't go down. Like, Lunar was also deathless for a while, but it was the same thing. They just couldn't get to that point where they were converting kills and getting team fights in their favor.
Wow, so many things definitely for Leo Manjaro and Ren Marion to talk about with Eterna. So take it away. Do you like it? And catch this.
Thanks, boys. He caught it. And I'm gonna throw it again with the question: how you like it?
So very much, because I was surprised. It looked like we ate our own words, but then at the same time we didn't, because literally everything we said that would happen to the YSS happened in the early to mid game. No, not even. A good chunk of the game. But then what we didn't expect was that at some point, the YSS would be untouchable.
It makes sense given how Saudi Arabia built their draft. Again, there's nothing that can actually come through to the back. And there's nothing that puts Livin in a position where she can actually affect the fights. I'm sorry for pointing out Livin, but this Vixana could not play her game. Sure, she could try and catch Moshi, Yui, Nabi, but the real targets were Tegami and Yui Fendi. So as long as these 2 cores, Mayusan and the Bruno, were wailing away, throwing out arrows, slashing them with their blades, throwing balls in their face, then that makes Cambodia's lineup work. And yeah, Cambodia were down on kills because they were throwing Moshi and Yui at Saudi Arabia. That's how it worked. Look, almost every single time you would look at the kill score, Cambodia were down. That's because they were using their bodies, their frontliners, their peel, very strategically.
Yeah, and it's wild to think that the difference between Saudi Arabia winning and Saudi Arabia losing was just another revitalize. That was pretty much it. Times where in Saudi Arabia, as expected, even though Livin would be able to get the damage, as you mentioned, onto Yui and Moshi, they just healed through it. That by the time that Saudi Arabia has done the damage that they could, even with Lunar still being able to free hit, well, the Bruno and the YSS were free hitting harder. Rafa had to wait. Rafa had to wait for her entry. While the Fanny's waiting, the Bruno and the YSS are happy. It's the reminder of why double MMs would work so well in our ranked games.
Which is partly why this is the conclusion we have, because technically, Yusun-Shin isn't an actually full-on marksman.
Yeah.
Partly an assassin too.
Yeah.
Because as long as you can close the gap, weave in and out with your passive, you're dealing extra damage. Check out what that did to Rafa. She was forced to put money into an Antiquiras.
Yeah.
That's miserable as a Fanny. The fact that you're one of the few bursts that your team can rely on, that almost has very little conditions. Like as long as you find a good angle, you can pop Yui Fendi, you can pop Tegami. Maybe we saw it a couple of times, pop Nabi's passive. That's good. But she's so down on damage. I don't think there's enough damage between the War Axe, the Malefic Roar, and the Heptases. You definitely needed one more big ticket damage item there.
Yeah, which is why this is not the first time we see anti-harass on the Fanny. Actually, we're seeing it a lot more often, especially here in IESF, with the status of physical damage dealers in the game right now. The War Axe still leaning into it. I feel like could have been something else. I get it. You wanted the spell vamp, you wanted the more sustain, but then you sacrifice the damage. It's not all the time that you need to build the War Axe plus anti-harass. Anti-harass would be good. That could have been a different item that deals good damage. BOD would have been great. A little bit too defensive minded, and yeah, eventually Cambodia just said, wait, we can just brute force it. Like literally just throw our bodies into it and they won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, specifically Moshi and Yui.
I think it was a Rafa thing. Because the last time she played the Fanny, she also built the anti-cuirass.
Well, with the War Axe too, yeah.
So it feels like this is like a signature build that she went in with. It was not so much as respecting whatever damage that was given onto her in this particular engage, but it's just it's a comfort build that maybe didn't work out for her at the end. But I have a really big question, because when we were getting into the drafts, we were speaking about the fact that YSS, he's very vulnerable to engages, especially in the first few moments of the game. How was it that Tegami was able to hold on to a good level lead over the Fanny, as well as picking up all the neutral objectives, by the way?
Yeah. Okay, so there was one play that we highlighted earlier. I believe they were fighting around the purple buff. Tegami would eventually fall, but Yui Fendi was left and tried to take down the Fanny. Was not able to take down the Fanny. Fortunately for Tegami, excuse me, not Tegami, for Rafa, she wasn't able to take down Yui Fendi as well. So it sort of reset everything. So the timings of the Saudi Arabia team fights and the skirmishes, not always forced by them, sometimes even forced by Cambodia, weren't at the time where if after that team fight, they can push. After that team fight, they can go with a minion wave, take down a turret, or get the objective. It seemed like it was just so unfortunate that because of how long team fights went, the double revitalized on the side of Cambodia, that even though they would lose the fight, they couldn't, as the caster said, convert it into objectives.
Yeah, time was always on Cambodia's side. They were inevitably building up to a Yusun Shin that can carry, a Bruno that was almost untouchable, and the Aurora slowly but surely, especially since the front line for Saudi Arabia was a CC and a Gatot. Those are two heroes that when they're in, there's very little out. They have to win the fight for them to be able to get out. So if you're playing against Cambodia and these two marksmen in the Bruno and the Yusun Shin, that just punishes the kind of engage Saudi Arabia has. So that's maybe something that they have to consider in the draft, and going into game 3, think of how they can counter that. Like they have to have, weirdly enough, a better insurance policy. I think that's what they were lacking here.
So what would be that insurance policy, though? Because again, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the deciding game between both of these teams, whether or not they're going to be able to move forward or not. Everything is literally on the line for both of these teams. How can Saudi Arabia come back from this?
Oh yeah, the tough thing about that is I think Saudi Arabia just need to remind themselves, number one, they were surprised by a last pick. That's something that they really shouldn't be so hard on themselves about. They were surprisingly out-strategized. Cambodia knew that there was a chance Saudi Arabia would run away with this in the early, and they did. Run away with it even more in the mid, and they did. But then luckily for Cambodia, they already knew what they were going into, that just hold out, believe it, hold out, and we can, and they did. So for Saudi Arabia, I feel like this is the part where you shouldn't so overthink it. Even though now that you know that the YSS is within the hero pool of Cambodia, try not to think that the next draft will involve the YSS again, because you might end up in a trap where you have way too much survivability for yourself. Let's say if they themselves get the high loss and the Hilda, or two heroes that can pack revitalize, but then you're lacking the damage. It's not the right damage profile. It's not a double marksman lineup that you're really just holding the front for so that they can free hit. If they do that, that's not going to work well for them. Just still stick back to your strengths, because this wasn't a bad draft. This was just a draft that, again, had some weaknesses exposed because they got outdrafted with surprise.
So it boils back down to the drafts, is what you guys are saying.
Definitely.
So execution, it couldn't have been done any differently from Saudi Arabia.
A glaring difference for me is the fact that Livin could not play. That Vixana was almost unfelt by Team Cambodia. So looking back at their hero pools, I'm going to dig deep and find a way to not overly force it. But yeah, number one, just putting into a small sentence what Renmar said, don't think of a permanent solution for a temporary problem.
Yeah.
Don't consider what just happened in Game 2 and look at it from a vacuum. Number two, consider trying to find a way to put Livin on something like a Sicilian. It's clear that Cambodia like to play in the paint. It's clear that Cambodia like to get in your face, whether it be with marksmen or with their heavy-duty frontliners. So if you can find a way to finesse a Sicilian into the draft, maybe sneak it into, if you're blue, that second pick here, Or if you're red, that last pick here, or even the very last pick, like that would be best case scenario. I think that should be it. I think that will get Saudi Arabia back in the driver's seat.
I'm gonna present an idea here from my own very crazy school of thinking.
Okay.
Moskov is cursed. It's not a super low win rate hero in the tournament, but it seems like when I see Moskov first phase for either blue side or red side, a part of me just goes, eh. I feel like they could have gone for something else at that time. So, you know what? I'm gonna present this very crazy, dare I say, maybe irresponsible idea. Whoever gets Moskov in the next game might actually lose it.
If you're wrong?
If I'm wrong?
Shave your head?
Nope. Not that far. Maybe I'll just make sure I get to choose you two with very nice coffee.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Take it?
I'll take it.
All right.
You know, we'll hold on to, Renmar with that. So coming back into the Moskov idea, and this brings me to my next question, I would say. It feels like now Saudi Arabia are put in a position where they might lack the hero pool to explore different options. Because if we take a look at every single player that they have, not to say that they don't have any surprise picks, in their sleeves, but it's three, four at max heroes that they've utilized so far.
You just point at your sleeves?
Yeah.
Up their sleeves.
Up their sleeves.
Yeah.
I like it.
I don't think it's down to the cheese picks. I think all the heroes that they might want to pick, and in the order that they can, have already presented themselves. I think the solution for Saudi Arabia isn't necessarily something that we haven't seen before.
No, but my concern is that we've seen the Moskov in the early phase. It's because it's comfort. That's it. It might not work. It might not win lane. I mean, we know how, I would say, weak a Moskov is in lane, especially against particular matchups. Maybe that's why we saw the Bruno come out. And that's something that I think needs to be considered here for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. I mean, okay, just to make it clear that I'm not hating on the Moskov pick. I am hating on Moskov in general this tournament. Again, IESF kind of cursed, but in that scenario, it was right. They had the Fanny, and they took away the best hero that could potentially handle the Fanny split push.
Yeah.
It's not so clear-cut a relationship. You would think that Fanny will just destroy Moskov even with a knockback. But throughout the world, we've also seen that Moskovs can somehow single-handedly stop a Fanny because of that knockback that a Moskov will have, or even get out of lane using the Spear of Destruction, join the fight. Suddenly it's 5v4 for the Moskov team and 4v5 for the Fanny team. So it was the right pick at that right time. I'm just saying is, again, connected to the idea that you're trying to present here, is that what if Saudi Arabia doesn't have surprises? And what if it doesn't already boil down? It will boil down to the surprises. Maybe that's actually me.
I don't know, me too. I could be as well.
Are we just overthinking it?
What if they're limited to the box of that is their hero pool?
I don't think that should bother them, because there are also limits that Cambodia have shown.
Agree.
They don't have a Hylas roam. Their assassins only come out in a very specific way. They do have the Cheese Yusun Shin and the Lancelot if necessary, maybe the Julian. But besides that, it's very tight for Tegami sometimes. So it's not like their opponents are unlimited hero pool goddesses, right? They still have to play within the meta. And right now, going into the draft, I don't know how, but Saudi Arabia still ended up on blue.
I guess that's the choice they went for, right? We're gonna clear that particular part of the rules maybe later on. But this is the insta swap, right? It was always the Matilda Chipaya.
Yeah.
But now we see the Hilda and the Nolan.
Oh.
Now
Now
means Zushin's open if they wanna.
No, I think Saudi Arabia, hopefully this is what they're getting at. They no longer ban chip blue side. Force Cambodia to think about banning chip blue side, and if that's left open, they pick it up for themselves. You mentioned it was Pink who was able to play that
Pink
chip
played it.
success. That might be the play here. Again, they could still ban it, but if they open up the chip and Cambodia doesn't pick it up, Saudi Arabia just might lock it in. I still think they take out the Matilda. They've been respecting the Matilda, and I feel like that's a sign that maybe that's not a comfort for them, so still take it out.
Wouldn't be against it. Last phase, last ban for the first phase for Saudi, Matilda, I'm all for it. Cover up your bases.
Yeah, and at the same time, you take away one hero that will be a problem for Livin. And you mentioned Livin not being able to play in the last one is what added problems for Saudi Arabia.
Or maybe they can play for a gambit for them to pick it.
Yeah.
You know, between a Matilda and a Chip, ask me now, I think the Matilda is more valuable.
No, yeah, of course. But then, again, I feel like maybe them banning it is them saying that it's also not a comfort for them.
I don't think Cambodia would let it go. Would Cambodia let it go?
Would Cambodia let it go?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
They can still go Chip here and then telegraph a Matilda or bust.
What if they ban like either one of the Alpha Suyo trades?
Because one of they're still open. They're still
Yeah,
open.
maybe even respect the Aurora, and then it's just up to Cambodia or the Wild West that they're gonna be left with. They ban the Fanny. So yeah, they do go for that route. They don't ban Chip anymore.
It's double jeopardy. Chip, Matilda, Alpha Suyo. Make my day.
Good move by Saudi Arabia. But honestly, at this point, if Cambodia will give the Chip, that's them saying we're prepared for it. That means they have something ready to respond to it. But with the Fanny
Let it go
gone,
at this
let
point,
it go.
right?
Let it go?
For Cambodia, let it go, no?
Let the Chip go. Ban
Let the chip
Matilda.
go, exactly. Take the Matilda Alpha.
The math is sound to me.
I feel like Saudi Arabia might be trying to bluff Cambodia into thinking that, hey, we have a Matilda with us.
Ban Suyo here instead. Oh, they don't want to do it. They go Matilda ban, but that does mean, ladies and gentlemen, the chip is open for grabs. Which team of the two will be comfortable enough to pick it up if it does even surface here in our third game of the series?
Lyric signature Phobius is still open too, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of power picks.
I just hope we see the chip. Come on, please.
I mean,
the times where we saw the chip open, it wasn't picked in IESF.
The coaches can hear you right now.
Not by that much.
Not that I would consider, because again, if you're gonna go off of this weird voice that you just randomly hear, like that derails all your strats, all your prep.
Yeah. And yeah, they go for lyrics as comfort. So now they're telling each other, so which one of us is gonna play the chip, huh? Come on, partner, lock that chip
They go
in.
Chip Alpha?
Chip out. I agree with the Alpha. Should be taken here.
Just solves the Phobius.
Are they gonna rush the high loss? I feel like they can hold back on their mid. Oh no, just pick up the Eve now. Just go high loss Eve or Alpha Eve.
Alpha Eve sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Chip might actually be a bait.
Yeah. Because I mean, again, when you're Phobius, there are two heroes you are not happy to go up against. There's a good amount, but Eve's one of them. Suyo, that's okay too. But no, they're still going for their comforts. They're just rushing comforts at this point.
Would it be comfort now, or is it now power pick?
Power pick, I feel like, yeah, it's a good way to put it.
First time Suyo is unlocked.
Yeah. For Tigami.
Yep. Should change the tempo in the jungle, you know? So
Yeah.
far, she's always been, I'll dodge you until I'm ready to fight. Now I hope that she's the aggressor.
And I'm guessing, right, because they picked up the Phobius for Saudi Arabia, they can't go for something like the Khalid to go in very aggressively.
I haven't seen the Khalid in a while.
It can't be Khalid Rome, right?
Khalid Rome might actually just get outpoked by Aurora and whatever roamer you decide to pair with it.
Oh, here we go.
Finally get a Chip game. Thank you. Okay. So Chip and Harith are going to be fighting under the shortcut. They have the Salmon Force. Don't have to worry about an Eve. I think Cambodia will actually have to ban the Eve later on.
However, Valentina... Oh, no, they can't do that. They already picked up the Aurora. Okay, so that's going to be the answer here for Cambodia as we get into the second phase of the drafts now. What are we looking at?
Okay, in terms of the junglers, for sure they're going to take out Alpha now in this phase. Meaning that if they don't have any hard catch, they might default and go Ling. Saudi Arabia might play the macro game. With Hilda gone, Fanny gone, Alpha gone. Yeah, Ling is the best option right now for Rafa unless Cambodia ban it. With the Nolan out of the board as well. So we're actually running out of junglers, the top meta junglers right now, unless Saudi Arabia surprise and they pick up and lean towards the utility type. Problem is, if they go for something like, for example, they go for Fredrin, Suyo can actually deal a good amount of damage to Fredrin that Fredrin's wondering, wait, what? I'm
Is
actually
this time
yeah, I'm actually this squishy.
for Bane?
You know what? I won't. Sure. I won't mind.
Okay, but let's talk about the chip now. Okay, Bruno does get banned here from Saudi Arabia. Big respect over to Yui Fendi. So my question is, how do they counter this chip? Is Gatot enough? Do they go for something a little bit extra? Do they flex his Gatot into the EXP lane? Go for something like the Carmilla, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at. I wasn't thinking of Carmilla, but same with that idea. Flex it into the EXP, then maybe pick up something like a Tigreal. If you're not happy with your damage distribution, then you go Carmilla alongside the Gatot Kacha. Because I've experienced it myself. Going up against a chip, playing the Carmilla, I might not survive, but my job is to literally just get Curse of Blood down, and they will be linked. You don't need to aim it, you just press it. The moment the first set of heroes comes out, or the first set of heroes come out of the portals through shortcut, Curse of Blood's already locked in. And then that's already a big follow-up from everyone. The Pharom is banned though, even though they have the tools to deal with it.
I think it's more of a proactive ban. Because imagine a whole slew of heroes coming through with extra lives.
That's true.
Yeah, and
annoying.
Livin has it in her pool. Like they played it in the groups.
Yeah. I actually have not seen Eve and Chip together yet, so is there something about that maybe Cambodia's considering just giving?
Do they want to go Melissa ban here?
It feels like a nombo. I'll be real with you. Chip and Eve feel like a nombo.
Yeah.
Alright, Moskov gets banned by Saudi Arabia.
You mentioned Melissa, right?
Yeah, I was thinking Melissa.
For Cambodia?
Yeah, for them to pick up. I thought that maybe that Saudi Arabia would want to ban it out. I mean, considering its AoE damage, it's also good lane against the Harith.
That actually might come in. For sure, you're not going to pick up something like the Ixia, because like, the Ixia is a little bit more in dire straits up against the presence of the chip. But the Melissa, at least if they go through, you got to go away. Oh, there it is, the Tigreal.
Power pick for UA.
They're setting up for the most carry of all carries.
Yeah.
I think the Ixia is not so bad now.
Mia, nah. Oh, perfect time for Valen. You don't need to Eve, just go Valentina. Take the ultimate of the Tig, and every engage that Cambodia is doing, and is now considering that they have 2 sets.
Does Yui Fendi have a Lunox?
Not that I'm aware of.
That would be good too. You're okay in lane. You can get away from a full-on portal attack.
She can go Bea.
That too.
There's a Bea option, yeah.
Bea 1-1 is an option.
Oh, they still go Vex, and oh, you mentioned it, Ling. That's a Ling locked in for Rafa. One of the choices that we decided, and with the presence of the Tigreal, and I really thought, I feel like the Valentina would have gone better, but no point crying over spilled milk. Hopefully, if this is a backlining marksman,
it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Or a Lunox, one or the other.
I feel like the Lunox is too glass cannon. But to be fair, she might actually be able to get 2 down before she goes down herself, and then Suyo will just clean things up.
Technically, it's also kind of safe with her kit against the Ling.
Yeah.
And the Phoveus and the chip.
But you mentioned the Melissa, and I like the Melissa now. The more I think about it.
Especially
the
with
Melissa
the
Ling? That's okay?
Ah, okay.
Nice.
They still go for the Lunox. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be... I feel like there's going to be a lot of deaths in this game. And in a good way. I don't mean that in the best way possible. It's a lot of brawls. You have one team that can play the map significantly better. But then at the same time, you have a team that might actually just absolutely brute force through the lineup on the other side. Saudi Arabia can play this... have to play this in a very technical, smart way. You know, think about so many things. While Cambodia says, G, let's go.
I hope Saudi Arabia make the most of the fact that they have a Ling and a chip. I don't want to see that Ling hop in through that portal. I want that Ling to be coming in, delayed entry, waiting for everyone from Team Cambodia to have spent their ults and all of their mobility skills, and then cleaning house. That's where I see Rafa coming from, which means Team Cambodia's lineup, I have very little demands for. It's so much easier for them to make this work and to counter whatever's coming through the portal.
Exactly. Cambodia's lineup looks like it's easier to pull off. Saudi Arabia has a lot of layers.
I'm nervous, guys. I'm nervous for both of these teams because, again, this is the final. We're at the final game in this best-of-3 series. Who will be moving forward against Ukraine later on? Will it be Team Saudi Arabia or will it be Team Cambodia? Only time will tell, and we're gonna throw you guys over to our casters. Mirko Naisu, take it away.
Thank you so much again to our panel. Man, it's true. It's going to be very brawly. It's going to be a battle, a real battle. Chip, Tigreal, Gatot, everybody gets into the portal. There's going to be someone that comes in from the sky, someone who implodes, and then a whole lot of AoE. There's so many combos, possible combos here. I'm really excited for this draft to be the decider of who gets to be eliminated, who gets to the next stage.
It's been a minute.
Bracket semi. Oh man,
we've had 3 game series.
It's been a minute. What? How long is your minute actually now? Like
I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave that.
Like what? 2
always
days,
as a
right?
question. Yeah, 2 days.
2 days since like the men's.
Somewhere
where we had
around
best
that
of
time.
3. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination matchup. Whoever wins here will go on to face off against Ukraine, who's able to do it 2-0 against Nepal. Here it is, game number 3. Into the Lanadon we go. Taking a look at the emblems here, it's the Warcry for the link. Nothing too crazy if I take a look at the emblems here, actually. For everybody, it's pretty standard. Just a whole lot of emphasis for clear. It's all about clear for Moshi and Ue. That's why it's Concussive Blast. Prio is... most Prio, actually. So it's Prio is Prio.
Prio is Prio at this point. You know, and when it comes down to this best of 1, I am glad to see the chip come through. But I'm also a little worried, and I share the sentiment with our panel, of course, and everything else, because like, we've all seen this. This is usually the classic answer for a chip. The Aurora. Like, here comes the shortcut. Next thing you know, everyone's frozen, you know? And I feel like it makes it a little bit easier when you do that, too, because of the fact that you have a Tigreal with you. You can kind of combo those with the Implosion if you need to. And like you said, even the jump from the Avatar of the Guardian from Moshi is going to play a big part of this. And they also have a Revitalize, right? So on the other side, Saudi Arabia, we've seen so many... I want to say like 9 out of 10 matches, both sides have at least had a Revitalize for the most part. Already early action here under the bottom lane. In trouble. They're going to actually go for it. Rafa gets the passive off, still looking for the kill on Navi, and she'll get the first blood. Still trying to stay alive, but Yui Fendi gets that one. She flickers forward and gets a double for Cambodia.
Whoa, interesting. Cambodia winning on the early skirmish. That was to be expected, to be fair, with the Lunox, but Rafa, I think she kind of miscalculated not using a Tempest of Blades there. Was saving it a bit too long and then didn't expect the burst coming down for the Suyo. Tagami was able to just clean up together with Yui Fendi. 2 kills for the Lunox in a winning matchup already, Naisu.
That's massive.
That's looking bleak for Lunar. You can already see the pressure down there in the bottom lane. Very low Lunar.
I don't know. Did Yui Fendi go for more? She knows she has a level advantage. Doesn't have to worry about the Zaman Force. Not sure if she's actually even going to be able to get more from that, but Turtle's up now. They're going to fight for it. Cambodia forcing Pink off from that area. This time around, we saw Lyrics do this with the Phobius in game number 1. Great pick for her, but I don't think you can really contest this first Turtle. Looks like so far so good, unless Rafa tries to go for the steal with the Retribution. It is in range, and Tagami will secure the Turtle. You have to deal with this. Rafa, types of blades. She's just going to have to get engaged. But they drop down the Eternal Guard, still looking for more. Frigid Glacier will be dropped. Lyrics in trouble herself as Tagami picks up a kill.
And Cambodia taking back control. Amazing AOG from Moshi in the pit. Stopping Rafa, who was using a Finch Poise. Got a great angle to maybe just possibly get the steal over against Cambodia. But the CC, man, very heavy CC. A lot of Prio. This is why we were talking about it. Prio is going to be super Prio. And so far, Cambodia does have the lead when it comes to that. They have the advantage. They have 2 concussive blasts. That'll mean they're going to be able to clear out the waves much faster compared to Saudi Arabia. But if Saudi Arabia are able to clear and match up against that aggression, I honestly think they still have a chance, right? As long as they don't play in towards this lane. Don't go for the Herod lane. The Lunox will just deal so much damage on top of the combos that they already have. If they play up top, I think the Phobius will be enough to actually disrupt some of these full all-in kind of combos, and then you have a link to clean up, right? So there is a way to still win out on the brawls. Just stay away from bottom lane, man. But Cambodia, they know that they want to play in the bottom lane.
This is really dire right now for Pink and Lunar. There's the jump. Avatar to the Guardian. Drop it down. Zaman forced 2. Yui Fendi just unleashing. She'll be able to find Lunar. Navi does go down, and now Rafa jumping into the fight. Tagami has to back off too, and that might be all they get. That's what we were saying. You know, the burst damage from Yui Fendi, and I believe she just rushed Glowing Wand was her first item. She picked it up right away. So that little bit of extra burn, plus that, you know, cutting off some of that healing, some of that shielding that is going to come through in any way, even if it's a brave smite, right, from Lyrics. Later on, she'll have that upper hand, but yeah, that gold lane, I feel like you just kind of ignore it for now and look elsewhere if you're Saudi Arabia.
Definitely. Turtle number 2 spawning in the game, Cambodia. This is really, really good for them. The fact that Yui Fendi, not only did she get another kill, she got half of the turret going to the bottom lane, and the Turtle's going to be spawning in the bottom lane. So again, strong side for Cambodia is just playing for Yui Fendi. At this point, it's a glowing one first item, but I think they will be able to actually, if they get a good combo in, Yui Fendi gets the Ruby DD combo.
Yep.
Some HP bars are just going to get absolutely deleted, drop down. Especially considering now there's not a lot of purifies, right? Most of them actually did not go for the purifies. So you get caught in the Fissure Glacier, the implosion, it's going to be really easy. You're all very vulnerable. And that's why Saudi Arabia, they know better than that, and then to actually fight this out with having no purifies.
Even with this, I know we've been talking about this ever since we started the tournament for WEC. Man, Suyo's damage, even with the Soul Summer, still does so much. I know that hotfix went through, but you just take care of these turtles so quickly that you don't have much of a choice. Pink going to be in trouble here. Just multiple members collapsing down on Pink, and this is why we were talking about it. You see it. The Sky Piercer, second item picked up for Yui Fendi. That's confidence, man.
That is crazy. Lunox Sky Piercer, second item. I mean, it's not too crazy after taking a look at the stats, 3-0. We were talking about how Yui Fendi, just having 3 kills alone without the Sky Piercer, you're going to be deadly to Saudi Arabia's composition. Now you add a Sky Piercer in, still 0 stacks by the way, so technically there's still a way for Saudi Arabia to shut her down.
Yeah.
If you get that shutdown and you continue just maybe snowball to snowball.
That's what I was going to say.
You can win it out. What are the chances of that happening, though, knowing that Lunar is that far down in terms of gold? Damage, though, she's actually been doing a lot of damage, Lunar. 9.3k, so consistent damage all around, great. But then we take a look at the gold lead, and it's a 1,000 gold lead between the gold laners.
Again, I think when you look at that damage dealt, it's almost a little, you know, misconstrued.
Decisive.
Yeah,
it's very deceptive.
Yeah, because when you drop down to Zaman Force, you know, you're hitting multiple members, whereas again, Yui Fendi is just, she's bursting at least one person down, especially the way she uses her Chaos Bolts and everything else. But, you know, when you look at this, there's still a tension here on the bottom side. Conceal going to come through from Yue. She's going to force Lyrics back a little bit. Lunar knows that she's in a tough position. Everybody is here, but they might not fully commit to it, so they just go ahead, rotate to this turtle. It is the last one of the game, and if Cambodia gets the 3 for 3, they're going to be in a really good position for that first lore.
They already are. 3,000 gold lead up ahead. They can play it slow. They still have very good scaling as they have a Lunox in the gold lane. And now turtle control again should really go towards Cambodia. The bottom lane should be a turret. At least Saudi Arabia will be getting a trade off the bat. As well, trying to get full 5-man dive.
Yeah, Yui, 1 versus 3 at least for now. She's forced off the turret. That was the shortcut drop down too. So Takami gets the turtle. Cambodia now 3 for 3. They're going to force the fight. Implosion won't land who they're looking for. Livin had to burn the flicker. Now Cambodia, with the objectives that they got, they don't have to force a fight. There's a push though from Rafa up top, at least to get the tier 1, but Tagami gets that tier 1 in the mid lane, and now Pink jumps on in. I'm not sure what she was looking for. She'll get taken out, cut off from the team, and now they collapse down Frigid Glacier to follow through. Lunar will be able to escape. Rafa doesn't have the purple buff, so she's thinking about joining the fight. Navi already passed him down. There's Rafa jumping in to clean up the kill. Soul Sever going to be used. Tempest Blades on the defense, and Moshi still alive for now with 1 HP. Rafa jumps back in. Lyrics goes down 2, falling here in Cambodia. We'll be able to get some kills that maybe they shouldn't have, and now they're looking to take this buff away from Rafa.
Still no shutdowns though earlier, so it actually is still worth it for Cambodia. Having a 2-for-1 trade, only losing your mid laner that so far in this game has purely been utility. Nabi has only been used as a way to actually bait. Pink, almost going for the crash course there, wants to respect it here, even though she has the shortcut, knows that Yui Fendi has brilliance. But again, for Nabi, she's just really been used as bait with the passive or utility, pure utility, getting the stun off Frigid Glacier, freezes for all the others, or just as follow-up. So again, no shutdowns at all for the side of Saudi Arabia. If they want to really look for a comeback in gold, they're going to have to start targeting Tegami, Yui Fendi down. 3-0, 3-0. Some juicy bounties there.
Oh, yeah. If they are able to capitalize on that, and they can turn the tide in their favor a little bit here, that'd be great. Saudi Arabia has to deal with this. Again, a conceal play constantly used down here on the bottom side. They want this tier 1 to open up the map a little bit further. Pink dropping down the shortcut. Everybody going to show up. Eternal Guard going to crash on Yui Fendi, but the Frigid Glacier will find almost everybody. Rafa tries to do something, but it's a triple kill for Tegami. And that's what we were talking about. Every time the chip drops the shortcut, man, do you have to watch out for the Aurora ultimate.
Wombo combo! Implosion onto all of them. The AoE from Tegami, the Frigid Glacier to freeze them, and then boom! AOG from the top. I mean, we can add on to Yui Fendi's damage too, but that would be pretty overkill. And now, still 0 stacks in the Sky Piercer. Unfortunately for Yui Fendi, she got that at 3 kills, and she's still at 3 kills. But I don't think she actually cares that much, right? A win is a win. And now it's a 6,000 gold lead. They have doubled their lead now since the last skirmish, and it will be a free Lord for sure. When you have a Lunox and a Suyo, dude, you execute this Lord like it's nothing.
Gone.
You use that ult on Lunox and then execute with the Soul Sever.
It's like
gone.
a Lith Wander.
It's a second.
Is that a little
It's
too
a
much?
lethal Wander? No. I don't even think it's a lethal, bro. That would be disrespectful to the lethal. I think it's a minion at that point. The Lord is literally just a minion to Lunox and Suyo. And now, I don't know. What do they do? Because defense sieging is not the best for Saudi Arabia. Wave clear is not the best. They actually do really well when they get skirmishes, pickoffs on the map with the chip, and unfortunately, every single time chip teleports, they get teleported into an implosion, man. They get teleported into...
Yeah. You'd almost second guess that shortcut. You know, you'd be like, are you sure you want me to go through this? And now they're going to have to defend the base. Holy Shields will be popped in mid lane. Even just a shot from range. I think a couple members low, but they deal with the Lord. Holy Shields are down. Cambodia, what more do they look for? They might want to get that tier 2 in the bottom lane. But Saudi Arabia definitely is just holding out into this game 11 minutes in.
Man. And now Cambodia are just going to be very happy playing it slow. They don't need to push anything, right? They can actually just stop pushing every wave, freeze it out, and then go for Lord. But they can also just do this. Cut them off from their own turrets and take it down. Lyrics. There's no real engagement for Saudi Arabia. Usually, there's a lot of ways for a team to actually still come back despite being this far behind, right? Usually you have a late-game marksman or a game-changing ultimate. But honestly, for Saudi Arabia, the game-changing ultimate is just the chip. And Cambodia's composition makes the ult that's game-changing not game-changing.
Yeah, it does.
It makes it pretty basic in this game, and it's an endless battle for Rafa. And I guess all eyes on Rafa right now. If she can actually go into the bottom lane or into the side lane and utilize the side lane control to get turrets and look for trades, maybe there will be an angle, there will be a window of opportunity that opens up for Saudi Arabia to come back. But if they just play it in a 5v5 fashion, there's no way you 5v5 against this combo.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, even with that, you know, trying to work into this, and you look, I think you really painted the picture here for Saudi Arabia's lineup. They don't have much of an angle to initiate fights. I know we have Lyrics here, and she had a phenomenal game in game number 1, but this time around, she's nearly been shut down, you know, and she did pick up a Radiant Armor. She's got that and Thunderbelt is pretty much all she has. So then she relies on Vengeance and Brave Smite. But as we've been seeing from all these skirmishes and team fights, man, Cambodia just has too much. You know, too much CC, too much burst potential with Yui Fendi alone, that it's really difficult to actually turn those fights in your favor. Now, if some way, somehow, Saudi Arabia is able to extend the game nearly to the 20-minute mark, they might be in a better position to catch them off guard utilizing the chip. That's always something that could happen. But right now, I'm not sure if Cambodia even wants to let that, you know, be a possibility, because they just go for this Lord and they get ready for this next march in.
So they get the minion, the enhanced Lord at this point, right? 13 minutes in. We have to have like an asset later on in the future where whenever we have a Lunox and like a Suyo or a super fast composition to take Lord, just a counter there. How fast do you take the Lord? There has to be like a world record or something, right? Purple Love taking, Toma connecting, and Moshi can take all that and still survive. No Revitalize, no Sweat.
I'm surprised too because, you know, that's all for the purple buff, and they'll eventually get ready for this march in. And I think still you got to look at, is Saudi Arabia ready to defend against this? You know, they can stall out a push for a while, but you look at that clear speed, man, it's not there. Because even for Rafa, if they want to go ahead and keep things under control and try to clear things out, she might have to be forced to use attempts to blades. And then, of course, you know, you're just relying on Lunar to drop that Zaman force. She pushed that top side a little bit into that tier 2. The rest of the team going to hold it down in the mid lane. The charge comes from the Lord. Working on that mid base turret. It goes down. Avatar the Guardian coming through from Moshi. Moshi will take quite a bit of damage. Frigid Glacier going to be able to find 2 into the Soul Sever from Tagami. Lyrics in trouble as well. The Brilliant's already going to be used. And they go in a little bit further. Still, all members of Cambodia alive. A double coming from a Tagami. The flicker forward, the implosion also. And Lyrics trying to keep it together. But she falls. Now 3 members down. And it looks like Cambodia off a triple, off another kill, and a wipeout will take the series 2-1.
They complete the reverse sweep. The early lead for Saudi Arabia, 1-0. We saw the emotions on stage. We saw just how much pressure was on them. Cambodia, one of the tournament favorites in WC24 IESF, man, for MLBB Women's. And they come back with such composure. Yeah. Game 2, phenomenal stuff, bringing out the Yi Sun-shin. A pick that not all of us were really, you know, supporting.
Or thought about.
It was doubted. For sure it was. Everybody, even the people watching back at home, when they saw the Yi Sun-shin, there were a lot of head shakes.
Yeah.
For Tagami, it was another day. And it was just phenomenal.
Phenomenal game, because even if when you look at it, man, like what we saw from game 1, it wasn't the game that Cambodia wanted, obviously. No. Like even, you know, taking a look at on stage earlier before they got to game 2, you knew that they had to kind of lock back in. They had to go ahead and get their mental state back into favor, because it was a series that definitely tested that endurance and the mental for a lot of these players here. And phenomenal games from both teams, honestly. Like even Saudi Arabia,
really well played.
Great improvements from what we saw in the past and how they've gotten up to this point. And I'd love to see the chip. I don't think anybody would knock that chip pick, but again, it was countered so well from the draft from Cambodia. And that's the thing, you know, Chip, as great of a hero as he has, as contested as a hero Chip is, it still has that weak point of, you know, what are you playing into?
Exactly. And I personally say thank you so much, Moonson, for nerfing Chip, right?
Thank you, yes.
Chip is beatable. It is beatable, especially when you have a composition like that that can just capitalize on every single shortcut. The Suya, on the other hand, when you deal with one, there's another that pops up, right? It's just, it's the nature of the world, not just an MLBB. It's just, it's the world, man. It's life.
It's
you
life.
know? Sometimes life's just like that, and we got to see that as well. The ups and downs of life, man. I mean, winning in the first game, and then game number 2, the equalization, Cambodia, really well played. They're going to be going up against Ukraine, if you guys want to know, in the next match. It'll be a banger of a match, definitely. Ukraine winning 2-0, so a bit more dominant in their win against Nepal.
I was going to say, they played against Nepal. They got the 2-0. This one, but I would almost say, because they are the next match that's on the stream,
yes.
right? And I would say, you know, for Cambodia, they've got some momentum in their favor. You know, they went through the reverse sweep. They went through the ringer here, and you know, with Ukraine, they had that. I wish we got to see, you know, all the picks and stuff. I'm sure our analysts and our panelists check things out, but now it makes things really interesting for that next matchup, because I feel like, have we had a Ukraine game on stream? Did we have one on day 1?
We had one in day 1.
I think it was just one, right?
Just one game of Ukraine, so we got a bit of Ukraine, but definitely I like the point. I like the point already. Ukraine has a lot of data on Cambodia. We've seen so many of the drafts of Cambodia. We've seen the Yi Sun-shin even.
Yeah.
We've had to bring up a lot of the drafts that maybe they would have wanted to actually save for later stages, but it's all for us here on the stand. We're going to throw it back there onto the stage with Mr. Bara, our host, for an interview.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for the amazing performance. I'm here with you, Fendi, and of course, Bob. What a match that was. Pretty much, we've seen you pretty much in the first time. Like, we weren't sure, like, were you, like, trying to know what's happening, even though it went out of your way in the first game, but the second game you had a comeback, and then you won the match. So what can you tell us about what happened in this game?
Take your time,
ហ្គេមទី1ហ្នឹងមានអារម្មណ៍ថារបៀបយើងលេងរៀងអត់ត្រូវគ្នាហើយបន្ទាប់មកដល់ពេលដល់ហ្គេមទី2និងទី3យើងនិយាយភាសាគ្នាថាយើងត្រូវលេងធ្វើម៉េចដើម្បីឈ្នះហើយយើងរកកន្លែងដែលយើងខ្វះខាត
What she said was the first game there was some problems, and then after the first game ended, they gathered together and talked on what was the problem, on how could they fix it, and then they just picked themselves back up and then just continued on.
Well, that's pretty much what we saw as well. Like, we were wondering, like, what happened in the first game, but apparently you noticed and you picked it up. Now, back-to-back games and heading even to a third one against Ukraine. Are you prepared? How do you feel? And how can you keep up with all that takes place on stage?
She said heading to the third match, even though it's the third consecutive match, she says she's not really tired and she will just keep pushing on.
Well, we saw the spirit, we saw the courage, and the performance are taking place. And they're gonna go for a third match. Can you believe that, guys? Tell us what you think.
Thank you so much, Bara, and congratulations to Cambodia for that reverse sweep against Saudi Arabia. So that means that they will be the team that will face up against Ukraine later on. And of course, thank you so much to Saudi Arabia, guys.
You well played.
It was a good performance. It was great. I think the drafts were exceptionally solid. What do you guys think about Saudi Arabia's performance in this tournament?
Yeah, solid, surprising, and respectable showing coming in from the host country representatives in the women's tournament. It just boiled down to solid was beat by fluidity. Fluidity in the draft, fluidity in the in-game rotation, especially in the third one. I was telling both of you this behind the scenes. The chip strategy of just hanging around the portals, waiting for the counter punish, a little bit too passive for my taste.
Doesn't work.
Does not work. But at the same time, you also get it. The swerve of Cambodia, again, we called it also in the panel, where they would put that Gatot in the EXP lane and then bring up Tigreal, fourth pick. That was the kicker there. And once I saw that, I already thought, I played a lot of chips myself, and even with the nerfs on him, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a very tough chip game.
Yeah, allow me to be frank. I'll still be Leo at the end of the day. The fact that the chip was passive and they drafted not around it but with it made it less of a power pick, because look, we did say it was a solid draft, it was good, but if you mince the details, you're literally playing with a chip, a Phoveus who does very little once you come through the portal unless your opponents move around in dashes, a Harith that, alright, fortunately contributes to the whole strategy, but then again it was capped off by a Ling and a Vixana. Those are two heroes that don't want to go through the portal. Those are two heroes that interact very little with Chip's main kit. So that alone made me feel like Saudi Arabia was going in this game with, again, less than a full deck. I think they were coming in half cock, and that's what allowed Cambodia to all the more execute on their easily operatable draft.
Yeah, allow me to be blunt, but I'm actually a pretty soft-hearted guy. That Phoveus would not do anything in this game, would not do anything against that lineup. That's not to the fault of Lyrics, though. Again, the swerve coming in from Cambodia, the fact that the Lunox that we didn't know if Yui Fendi had, she actually had it, and she's really freaking good with it, meant that the Phoveus, again, we talked about this before, earlier in the draft, Phoveus first pick, but there's a good chance that there might be a chance that the opposing team, if you got certain heroes who won't have the right damage profiles, they have the right damage profiles. How much Shuyo hurts, we know how much Lunox melts any frontliner, especially something like the Phoveus.
It's a miracle that Yui Fendi died just once.
Yeah.
Just how capable Yui Fendi is with the Lunox. And of course, look at the KDA on Yui. She missed just one kill of the what is that, 21, 17 for her team. That happened in this about 15-minute game. She only missed one. So that just shows how in control Cambodia was, how well they were getting away with what they wanted to do anyways, and how for a majority of this 39-second game, Saudi Arabia were the reactors. They were very passive. Again, that word does not ring well with a lineup that has a chip in it.
Very aggressive and confident too, right? Lunox with the Sky Piercer as well, so
Yeah.
she was confident that she was not going to be taken down too much. She was confident that she was able to, dish out the damage and be the final say in a lot of these team fights, and the KDA did reflect that. So amazing stuff from Yui Fendi, and I love to see it, right? We were talking about Hero Pool, about all these players, and somehow, some way, they still have some picks up their sleeves, right? YSS, earlier on for Tegami, and then we get the Lunox for Yui Fendi as well.
Yeah, not to beat on a dead horse, but Renmar, I think you were right. When going into Game 3, going into that draft, you were looking for something from Saudi Arabia. You were looking for that extra spice, and it did come in the form of a off-meta pick or a secret pocket pick or cheese. It came in the rather soft Ling on Rafa. She's an amazing jungler, but the Ling just wasn't the right pick for this draft. As well as the chip. I think any team that drafts a chip in this current meta should be happy, but if you come in with half of a plan and a composition that doesn't support that, then all the more it becomes worse for you. So maybe, yeah, that is something that Saudi Arabia can work on, like their pocket picks and the heroes that come in for specific strategies.
Yeah, 3 straight drafts wherein Saudi Arabia was blue side, Cambodia the red side. Seems like after game number 1 and they fixed things up, and then they decided to flex their creativity with the last picks. Those were 2 straight games where Saudi Arabia just suddenly lost the second phase of the drafting because of the creativity of Cambodia. Again, for Saudi Arabia, I felt like they were also thinking that they were stuck into that picking up the Ling, what we thought we'd get, which would be Chip and friends one side, Ling on the other. Didn't happen because the Chip ended up playing a older style of the Chip gameplay, which teams have read into, because the longer the time Chip was banned, teams were still cooking up ways that, hey, if ever the Chip comes through, what are we gonna do? And I feel like that's what we saw. Yeah, the game has evolved, and Cambodia evolved into a team that showed the world they know how to deal with a Chip.
And them playing 3 series in a row on broadcast, I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
I'm gonna scream, oh my mao, every time.
Yeah, but going into the next one, both Ukraine and Cambodia would have played 3 series. They're each other's third for the day.
So it's back-to-back-to-back matches.
And a quick throwback before we get into that. Let this sit with you guys watching at home. Ukraine actually beat Cambodia in the groups.
Ooh.
The revenge arc, maybe? We don't know.
I love these kinds of stories.
Yeah.
I love these kind of stories. We've seen back and forth coming into WEC, even in the MLBB men's scene. So we're going to see whether or not the same kind of thing happens here in the MLBB women's. But this does mean that we are down to our top 4 now, ladies and gentlemen. Almost one team away of getting to the top 3 prize pool. So with that, before we get into the final match of the series and unfortunately have to say goodbye to one other, we are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more WEC 2024 MLBB Women's action.
Pursuit, Hanada given the call under the turret. They might just go ahead and secure the turret here. Oh, Cable jumping in, trying to keep the turret alive, trying to pop out the damage on Hanada. Hanada 1 hit away. Wait, does she stay alive through it? Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange, but finally Hanada goes down.
Man, what a drawn-out team fight.
Over Space loves us. You're gonna have to clear out the Lord. It's already gonna be used. Space is already at half health. They jump on in. they're still working for it. Avatar the Guardian won't connect, so Pink misses that one. Lord finally goes down. There's the Spear Destruction. Multiple members able to get targeted down, and the base is just...
BTN delivers. Crossfire is so strong.
Is very important, and these initial nades also soften up for Snappy, and he'll go to town here. Is it another individual to want to send it to be through the smoke?
It's big. A shot. Oh, Striker falls, but TMKJ is running out of ammo. Final bullet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it's Blatter will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
Some missed shots sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
أهلا بكم. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. 환영. 요코소. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nab. SEF Arena.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
It is finally time for some more MLBB action, baby. And my, oh my, what exciting games we've had thus far today, Bara.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia fell just a little short in the previous series, but you know what? I'm super excited for our next one.
Oh, you got that right. The team who's going to get on stage right now, they've been battling it out back-to-back, non-stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Cambodia. And here they come. Can you believe it, Yasmin? Back-to-back, the best of three to the point right now. I think they're going to just play the best of 9 for all collective. It's unbelievable how they are still managing to make it happen. These are Iron Ladies.
You know what? The argument should be made. The discussion should be made. Is it better to play back-to-back series? Because at that point, you're warmed up. Nerves are not going to get the better of you.
Right.
You're pretty comfortable on here, on the big stage, let's
Right.
say. So let's find out whether or not it's going to be the same for their opposition. Team Ukraine. Now, Bara, for these ladies, it's quite the polar opposite situation. They've been playing many of their series back of house, which means their return to the big stage might have them crumbling, shaking in their boots a little bit. What do you think?
Well, they look super confident and happy, and these beautiful smiles show otherwise. But you know what? Let's see what our amazing talents say at the analyst disc. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bara. Thank you so much, Jasmine. And good luck to Ukraine and good luck to Team Cambodia. I think there's a little bit of a mix-up. Oh, okay. They got it.
There we go.
Preparing to their battle stations, guys, for the lower brackets. We're getting into the final match for probably one of these teams.
No, literally.
Literally the final match for
it's
one
not
of
probably.
these teams. Yeah,
Is that not what probably means?
Nah.
We can be optimistic, but the truth is, the harsh truth is, one of them's going home.
Yeah, and I just want to say already, I'm very happy we're finally seeing, again, Ukraine go up on the stage. The last time we saw them, we were like, oh, no, it might be rough for them in the group stage. Suddenly, they're in the top of Group B.
It's huge.
It's a grudge match is what it is.
Yeah.
Because they actually gave Cambodia their only loss in the groups, and that's where it mattered, in the head-to-head. That's why they were #1. That's why they were able to dodge the bullet of Indonesia.
That's huge. I'm thinking about it. I'm excited to see. I think this is one of my second most anticipated match after the one we saw earlier on the day, I think, for match
So
#1.
this is your second favorite. And
Yeah.
we didn't even think we would see this again.
Exactly. And we didn't think that Ukraine would pull off all the stops to get to this point, right? We have Molly Sula, Ametarasu, Chak Sapok, as well as Asilia back with their main roster. No changes just yet.
Amaterasu is such a presence. Just seeing her on stage, how she's so ready to go, makes me want to see what she's got on the table, like what she's going to bring. She's got a few solid pocket picks, not to mention Sula's own pocket picks, which I'm, by the way, living for. The fact she loves Bane, she loves Frederick, she loves the more utility-based junglers. That's what I'm looking for them taking advantage of, especially against Cambodia, because Cambodia was on stage 3 times today. So there's a lot of history that Team Ukraine can look to.
They love the utility junglers more, but they've shown that they can play both. Earlier when they lost their series against Egypt, they played the Fredrin and the Alpha. When they won 2-0 against Nepal, they won it with a Hayabusa and a Suyo. So this shows
assassins?
Yeah, apparently. Unless no, I don't think they subbed anyone in.
No, it should be the same roster.
Sula is Sula.
Their only registered substitute is a EXP laner, so she is her. I think that maybe that's something that they prep for. Again, going into the playoffs, we started seeing more things that we've only heard or asked if it was a possibility. So, yeah, now Cambodia, I feel like they might actually be going into this as the team with creative picks, have started showing off some stuff, but now they're going up against a team that, wait a minute, they have Fredrin, they have Xborg, Alpha, and the traditional assassins as well.
Also, did you guys touch on Molly yet? No, not yet. Molly?
Yep.
The XP laner?
We mentioned that she's the main.
Okay. What I wanted to point out is she plays the Benedetta as well as the Uranus.
That she does, and as well, the Yuzhong.
That's the thing. So there's another layer that we should be looking at when it comes down to that EXP lane that I'm all for. We've seen a lot of Hildas coming through in the EXP lane, and we've seen in the MLBB men's that the Uranus works wonders against this Hilda pick. So let's get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, best of 3 between Team Cambodia and Ukraine. We have the Exborg Matilda banned out by Team Cambodia, alongside the Hilda takeaway instantly, and Ukraine follow that up with the Hayabusa and the Aurora.
I wish Ukraine actually would go into this packing out the Fredrin, bringing out the utility type of jugglers. I mean, the Alpha's still available.
By taking out the Xborg, you do open up more of those tanky junglers.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully that's... You can tell that Cambodia has been thinking about that. They're still also respecting the Matilda. We could still default into the trade of assassins, but with the Jushin gone, that's also another sign that maybe, just maybe, we might see Fredrin in this game.
Fredrin popping up into the jungle. I'd love to see how that actually works out, right? How does the Fredrin space in the beginning? How does he farm in this current meta? There are big questions around that hero.
You gotta make sure that your opponent's mid and their roam and maybe even their XP are safe for the Fredrin to interact with. So, that being said, with the pick still being hidden for now, I'd say if the Fredrin's gonna come out, it'll come out later, but Tegami's not gonna touch that, especially since the Suyo and the Bruno are early picked. As an old Fredrin main, I don't like it when there's a Bruno on the other side. That takes a while for me to get there.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the order of the Bruno pick is, but they utilized it back-to-back against their match against Nepal earlier on. So they're sticking with this.
They did go back-to-back with it earlier.
That's just Acelia getting comfortable.
Yeah, and what I like about Cambodia's draft right now is with them prioritizing the Gato Gacha, if Ukraine decides to go into something like an Eve to properly support this Bruno, that would struggle. Cambodia's just blocking. They're blocking, and they get a power combo pick as well for themselves with the Angeling together.
I've been throwing out this blue side double pick Angeling since the men's playoffs. Now it finally comes through. Does Ukraine have the answer? This is so powerful. These 3 alone, this will demand sudden movement, sudden even bans from Ukraine.
Yeah.
What is the answer, though?
Hopefully they're not thinking and considering Baksha right now. I would not like the pace of the game and the tempo for themselves if they decide to go into that. They do pick up a pick that I feel like answers a lineup that is very dive initiation reliant. They pick up the Tigreal. It responds well into it. It won't completely 100% answer it, but you mitigate some of the damage that Cambodia would want to do. I like this Tigreal pick because he dipped out of the meta with the entry of Suyo. Teams have been putting him into the second phase more. But Tigreal dominated the meta as the best roamer in the game for the longest time for a reason. And when it comes to team fighting, he's the best at messing that up for your opponents and making it good for you. I like also that they're targeting the mid laners for the side of Cambodia, but for Ukraine, they're going for the gold lane matchups that they don't want to go up against for that Bruno.
Those are 2 heroes that do well with Angela in them.
Exactly.
Cambodia should go ahead and ban the Aurora right now. That's another hero in the mid that
Banned by
would
Ukraine
waste.
Already.
Oh, there you
Aurora,
go.
yeah.
So all the more easier. And there's a Phoveus, knowing that they couldn't get the Phoveus on the swing back, and it's still open for Ukraine. Does Ukraine go Hilda? Oh, it's banned out now. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Both of these teams just doing their homework, covering their bases.
They thought about it.
Steps ahead.
They thought about it, and the Uranus still does come through despite not seeing a Hilda being picked up here. What do you think the Uranus offers in this composition?
Well, it's going to be annoying to deal with. Right now, you don't have the right damage profile to deal with it unless you're going to force a Lunox in the gold or a carry in the gold lane, which right now I feel like the Bruno might be a little bit happier dealing with. Maybe not the Lunox come level 4 because for sure Cambodia will be committing a rotation so that they get an advantage per Yui Fendi.
I'm going to double down on the carry. I think the carry's decent.
Against a Bruno, though?
You just have to survive that. You
Yeah.
can send Uwe to babysit. I don't think she's beyond that.
Yeah, you have an Angela, a Ling, a Gato Kacha. But that might be too expensive in terms of like the rotations you would need to actually help the carry out.
Assume that the Angela's going to Nabi. Then it's become less expensive. You just lack the damage output to take down the Uranus. But you make your bet that way.
the Natan pickup is a safer choice if you have to choose between the carry and the Natan.
What is your mid? Just go Valentina? Because there's an Edith on the other side.
That's sound to me.
Yeah.
You're a very good team fighting lineup. The only real standout would be the Uranus, which can just bother the backline.
Would you guys consider Veil Ukraine? Because
Veil?
I wouldn't knock it. I mean, all my brain tells me that hopefully they don't go the evil 100% struggle here. The Veil at least has the crowd control and burst.
I'm with Val.
Whoa, Lunox
That's
mid.
a mid Lunox.
Whoa.
It's an Amaterasu special.
Oh, Ukraine. Very aggressive draft.
Saves herself from a puppet on a string.
Yeah.
And she understands that she's laning up against an Angela. So she's gonna make the most of the absence of clear damage. She wins that lane. She can bully the Angela.
Yeah. Let's see which pokes will do better, the Gotcha Angela or the the Edith Angela or the Tigreal Lunox.
I hope Cambodia has reset. I hope they can reset from this. I think solid drafts. There's a clear winning condition for both of the drafts that we are seeing right now from both teams. But for Cambodia, I'm highlighting this especially because this is going to be the third match of the day for them in particular. They need the endurance. Like, on the other side, you can also make an argument that it's enough for them to get heated up. But let's see how it all pans down in the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, as we throw it to our first game in this best of 3 series between both of these teams. Mirko, Naisu, take it away.
It's our last matchup for the day here. Now, still in the lower bracket of things, we're going to have to find out who moves forward from this. But like our panelists mentioned, they've been playing all day, man. This is what, third game that we've seen also now just here on stream, and then Cambodia has been through it. They went through a reverse sweep just recently, last match, if you missed it. So I would say they've got the momentum here. Their draft is looking good. This is also a classic, you know, the Angeline combination that we're so used to seeing as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 here in this best of 3. We'll find out if it's going to be enough. Interesting. What do you see here, Mirko?
Pull yourself together for Kaksa here and Tigreal. This is something that we don't usually see for the Tigreal, right? We see the agility, sure. We usually see tenacity sometimes, maybe even vitality. But pull yourself together is definitely a more aggressive take. They did say aggressive, you know, the panel, and we are going to be seeing that. A whole lot of aggression from Kaksa, probably just all in to look for those crazy moments.
I think part of this, too, is, you know, if I recall, we saw Ukraine play on stream once, and the team has pretty good synergy. I mean, this is why, you know, they went with this draft. The Uranus was of question, but Molly's going to get taunted here, I think. Okay, the breakable goes backward. Good thing to have some of that support there. And they've showed us that, yeah, they have quite a bit of synergy. I think even when you talk about the Uranus, you're just there as a bulwark, basically. Like, you are that front line that can really kind of stay up front if you need to. You can go ahead and push some of the waves, proxy them the way you need to. But my ultimate question here for Ukraine, and knowing what we've seen already from Cambodia, is can they deal with that classic combination, having the heart guard to play against, and then we know that late game Nathan really comes online. But then you throw in a focusing mark, right? The focusing mark with this Angela is going to help her. A lot of these early skirmishes and fights kind of go in favor of Cambodia if, again, Ukraine is caught off guard. And that's why I also love the fact that they got the Suyo here. Oh. Wow, Navi taking a shot. Turtle's going to come up shortly, so Sula will go ahead and get in position. Already knows that Yue is there, so forcing her off. Another shot really on point so far.
Yeah, Sula's been really, really on point. And again, for me personally, I really like this Lunox pick. I'm a big fan of the Lunox pick here, especially considering, you know, you're up against an Angela. Usually the Angela does have a lot of ways to actually just bully out the lane. Wow, free turtle, by the way. This is why the Lunox.
Just like you asked me earlier, Mirko. Yeah. You know, can we get a timer for objectives when a Suyo and a Lunox are in the same game?
We really should at this point, right? Because, man, it's super quick. And that's the reason I like the Lunox too. But on top of the fact that you take neutral objectives super quick if the enemy team is late to respond, is the fact that in lane against an Angela, usually Angela wins out just through sustain. And you have the sustain with your yellow, that yellow form, right? Yep. So just continue to farm up. Oh, Molly here will just get away with the consecration, not even a purify used up, and it's really, really slow. But in the slow games, Ukraine have been able to get good dubs, man, just through scaling.
Scaling's going to be in their favor. I think part of that, too, anytime you have a Lunox on the table, that's really what you're going for. And I almost expect Cambodia to go ahead and just play to the tune of Ukraine until later on. If they can't get, you know, some sort of a secured kill because of the fact that they have Angela with them, then they might as well just wait, push in, you know, some of the side lanes later on. But I don't really expect them to start fights or even these skirmishes. Every single time they do fight, it's probably going to be around the turtle, you know, or later on the Lord, and then build into that. Now, and that's also what makes me worried, because Tagami, you know, we've seen her back in the last match when game number 1, when she kind of struggled a little bit, especially with pacing. You want to be able to get the snowball going. They're going to go in mid lane.
Or Shadow the Flicker with a taunt, and the explosion exactly held on Amaterasu. Good brilliance coming down, but the Blaze is right there. Amaterasu with a flicker around, but now the AOG will knock Sula up. A few blades claimed, and Amaterasu will be taken down. Molly still able to survive, but man, crazy mechanics from Tagami.
Well, I was just saying, you know, I didn't expect them to actually throw some fists this early on, but hey, they do it. Maybe that's part of, again, why that momentum they had in the previous series, they're really locked in right now. Worldy to just kind of check things out. But those 2 kills and going over here kind of spread up even. You even got a kill there. That's going to help them now possibly secure this turtle. I expect Ukraine still to go ahead and you know, if they're able to rotate fast enough with the Sula, because they know that the Ling Tagami, she needs the purple buff, they'll actually go ahead and, it looks like, get ready to go toe-to-toe for this. The only problem is Coxa doesn't have the flicker. You know, she can't really surprise them. And Yui Fendi will actually give quick work to this. It looks like Ukraine's just going to have to give this one up. The 1-for-1 for the Turtles right now for both teams. Very slow and steady right now. This is a big item picked up, though, for Nabi. Nabi does get the Flask of the Oasis. It looks like they might try to make a play here towards Mashi. 3 members are here, and also Tagami just around the corner, but I don't think you can really do much here. There's a hard guard.
Yep, good shove and the implosion too, but hard guard actually saves her just for a bit here. Coxa will be taken very low. Revitalize gets popped in and comes the blades as well. Tagami go with the blades in the back, finding the kill. Coxa very low, taken out as well. It's double to Tagami. Looking for Amaterasu, jumps in with the Divine Blade one more time. Amaterasu will probably be slain here again. Tagami very low, will be shut down by Sula. But it's a dive here. Uwe will not go for the flicker. Doesn't even have the flicker at this part of the game, but it's a 3-for-1.
Tagami wanted that triple, man. You know, she saw it. She wanted to take that opportunity to clear it in. And this is why, you know, every time we see this combination come up, that hard guard provides so much to the whole game plan when you have a Ling on the table. You can see she's already got that Berserker's Fury, but both junglers, her and Sula, both are actually relatively even across the board. You have some differences here going in the lanes. Even the gold lane, relatively matched up. You know, just 100 gold difference between the two. Conceal, and another Conceal going to be used in response, but Molly just forcing them off. And this is where we see the focus now. Can they get these tier 1s down? Both teams slowly working on them because they don't have any just yet. Yui providing a lot of information on this Edith, and you know, it goes back to the question, when is that timing going to happen here for both these lineups? Acelia?
The hard guard again, Divine Blades. Acelia very low. Good implosion to peel off. Uwe is going to be taken very, very low to by Amaterasu. Coxa going to shove over. Tagami still has it for the Blaze, and now Acelia slain under the turret. Amaterasu able to get a trade back, but Tagami is ruthless. It's a double, but now a double as well for Tagami. Molly with the consecration still able to survive. Meanwhile, Sula just looking for a trade in the bottom lane. Will be able to get a turret at least for the 2-for-2, making it actually worth it for Ukraine.
Sula grabbing that turret. You know, it almost makes me wonder, it is going to be a trade though again. Objective here, Cambodia will get this turtle, but you know, even that last exchange, I was thinking Acelia would be able to survive, but maybe that implosion and then the swoop into the turret put them in range to go ahead and cap out the kill, but still, Ukraine does find some answers.
Yeah.
Mid lane, they're just so tanky, you know, no initiation is going to follow through, but now that Amaterasu is here as Sula, they'll go ahead and focus on these buffs. And you know, mind you, all this happening, Acelia.
Probably going to be slain again. Tagami, nice flicker. Get him blade. Ooh, Acelia, great moves away. Tagami, go for the blades again. Under the turret, Acelia still surviving. Oh, good stun from Sula. Coming from an off angle. Coxa earlier able to get the implosion and the shove back so that Moshi gets caught under that turret. Wow. But it becomes a 1-for-0.
What an escape. I was almost expecting Acelia would just kind of go down. Good thing that she still had that flicker available. Maratu holding down the line up here on the top side. she'll be able to keep it together. So Ukraine, and you know, before that fight broke out, I was saying, yeah, you might see quite a few kills here for Cambodia, but Ukraine has been doing really good in terms of farming across the map where they can, so that even though they might be losing a kill here or there, relatively, the economy is still in their favor. You know, they can still scale up really well. Time in this case is what they have to with the Bruno even and the Lunox. They'll scale up really well into the mid game, and that's where we are now. This Lord is coming up. I actually think they would be in a good position to win a team fight here. And seeing how they manage these waves pushing in, or the turrets, even these tier 1s. Oh, hold on.
Sharon, the playground now with a hard guard too. That's an AOG to catch Asilia. No flicker, a good taunt over, but Sula was able to blink just in time to escape. Cambodia playing up top now to Finch poise over from Tagami. She has to be careful, there is no hard guard available for her. Coxa tries to read that movement, tries to go in for the shove. Now it's Moshi walking up. Yui Fendi just re-hitting with the entropy, and Coxa will be taking a half HP. With the entropy, Molly picks up the radiant armor, and you can see even with the radiant armor, Yui Fendi is just melting through that HP bar.
I'm surprised, man, because radiant armor or not, Uranus or not, you know, even with a consecration, like, you're just going to be burned to use it. And this is quick work of the Lord happening here. I'm not sure if Ukraine can really do much about this, except for watching it taken. Somali and Coxa, they'll back off. And they got to get ready here. Sula has been doing a good job, you know. If she can't find something to contest, like head-to-head, she'll go and push one of the lanes, get what she can. But now we have to think, you know, defensively, is Ukraine cut out to get through this? You know, the First Lord, I think they've got an okay lineup to get through that. Looking at the items, you know, they're tanky enough. Some of the damage obviously coming into place. You have the Glowing Wand and the Divine Glaive now for Amaratsu, so she's where she needs to be. But Asilia, she's got Berserker's Fury, Haas Claws, and she needs to be able to use that flicker defensively like we've seen her in the past, because this First Lord, you know, it's not going to be doing too much to the base. You might get the tier 2s down unless they force a fight. We've seen Cambodia do this multiple times now. And this whole time, Yui Fendi's just been able to farm up, do her thing. Now they focus on the tier 2. Bottom and top pushed in. Lord finally goes down. So as I expected, as I was thinking, that Lord's going to be taken care of really quickly. And right now, Ukraine doing okay.
Great clear. They still have very, very good clear with Lunox, with Suyo even, helping just poking them down. And obviously, Asilia on the Bruno. Even though she's 0-3 and 0 right now. Yeah, if you get all the stacks in, you should be able to clear out minions really, really well. But if you're just playing the wait, Tagami jumping on top of Tarasu, who's going to be able to use the Chaos and the Flicker with the Brilliance too. A bit too early, Tagami going in, now with Pinch poised to escape. Absolute class as Molly just gets obliterated by Yui Fendi on the Natan as she picks up a Holy Crystal.
Not going to lie, man, that was smooth from Tagami. Able to just go from that angle with a Heart Guard and then get enough attention, and then they go and get 2 kills out of it. This is what should have been just a cleared Lord, you know, and then you hold on to maybe even that tier 2 turret in the mid lane, but because of that decision from Tagami and Navi, they were able to get more. You know, the Lord went down so early, but at least for now, Ukraine, they do hold on to the Holy Shields. They still got that. And so when you're looking at it, once again, the goal lead building up a little bit for Cambodia, they might have to really rely on contesting this next Lord here in less than a minute. But Ukraine right now just trying to stay together. You know, they don't want to get caught out. This is the problem when you deal with a Ling and an Angela. You never know. You know, it's almost as bad as when you have a Lui on the table. Like, they're just going to diversion in. But with a Ling, even if you try to catch them, you have to throw so much, you know, to be able to catch the Ling here. And right now, I just feel like that's one of the weak points of Ukraine's lineup. Trying to catch the Ling, trying to follow a Ling with a Heart Guard is already hard enough. And it kind of just puts you in a very susceptible position to get collapsed down and forced to fight.
Now it's about to set up Sula. They're trying to match the Ling movement, but when you do this in the late game, it's a very big disadvantage for your team if you don't have like a Fanny or someone else, like a Nolan even, right? Someone that can actually match the maneuverability, the mobility of Tagami. Purple buff taken. The Tandra and Ling maybe, you know, similar speeds to taking a Lord right now. You can see it just blitz down. Asilia will be able to walk up. Ollie as well. Tagami wins it out. Coxa goes up with the implosion, but it will not be enough to take them down. And the wave will still be able to get used up. And Sula gets demolished by this Ling. Tagami will continue this onslaught of damage as Asilia will not be able to get through even the FOTO shielding.
A little bit too much to handle here for Ukraine. Top turret's going to be worked on. Amatsu goes in.
A desperate attempt to try to save the game, but man, Takami is godlike, and they'll secure game number 1 with the momentum after getting the reverse sweep earlier. Nice-u. Cambodia is online.
Man, they've been online, throughout the day. They've felt defeat maybe once or twice here in terms of games, but momentum completely in their favor, and they showed it here in game 1 in this best of 3. Really, I mean, they might have took it on a little bit of time, but as soon as they had the hard card available, that's really the timing when they just started to find, little spacing around the map, little moments where they can actually go ahead and contest some of those skirmishes, some of those fights, and then the objectives. And again, I like the draft that we saw here come through from Ukraine. I just feel like, and I think our panelists mentioned this, is certain things were lacking from that game plan to deal with a Ling and an Angela, to deal with the fact that, even with the Uranus, like, we know that that hero is tanky. That part of that is to just go ahead and maybe stay in the lane, make it a dead lane, be that front line for you. And even with a Tigreal, like, it just wasn't enough, I feel like, to deal with how much pacing was set up. And, unfortunate too, because the Bruno, as great as a turret destroyer as Bruno can be, I just feel like there was no room to actually go ahead and utilize this Bruno within the whole, scenario of game 1. So
The Bruno was definitely tough in the matchup against Natan.
100%, and I know our panelists are going to have more to say about this for game number 1. Let's go ahead and pick their brains. Guys, what do you think about game 1?
Thanks, Naisu. Thank you, Mirko. We're back on the panel here with me, Eternal, alongside with Renmar, as well as Leo. Now, game number 1 in this best of 3 is now held in by Cambodia. And I don't know, what do you guys think about this match?
Bruno was way too early. I'll start with that, but then let you go a little bit deeper.
All right. The Bruno, to me, was A-okay, especially since they could have drafted around it. To me, the real mortal sins came in the second half of the draft. After the 1-1 in Hearth ban, which was a clear read by Team Ukraine. You don't want the Angela jumping into either of those because it allows for the Hearth to just keep dancing. Or the 1-1 to take flight. Even when she's at the brink of death, the Heart Guard does provide a shield. They picked the Uranus. That's the biggest question mark to me. It was mentioned by Joseph right before they threw back to us. It was supposed to do something on the map. And when you watch that game, it wasn't even doing that. Very vocally, while we were watching off stream, we were saying, hey, Molly should stick to the bottom lane. Molly should stick to the top lane. She should keep pushing the map, at least win something for Team Ukraine. But she was, I don't know, uncharacteristically wanting to join certain fights. So already, a wrong pick, in my opinion, played the wrong way.
Yeah, when you have the Uranus with you, it's an acceptance of I have one mission, far lane. I don't need to join team fights, but then again, that's one of the problems with that pick. The only thing that they have outside of that, outside the Uranus, is the Tigreal in terms of a front line, or in terms of a catch. If you look at the 4 members of Ukraine that will most likely be left alone together, there's a lot of lack of crowd control there. Yes, you have the implosion, you have the Sacred Hammer, but then after that, what's next? You may have the charge first of the Suyo.
Charge Queller.
No, that's Charge Surge. Charge Surge, yes. Yeah. Hold 1. Then compare that to the long team fight prowess of Angeling, Edith, and Nathan together. It's gonna struggle. You really saw in this draft how Cambodia respected everything Ukraine has done so far in the tournament. We've set up how they like both types of junglers, whether it's tanky, whether it's assassin. They covered their bases. They allowed Tegami to play a game where she's present all throughout. It was just Cambodia looked way more prepared in that game number 1.
And more so, they really just built onto their strengths.
Yeah.
Right, and this was something that we saw that other teams against Cambodia actually respected. There were moments where we saw an Angela ban in the second phase, but Ukraine completely let that just go.
This is the purest Angela lineup one could make. Literally everyone from lane to lane could be the recipient of a Hearthguard and make the most of it. I think I saw, Yui, even the Yui on the Edith as the roamer got a couple of kills, even on some key members of Team Ukraine because of their prowess with the Angela lineup. So I think, yeah, already talking about best practices going into game 2 to force a game 3 possibly, ban out the Angela.
I agree. Ban out the Angela. Because I think if we want to go on respect towards Tegami, it's a lot more difficult than we would imagine, right? She has the Fanny, the Hayabusa, she has the Ling now.
Yeah.
She can play the Suyo, she can play the Alphas. What else can she play? Nolan?
Lancelot.
Lancelot?
There's a wide hero pool.
Julian.
Yeah, so I agree with that sentiment. Wherein if you want to target Tegami, don't target Tegami specifically. Target the players around her. And to be fair, Ukraine went with that relative idea because they took away the comfort pick of Cambodia that Nabi has been shining with all throughout this tournament, the Aurora. Knowing the playstyle of Ukraine, they still respected the Jushin and they took away the Hayabusa. I feel like at the same time though, with the way that Ukraine didn't respect the Angela-Ling combo together, or the presence of an Angela, is that they didn't build well for it. In the roam to mid, we did see the interaction that you pointed up. The Tigreal and the Lunox early on was having a better time laning, but the laning phase ended so quick. Once it was level 4, it was Tegami time. It was Heart Guard time.
Not even 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
They literally, as soon as the Heart Guard went up, Tegami said, it's go time, Homo and Mao, let's get this done. And that's why we ended under 15 minutes. Something to note for game number 2, I want Team Ukraine to, this is very weird, all right? Usually when we go into game 2 drafts or we talk about tips on how to improve your draft, we usually say don't be too reactive, don't be passive, don't wait for your opponents to do something. I'll say here, to correct what happened in game 1, watch out for what your opponent does. Watch what Team Cambodia does and adjust. Because I think that's the main problem. Like, macro-wise, big picture, Team Ukraine, they did not at all acknowledge what Cambodia was doing. There was very little interaction. Again, we talked about how the Bruno in the draft would win against a carry, or most anything it lanes against, right?
Yeah.
The Nate didn't really have that problem because of how fast they went online, because of how fast Nabi got the Heart Guard. Also, that Uranus, usually when you're red side, that red 4 swing, that's usually a power pick right there. That usually dictates how the rest of the draft unfolds. That did not do anything to help Team Ukraine. So that's my pro tip here, my suggestion. Learn to react and answer your opponent's draft here.
Yeah. I feel like if Ukraine wanted to do what they did like around Mali, if they wanted someone who's annoying with split pushing a lane, someone who could quickly join in the team fight, they've already showed it before. Why didn't they just pick Benedetta? It's not going to solve all of your problems, but it would have played better into the playstyle that Mali and Ukraine was going for around the EXP laner. Because, again, the Uranus didn't get to do what it did. But if, let's say, we changed that hero, instead of Uranus, it was Benedetta, it would make a little bit more sense. The times where she would manage wave and then decide to go to another part of the map to help out, you can do that much faster, react much faster as a Benedetta.
And she'd also have a lot more presence in the team fights when she does join, right?
Yes.
Supposedly she'd go Petrify, so that's another layer that they can actually have utilized in these particular team fights if they went in for the Benedetta.
Yeah, Yui Fendi would have had to think twice about it. Even, let's say, best case scenario, you find Nabi before she pops the Heart Guard. That's already a huge minus to Team Cambodia's lineup. So I agree. Again, that pocket Benedetta that she's shown on Mali, that's definitely something they should consider game 2.
I like that. I like that. I like that. And I don't know, what do you guys think about this, right? Because technically, Ukraine drafted in a way where they should have had the winning gold lane matchup. Was it not? I mean, we saw that the Natan was struggling earlier on against the damage coming from Bruno. We saw the trades, we saw the forced errors.
Yeah.
Could they have worked around it better? Or was it just an inevitable thing because of the Ling and the Angela being able to rotate so fast around the map?
That is definitely one of the factors. One thing I like though that Yui Fendi did in lane is once they hit level 4, every time she had entropy available for her, actually if you look back into the map, that's one of the reasons why the gold lane of Ukraine struggled, why this Bruno struggled. Acelia, every time, Acelia was like, alright, time to duel it out. Why do you use your ult? That's not fair. Fine, I'll go back under tower. Wait, there's a Gacha jumping in, there's a Ling, there's the Angela. There it is.
That's what you call in the business a technical knockout.
Yeah.
You didn't die immediately, but your utility and your presence was nullified. So you might as well have just recalled, got knocked out, and then re-engaged. Great use of presence, great use of their whole kit. Team Cambodia, I wholeheartedly agree. They nullified that gold lane advantage, and there wasn't even a chance for Team Ukraine to actually bear down on Yui Fendi.
Yep.
there was always a response.
And this makes this team one of the scariest teams here in the tournament, right? Just when you think that we've hit the threshold when it comes down to the amount of strategies, they pull out something like an Angel Ling. I mean, we saw the YSS earlier on. What else do they have in their kit? What else do they have in their arsenal?
You can even say that the Angela and YSS could work.
Oh yeah,
I'm not against that. So I think the key really is just to ban the Angela.
No, let's see. So they'd rather give the Jushin if that's the case? Just leave it open? I mean, it's not always going to be a sure thing that Cambodia's going to take it on the blue side. However, there is a high chance that Ukraine's going to be picking red going into the blue side, going into the second game. If they decide to stay red side here, then it might be, a change of one ban, a change of one priority pick, and then just do like what the Cambodia did in their previous series up against Saudi Arabia, which was just build up on the draft ideas that you already had and refine it.
Yeah, for those of y'all who are wondering, Renmar was indeed pointing at the Bruno while he was saying one change of a priority pick. So I agree with you, man. I'll tell you right now, if Ukraine wants to go to Game 3, I'd say they hide Acelia's pick, keep it in the second phase.
Yeah.
We'll see if they do that as we get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2.
They're red again!
Yeah, this time Ukraine still not opting to go for blue side, still on red side, and the bans are coming through. One thing that does change, though, is this Gatot from Ukraine.
Different from their bans. Again, their bans in game number 1 were the Hayabusa Aurora Jushin. Now they decided, all right, maybe we're willing to consider giving the Angela again, but we do not like the presence of the Gatot Gacha just jumping around the map.
That's how bad it was? Moshi's Gatot?
Early.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Alright, alright.
Oh, that's like double respect. At this point, I feel like you can stop there in terms of the respect bans. That's already solid because you have a lot of trades that's going to happen.
Alright, there really is only two approaches here. It's either you tech it or respect it. You tech it meaning you answer it clearly on the map, pick for pick, or you just respect ban it, which they did here twice. So that's how shocking and how rocking that game 1 was for Team Ukraine. That leaves out so many picks for Cambodia, though.
It's a wide pool here. I mean, one of the drafting strategies that teams often discuss is just leaving open a lot of the power picks and just playing around that in terms of the trade. So it's Cambodia this time that bans the Jushin. I feel like for Cambodia, with the heroes that we're seeing, Harith Blue 2, Blue 3 might actually be viable for them if they want to build around their advantage in the gold lane. So that might be a consideration of a ban for Ukraine, but then at the same time, we can still default again with the Alpha Suyos of the world. And if not that, maybe, there we go, an assassin for Tagami, so they still respect the Hayabusa.
Yeah, still not gonna allow that to seep through the cracks, it appears, but this time Cambodia, if they want, they have the Aurora in consideration, right? It's not banned out, it's open. But for the first phase, we have, what do we have? Phobia's Hilda, Alpha Suyo.
Yeah, I think Cambodia.
Chip even?
I don't want to see the chip anymore. unless maybe Cambodia plays a very different chip.
Cambodia just beat a chip lineup and they know what makes one weak. So I would reckon, they would respect that and build around it if this was a first pick chip.
Yeah, that's true. One of the reasons why, so they decide to lock in the focus. They know they're up against a proficient Lunox player in Amaterasu. And Amaterasu was one of the bright sparks of the Ukraine lineup, although she was punished for a little bit, for a few moments of over-eagerness. But that's something that you can just change, like just slight adjustment. So this time, though, they're not going to see that. They decide to pick into the Aurora that Phobius from time to time doesn't like to go up against. They can go Aurora Suyo or Aurora Alpha, no matter what. Or they might even go Aurora Hylos, similar to what Cambodia does on the red side. Cambodia can still very much pick Eve right now, knowing that the Gata Kacha has no presence. Eve is a good pick for Cambodia later on. There it is!
Benedetta, that's an early Benedetta though. That could have been saved for later on.
Yeah, I see Cambodia actually banning out the Benedetta come the second phase. But Ukraine not wasting any time. I feel like in that same spot, Renmar, in that same spot, Rachel, I'm pretty sure that could have been that's the prio pick switch. Personally now, I'm in your shoes, bro. I feel like that's too early.
Yeah.
Now Cambodia can adjust.
And that they did. What could have been a Eve pickup and then responded to by a Benedetta became a Vexana pickup. Now the Benedetta will have to think twice and really sharpen up the entries and the Nolan in the hands of Tagami.
What about that matchup though? Phobius and the Benedetta in the EXP lane.
You're just there to clear waves, then get out.
For the Benedetta.
For the Benedetta, yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to stay
lose.
home.
You
Yeah.
lose that trade.
You're kind of happy, even though I've experienced this. If that's packing Vengeance, and you get a full-on Electro Final Blow onto him, that Phobius will survive and then continue to punish you afterwards.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. We're working around lanes that aren't necessarily in favor of Ukraine as we get into the second phase of the drafts. The Iritel will, iron things out for the first phase. Very early Iritel as well. What's the idea behind that?
Mobility, not that easy to catch for the Nolan. Still catchable, but I think it's mostly just that. It's mobility, and then maybe it's also confidence coming in from Basilia. Not a lot of difficult matchups for an Iritel.
Yeah, and I think since they were so confident with the early Benedetta, they expect that the gold lane might be less pressured. So that means Azealia gets to hit her power spike sooner. Get that gold lane experience.
Are they considering a tank fighter in the jungle? Shouldn't be. They have to go assassin. I mean, Suyo's still open.
Oh, they banned the 1-1.
Does Cambodia ban the Suyo? Because, yeah, you're right. The gold lane picks for Cambodia shrinking.
Oh.
The jungle picks for Ukraine shrinking. They want the Suyo. They got me saying, Coach, let me fight the Suyo.
Oh man, they called it. The moment that 1-1 came up, I was like, yeah, that looks like they're really setting up for Frederick. Cambodia said, nope. Good read by Cambodia.
That's what I was wondering, right? Why the 1-1 ban? It turns out that was the idea. Because it should have been a good lane for the Iritel if they wanted to play around their gold lane like they wanted to in game number 1. The Tigreal comes through once again for Ukraine.
Huh. What if this is another surprise by Ukraine and this Benedetta might actually swing into the jungle?
Oh.
And then they pick up another lane holder in the EXP.
I don't think that against Sula. She could do that.
Yeah.
Wondering though what's in the gold. What's gonna try and stop Azealia from having such a comfortable time?
I think Harith is still viable right now.
Harith's open.
At the same time, you get to avoid the Electro Final Blow. The singular dash of the Matrix not that good. They can default and go Moscow.
Does Yui Edith again?
I would have knocked it, yeah. Not a bad pick. Surprised that they suddenly go Akai or something. Oh, there. Edith Moscow. Got the Edith. Got the Moscow.
Queen.
Yeah. Comfort pick there for Yui.
So now lays the big question for Ukraine. Is this Benedetta going to the EXP lane? Are we going to be seeing a different pick in for the jungle matchup for Ukraine?
This is a time wherein I would say don't Bane, Sula. Don't Bane.
Yeah. Might be a toughie if they decide to go Bane here.
I played a mini game where there's a Edith, a Phobius, and a Nolan on the other side.
Not fun?
Not fun.
Oh!
Oh!
It's Bane.
I mean, from one Bane main to another, I support you, but I also wish you well. It's going to be tough. She has the front line, though. She has the Tigreal and the Aurora as a stopper.
Yeah.
But that's wishful thinking. I'm being optimistic.
Yeah, I'm going to just say this now. This is a Kaksapak Mali Amaterasu game. It's up to the requirement of the old meta. It's your roam, it's your XP, it's your mid. Up to you guys to carry your team.
What about in the objective battles with the Bane? I mean, he does have the deadly catch. Would it work against the Nolan?
All right, that's the one reason why maybe Sula got the green light. Why Team Ukraine was so okay with the Bane coming through, despite how in team fights it's going to be very difficult, very tough for her. Very few heroes actually come close to a Bane when the Bane has their eyes on an objective, especially when it's like a big team fight kind of objective taking. So with that said, as long as Ukraine stay on top and Ukraine are in the driver's seat, should be fine.
All right. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, match point. Will Cambodia be able to win this 2-0 clean, or can Ukraine force a game number 3? Because we're going to head over to our casters now. Boys, what do you guys think?
Well, you know what? As someone who loved a hero that didn't have a place in the meta for a while, Bane's back. I know Leo was like, not Bane, not Bane, not Bane. This is not the time to pick Bane. Boom, it comes out. I think
it's Bane in time.
It's Bane in time. I think I like it, Mirko. What do you think?
I don't know, I personally like it. It's a very safe pick, firstly, right? I mean, up against this composition too, whenever Nolan wants to go in, whenever they actually want to get close range, get that Crab Claw Cannon in, get that Deadly Catch in as well. Great disengage tools for the Bane to take control of the skirmishes. So I guess we'll just have to see. Nice, so if the Bane can work, or just like Leo said, if this composition will be the bane of Bane's existence.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be the bane of their existence right now, but I'll tell you what, man, we've got a game on our hand. We've got the last game.
Do we now?
Possibly the last game in this best of 3, unless maybe that Bane is part of the equation to bring it to a game 3. I'd love for it to be a game 3, of course, you know, going into this, because we know what's at stake here. We know that, you know, all these ladies, they've been through the ringer. You know, they had 2 days of group stage. Now they're here in the playoffs. Now we're jumping into the Land of Dawn here to see if we get to a game 3. Again, match point right now for Cambodia. They've played on stage multiple times today, and we'll see if they can maintain this momentum that they've got in their favor. Looking at the emblems real quick, too. I like to see it. You know, you're going for that lethal ignition. You even got the assassin emblem for Sula. And so, yeah, I think this is just a big green light where, yeah, at the same time, you're going to have to rely on those frigid glaciers to lock down the members and the implosions from Coxa again on that Tigreal.
Okay, so we'll see this here. When it comes to emblems, it's actually the lethal ignition for Bane. So, I don't know if Leo thinks this is the thing right now, if this is the way right now, because I personally have not ever gone for the lethal ignition Bane. So this maybe is going to be a full damage Bane, not the hybrid Bane that we are used to seeing, the like fighter Bane. What, like BOD Hunter Strike? Maybe. Warax BOD Hunter Strike. It's like my rank game Banes as well, you know? Every time we get a kill, just boom, bang, bada bing type of situation. And also, it's Molly with a lethal ignition.
Yeah.
So it's not the concussive blast revitalized meta that we've been talking about, that we've been seeing a whole lot of.
This is like the old school Benedetta, right? Like the throwback.
The good Benedetta. Let me put that right
so
there.
You're more of a fan of
her
doing what she... Whoa! Talk about damage. That was lethal.
That's lethal.
First blood in the hands of Sula. So maybe, again, you know, this is all part of the plan. Even that flicker was burned from Moshi, so great usage. It had to be also with the Petrify. Molly used that to go ahead and secure Ukraine that first blood. So off to a good start. And, you know, that's a whole lot of gold actually going to the hands of Molly. Look at this. Working through that gold, the extra gold plating. And Moshi will get in a position where she's going to be a little bit safer, I guess, because you can see the attention still up there on the top side. Amaterasu also there. They want to get these level 4s available for this first turtle fight, but I think this is just it. Whoa, Celia too. So a little bit of an exchange, and it looks like they're just going to trade. A kill, objective, everything else going in favor right now, but for Ukraine, the pull a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it does look like Yui Fendi will be able to get a lot of shots down into that turret, though. So very, very good for Yui Fendi, too. In terms of gold, you can see that it's actually Cambodia leading despite the turtle going to the hands of Ukraine. It's an XP versus turtle kind of game. Moshi in the mid lane, rotating as well. Just relieving a bit of pressure from Navi in the mid lane. And I don't know, right now it just definitely looks kind of slow. Doesn't really look like both of these teams want to go for skirmishes when there's no neutral objective. But I like what Cambodia's doing. I like the fact that, you know, they respect the Bane power. They respect the kill up top. They go straight into the bottom lane to look for trades instead of doubling down into that first turtle.
You know, I almost think when I look at this and think about the future fights that are going to break out, there's a lot of these like 1v1s happening. Across the map right now. Moshi, Sola's there. She is that level 4. She's falling behind though, man, of Molly. So Moshi's going to go ahead and just farm this up, do what she can. And that's the thing. I just think if you go face-to-face, at face value, Ukraine, they should have a better team fighting composition, you know, especially around the objectives later on. And I think that's why we see Cambodia kind of looking for those opportunities to get a kill with. And it looks like they get met here. Deadliest catch off the initiation that they might have looked for. But right now, like you said, very slow start, very slow things happening. And it's one of those compositions, and why I say it's all team comp for Ukraine is they do the best if it's around the objectives. It's one of those instances where you don't have to fight if you don't want to. You're going to see a lot of focus gold lane or, you know, even the XP lane earlier on. But ultimately, both teams want to just go and duke it out around these turtles and just take their time with it.
It's all about the slow macro game for Ukraine, slowing down the tempo of Cambodia, who, like you mentioned, been able to capitalize on a lot of the aggressive fights, super fast-paced tempo games. But I think right now they should be quite comfortable too playing it slow. They have a Moskov that'll be scaling as well. They'll have ways to actually deal with it. And this time it's actually the opposite, right? So Ukraine are in the bottom lane. That's good read. That's Harasu. That gets spread out. Molly is waiting here for a possible steal angle. Will get knocked up, forced to dash away. Anyway, in the bottom lane, going to be shoved in. Turtle claimed as well. Eye for an eye used. And now we see some reinforcements in the bottom lane. A shove in from Kaksa. Will be cleared. Oh, good flicker out from Navi. Away from the implosion just in time.
See, again, it seems like it's just going to be one of those games where you trade, right?
But look at the goal lead.
Yeah, you get the information, though, that, you know, they're gathering down here. Ukraine wanted to make a play down at bottom against Unifeni, but it doesn't happen, so they go and convert this turtle. And eventually, like I said, it'll ultimately have to be forced situation where we got to fight for the Lord later on. Molly picking up the Sea Halberd, she's got that available. Wow. Good push.
Yeah.
After all that time that Fendi was dealing with multiple members, you know, staring her down, she's able to go and grab that first turn of the game. So Ukraine, you're wondering, right? Because, yeah, you pointed out the gold lead here. You're wondering if they can't get a pick-off they're looking for. They can't lose this macro game too much because they start to fall behind. And although it is just 2,000 gold at this point, you continue to play like this, and Fendi goes and rotates, especially up top, and she can just join the fight with the Spirit of Destruction later on. That's gonna be a lot of trouble for Ukraine. So they got to make this work right now, and right now it doesn't seem like they're really taking that opportunity to go and look for something. You know, it's more so just farm up, do what we need to do.
They're definitely getting all macroed right now. Ukraine haven't been able to really match that side lane pressure, and it's really interesting to see that Bane, well, composition with the Aurora, Tegriel, and also the Bane, has opted to go to the bottom lane to trade instead of contest for the second turtle, especially considering they got first turtle, right? So now they're finally playing into the turtle again. That's why Cambodia are actually posturing towards the bottom side. So I think it'll be actually worth it if they trade up a tier 1 in the mid lane or a tier 2 down bot for this third turtle. We've seen that the first turtle was already kind of neutralized, that gold lead, just from a few shots at the turret gold down below in the mid lane. It's just Implosion Flicker from Kaksa into the capsule! Fracture from Tegami, finding the back there! A deadly catch to try to save them, and it will get Yue down, but Acelia was the one taken down. It's a gold lane for a roll right now as Moshi jumps in front of pursuit. Kaksa very low, Eye for an Eye coming out with Eternal Guard as well. Tegami's gonna be frozen down, but still is able to dash away as Fendi, all in that time, was able to get the turret down below.
Talk about the targeting from Tegami, you know, right on the mark. Finding Acelia on the backside, very close with the turtle, she will be able to secure it. But still, right mark, your right target. But not only that, they force a fight, like I was saying from Ukraine, they are going to want to fight. But then this whole time, Cambodia has always been very proactive. If they see a fight happening in Fendi, you know, she did throw the spear, but when it didn't land and she knew that, all right, my team's all right, I'll go ahead and take the tier 2 turret. And now she is demolishing tier 1 up top. So Cambodia, this is what we're talking about when we say the macro that they're doing here against Ukraine, it's heavily in their favor, and so Ukraine is constantly trying to catch up on this side. Eternal Guard's not going to land, looking for Kaksa here, so they'll just try to hold down the mid lane for now. You know, Ukraine, even despite this difference in gold, they can actually still convert kills if they're able to find a favorable setup, but right now it's just kind of holding and hunkering down and trying to get things to set up. They can even hold these turrets. Conceal, going to be used though on the backside.
Over the Earth Shatter, good deadly catch and place her now. Here it comes the pretty glacier, unable to get the primal rat down. Moshi dashing forward to Acelia, a tier 1 traded for the Edith.
Again, Cambodia playing that macro game. They just get the turret, they get out of there. You know, she tries to set something up, and honestly, at this point, it's okay. Even if she goes down in the exchange, it's actually just an attempt to go ahead and force a turret down or force an interaction from Ukraine, because right now, Ukraine's being a little bit passive. They're going to just kind of wait for the power spikes, wait for that advantage on their team fighting. If they can get there, Kaksa going to use the implosion.
Best target they can find, Kaksa getting the implosion onto Tegami. Now in the midst of it all, it's going to be the SOD connecting. Fendi dishing out some damage right now, going for the spear, and the spear of misery pins Amaterasu down. A purify out for the Frigid Glacier. That's the passive down for Amaterasu, but in the back line, it's Acelia taken down by Moshi as she continues to go for the Infernal Pursuit. It's Kaksa running away with the glowing wand taking her down. In the bottom lane, it'll be a trade at least. It's a tier 1, but still, 2 members of Ukraine have fallen, and even without their jungler, Cambodia will still be going onto the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to start it up. You know, even using that primal form to just help take it down a little bit faster. But can Ukraine actually stall this out? Sula's just around the corner. They might contest this.
Sula's walking up. Kaksa coming in with a shove as well. Sula deadly catching down the red tree. Will be Yue who takes it away. Yue Fendi will just get through everyone. SOD into the bottom lane. Does it land? It does at the Molly. And now the TP all the way down. Yue Fendi.
She's locked in. What a shot. I mean, good placement with the Spear Destruction. Shows up for the fight. And that got a little dicey because I was even thinking, you know, Sula would have been able to go in there, jump in there, contest that Lord, but like you mentioned, man, it was secured by Yue. And now with this momentum in their favor, they'll go ahead and start to march in the base. And they've done already quite a bit of work across the map, getting some of the tier 2s down. Now the focus mid lane. Ukraine's going to have to defend this one. They've got the ultimates available, but might be waiting for that implosion to come up from Kaksa. They'll clear out the lanes the best they can. But right now, Cambodia heavily in their favor. Yue Fendi has been on point on the Moskov so far, and I know our panel talked about, you know, this Moskov hasn't been working out too well throughout the entirety of the tournament, but right now, Yue Fendi is locked in and making things work. She picks up the Malefic Gun, and Molly. Uh-oh.
Man, the Eye for an Eye will save her for a bit, but the minions will be the one to do the job. SOD to the bottom lane will not be able to land, so at least Ukraine can breathe a breath of fresh air there. Up top, though, Holy Defense already baited out. Sula with Conceal together with Kaksa. They won't be able to get any real initiation there. No flicker for Kaksa.
They keep it together. They keep their base turrets, but the shields do go down. You know, Molly goes down, but she at least kind of stalls things out a little bit. They cleared out the waves. They cleared out the Lord. They're going to be fine. Ultimately, Ukraine bought themselves more time into the game because with that momentum that Cambodia had, if they wanted to force a fight and then Ukraine oversteps a little bit, they possibly could have ended the game there, ended the series. But Cambodia, taking a look at the items, how they have too, you know, the jungle is the biggest difference here that I'm seeing really in the itemization. Oh, Molly.
Very low, good flicker implosion, but that is the Purify with the Spear of Misery. The Pinner down, Celia in the back still running away. Just got some damage, and then the catch will connect, but the SOD will too! Yue Fendi just into the back. Kaksa will just be speared down as Moshi zones 4 members away from the rest of the team.
They don't have any waves pushing in, so even with that kill, Ukraine, again, still going to be okay. 40 seconds away from that Lord. Yeah, that fracture is not going to land. So that's the one thing I wanted to point out, though. You know, when we got to look at the items, as we get a look at the that good old mode. The thing here is just the amount of burst that Tagami can do, you know? And Tagami's not even popping the damage charts because she's just so calculated on who she goes for, and it's usually resulting in such a big, you know, it's either a kill or it's to the point where then Yue Fendi can just go ahead and clean up, or Nabi even, as you saw, top in the damage charts. Yue Fendi at this point in the Moskov, you got to be able to shut her down some way, somehow. That Purify, maybe you're able to get it out, maybe you can't. But even when you try to catch her, man, she's been doing really good on the positioning. And it seems very difficult here for Ukraine to find a window. Now that Lord, second one, secured. Spear, not going to land also. Could have possibly ended up on top for Acelia, but right now they'll just get ready for this march in the base. This is the one where Ukraine's got to kind of dig down, get ready, and brace themselves for this push in from Cambodia.
All right, so the way that they're going to be tackling the siege will be shoving out the mid lane, waiting for a slow push up top. So it's going to be a built-up wave with the Enhanced Lord and even the bottom lane. I like this approach, actually, to try to get all of the base turrets, knowing that Ukraine still have ways to fight and defend. There's the next mini wave. Let's see what Cambodia do.
So Ukraine, again, Kaksa leading it. She does have a flicker available. She might just try to hold them together. Like the final blow is already used. Kami using that retribution. Lord's going to charge on in. Ukraine, though, how do they defend this one? Spear lands. Molly will clear the mid. They might not force the fight just yet. The turn's going to be worked on.
Yue with Earth Shadow Flicker, catching Acelia now. Frigid Glacier only catching one as Yue is still in the midst of it all. Catching the damage. Yue Fendi, the Spear in them down again. Everybody very low. And piercing damage gets through them. It's a double for Yue Fendi. Now with a Mistwalker again. Molly goes to Petrify, but it's a triple for Yue Fendi as Cambodia will move forward and knock Ukraine out of WEC 24 Riyadh IESF MLBB Women's.
Talk about a story of endurance and perseverance here, because Cambodia, man, what they have been through just today alone. You know, they looked defeated earlier on when they had their taste of defeat just in game one in the previous series, but they adjusted. I feel like really the staff behind them, right, the coaching staff and everyone really supporting these ladies here helped them kind of lock in and get to the point where they needed to be, because they went through that reverse sweep last match. They come in here swinging, they get a sweep themselves against Ukraine, and Ukraine, they've done great things over from the group stage to where they are now too, but Cambodia has just shown us they're a contender, and honestly, they're looking really good to a point where maybe we see them eventually make their way to the grand final. You know, they still have a couple steps to go, but the way they looked from last series to now, they're locked in, man, and I think this was an amazing game even for Yui Fendi. She just played the Moskov, who, mind you, has been a hero that didn't work out too well for a lot of teams, you know, throughout the tournament. But Yui Fendi, alongside with the team, were really able to lock in and make this game too just such a decisive win, I'd say, for them.
It was a very decisive win, right? All the way from the early game, we were talking about Ukraine trying to play their game, playing it slow tempo, not letting Cambodia's aggressive team fighting style get to them. But in the end, Cambodia showed a different style, a different shade of Cambodia's playstyle that we actually haven't seen before, man. The macro, very slow tempo gameplay, they were the ones who were out macroing Ukraine. Ukraine, they were trying their best to actually trade, make some moments on the map, but every time they did that, they obviously always lost out on these trades. It's because of Cambodia's, I would say, Nolan and Moskov. Moskov with the teleport, the side lane control, and that mobility on the Nolan, always being able to just react on the go to whatever adaptive move that Ukraine was making.
Tagami's really an assassin specialist, you know.
She really is.
She showed us so many different heroes, you know, throughout their time playing so far. And
Haya, Nolan,
Suyo,
obviously Alpha too, but Fanny Ling.
I was gonna say Fanny Ling, and she just really, like, she's such a threat. And even if she's not joining every single team fight, like I said, it's that the ability to go ahead and lock down the right target, get in, get out, and then let the team do the rest, you know, from there. That's what makes her such a threat, I feel like, when it comes to, you know, those assassin picks. So I know we just mentioned Tagami, so I believe we are going to be hearing from her on stage. She is there, I believe, with Jasmine. So that's going to be it for us here on the caster stand. Me and Isu, Mirko, let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage.
Thanks very much for that, guys. I've got to admit, I'm a little bit sad you didn't literally throw it over to the stage, but it's okay. I'll let it go on this occasion. Tagami, another victory for yourself and the team. Coming into this, though, we heard the boys mention it earlier on, a range of heroes being utilized by you, and you've had so much success with every single one of them. To what do you owe the amount of success that you've had so far this event?
Lên hero បានច្រើនហ្នឹងអាចមកពីកត្តាអ្វីខ្លះ
លេង hero បានច្រើនហ្នឹងមកពីកត្តាយើង com spam hero ដោយសារយើងគិតថាឧទាហរណ៍យើងចេះ 4-5 hero ចឹងគេអាចនឹងតាមបិទយើងបានទោះគេប្រឡែងយើងលេងក៏គេនឹងមាន hero ណាមកបាំងដែរចឹងយើងក៏ត្រូវ com spam hero ឲ្យច្រើនសួរលេង
she's afraid that other people will try to ban out her heroes, so that's why she tries to play other heroes so that it's very hard to ban out her heroes.
That's smart thinking, I like it. But coming into this series, having, you know, lost one of those games against Saudi Arabia, in game 2 against them, my goodness, everybody was on the edge of their seats. It was a very back and forth affair. What was the moment that kind of clicked for you folks heading into it and thinking, you know what, we can win this now, and then turning around that series completely?
ចំណុចណាដែលយើងចាញ់មួយហ្គេមមួយហើយអាចធ្វើឲ្យយើងឈ្នះមកវិញបានទេថាពេលណាដែលគិតថាអូខេយើងអាចធ្វើវាបាន
ដោយសារយើងមានគោលដៅខ្ញុំពេលចាញ់ហ្គេមមួយក៏រៀងបាក់ទៅក៏រៀងស្ដាយហ្គេមមួយអញ្ចឹងក៏គ្នាជួយលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យឲ្យខំឡើងអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏អាចយកឈ្នះហ្គេម2បាន
She said the moment she lost the first game and also it's because they all have the same goal, like to be in the top, and that's how they managed to pull themselves back together and fight back.
And coming between, you know, the Saudi Arabian series and now this one, winning it so dominantly, you got to explain to me what was the discussions behind the scene, the team talks that took place as well.
តើមានអីខ្លះដែលចំណុចអីខ្លះដែលខុសធ្វើយ៉ាងខុសគ្នាពីការលេងមួយអារ៉ាប់មួយប៉ះអ៊ុយក្រែននេះហ៎ដោយសារតែពីអារ៉ាប់យើងហៀងពិបាកដល់ពេលមកអ៊ុយក្រែនយើងវាយហៀងធូរ
ចំណុចដែលវាខុសគ្នាហ្នឹងគឺខាងសាអូឌីអារ៉ាបៀហ្នឹងគឺរៀងខាងគេរៀងតឹងក៏រៀងពិបាកវាយដែរហើយគេក៏ចេះលេង hero លឿនៗដែរយើងក៏ពិបាកចាប់ទៅហើយបើខាងអ៊ុយក្រែនវិញគេលេង hero របៀបយឺតៗយើងក៏អាចចាប់ flow គេបាន
She said that her opinion is that the Saudi Arabian team is a little bit stronger. They play better, and so that's why we had a tough time with them.
And my final question for you, you're going to be facing off against either the losing team of Indonesia or Egypt tomorrow. Which of those two teams do you think you're going to go up against?
Gatas aiប៉ះណាគេ Indonesia or Egypt?
Egypt.
Can I ask why?
Can I say it?
Just និយាយថា Indo better អីចឹងទៅ
I think Indonesia is stronger.
Okay, well, you know what? Congratulations again, Tagami. I'm going to let you go celebrate with the rest of the ladies and throw it back over to our fantastic talents.
Thank you, Tagami. Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. Did you hear that answer?
Quite the revelation.
Indo better region.
Someone's happy.
But I still love Egypt, you know, honestly.
You
Soft
do.
spot for velvet names and, you know, the girls.
Oh, yeah. Panel host Eterna really does have a soft spot for Egypt after hearing that Indo better.
It's like,
Nothing to lose.
you know, you can love two people at the same time, can you not?
Not in the same way.
No,
Not in the same way. Oh, we don't go there?
No.
It's like Yaoi. So let's not talk about that. Anyway,
Wasn't that the first name that
congratulations
came up?
to Cambodia. Ignoring that, congratulations to Cambodia for moving forward into the playoff stage, where again, like Jasmine mentioned earlier on in the interview, they will be waiting for either Indonesia or Egypt. But of course, thank you so much for the participation from Ukraine up until this point. We are excited for what else you have in store for us in the future.
Yeah, I like their very varied playstyle, their nature of their draft. They can both go tank fighter, they can go assassins. I just feel like, again, like with a lot of regions that are still developing their maturity in the MLBB esports space, just refinement. Here's one example. So for Ukraine, a little bit too aggro with the priority with the full damaged Benedetta. And moments like these, they decided to pull the trigger and try to just get something out of that. At the same time, you already have the Benedetta pushing the bot. You losing that would be a big loss. This one was just them not realizing that your XP laner isn't that front that can hold, get vision. You're going to have to, every entry of the Benedetta or the Tigreal has to be an instant win, catch, we burst someone down. That wasn't the case, and they played that as if they had a different type of EXP laner. However, again, respect what they tried to show here. They were just outplayed by a much more experience, and at the end of the day, stronger team.
At the end of the day, that Benedetta, as hopeful as we were that it may be the game changer for Team Ukraine, I think was the big question mark. Something I've been doing since we started here in WEC was a simple check or a question mark in every single draft pick. So far, just as you put that question mark on the Bruno earlier, Renmar, the question mark came up for me for the Benedetta. And I think the fact that it was all the more enforced by its choice of emblem, by its build, and the way Molly played it, that spelled doom for the rest of what Team Ukraine was planning for this game number 2, their campaign for game number 3. As mentioned, it's not the kind of Benedetta that can actually cut through the lineup and sustain and bother Cambodia into the point of where they can divide and conquer, take over with the Bane, take over with the Irithel. Just the same, Team Cambodia, this is a draft that they're so comfortable with.
Yeah.
Every single pick was a comfort. I found it hard to question mark anything from Team Cambodia. Even that Moskov. I only really put a question mark there for the sake of maybe Moskov is cursed in IESF, in WEC. But no, the way that Huey Fendi played it, spotless, literally bulletproof, deathless, 8-0 and 3.
Yeah, it's as if she was telling us, what do you mean cursed? Cursed? I don't believe in curses. I'm Huey Fendi. Don't take that like word for word. I don't know if she actually said that. But yeah, a little adjustment. If that Benedetta was something that was tankier and had revitalized again, it may be crazy to some, but it is a viable strategy. Then you had something that could have set up for the Tigreal, not just be dependent on the Tigreal to set up for her.
Yeah.
That's one of the things, again, important in this meta is the trading of responsibility between the EXP laners. There are moments where the EXP laner can be the roam to initiate, and vice versa.
Allow me to be courtside analyst, well, literally. Courtside coach, maybe, for Team Ukraine. That second pick, I don't know if Mali has it in the hero pool, but could that not have been a high loss? Would that not have been a better high loss?
Oh yeah, it would have matched
Right?
very well with
Hylos
their eventual win.
Yeah, Hylos was not banned in this draft at all. So if that was their plan all along, I'd say that would have been the better spot for the Hylos.
Yeah. To be fair, I think they were also looking at the matchup, and we have to credit Mali for controlling the Phoveus for a good amount of time. One of the early kills that they got was on the Phoveus because Mali kept pushing into the Phoveus, and Moshi in the beginning did not have a fun time up against the Benedetta of Mali. It's just, however, as the game got longer, that's when Ukraine really started to feel outside of the laning phase that full damage Benedetta struggled.
Which is why I asked you, right, when we were getting, backstage. I was like, is the Benedetta supposed to win the lane against the Phoveus? Why is the Phoveus struggling here?
Yeah, that was just Mali just flexing her comfort
It's
pick
nice.
at that point. So that's respect to Mali for pulling that off. That was really cool to see.
Keep the flavor, girls, right?
Yeah.
Keep it and refine it, and you're gonna go to amazing lengths in the future. And speaking of that, we're gonna take a look at the updated brackets to see a little bit of a recap of what we handled today. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 3 matches that were on stream, but a few also off stream as well.
And 3 of those broadcasted matches, the Kamai showed up. Sure, they were dropped to the lower bracket early on by Team Indonesia, but what did I say? We pity the team that has to go through that war path down in the lower bracket, and with that, we have our top 3.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
That's a saying.
Preach. This is the moment where I'm supposed to say something smart.
No.
I don't have any quotes on me other than
Love is blind.
Yeah.
Take the road less traveled.
Cambodia is also blind as to who they're going to be going up against. But I agree with what Tegami mentioned, that most likely it will be Indonesia, Egypt that they go up against in the lower final. But what if? Just what if we're in that timeline where it's Egypt making it to the grand finals first,
Come
and
on,
it's
names.
the 2 teams in the grand finals that we thought would face off in the grand finals, fighting off in the lower final. Egypt has made it this far. They can proudly say they are at least a top 3 female MLBB team in the world. The development that they've had since last year, it's crazy. And also why you appreciate the run that Ukraine made. Top 4 in the world in the women's scene. So whatever happens tomorrow, even if Indonesia becomes a grand champions, I feel like it's a great start and a great precedent, great bar set by the ladies so far here in IESF.
We've already made
Women's.
strides
Yeah.
throughout each day of the playoffs in the competition. And a throwback to why maybe what you're saying is possible. Prior to Cambodia, Indonesia, Indonesia's best challenge yet was Team Egypt in Group A.
I agree. And our top 3, it also reflects that these 3 teams are the most experienced, I would say, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Cambodia on the international stage, check. Egypt on the international stage, check. Indonesia, of course, we don't have to talk about that. So again, it just also relays the experience that all the other teams that don't have as much experience as these top 3 teams might want to hold on to and utilize that as just fuel to add to their fire that is currently now burning. So a very eventful day. I think, was it expected for you guys?
There were some surprises there. Again, Ukraine can say they're a top 4 team in the world. Cambodia, well, we did expect. That was one of the stories that we posed, that the Cambodians might actually go in that lower bracket Cinderella run, and they just need one more to make it into the grand finals. But the teams that they may potentially face are no easy challenge.
I'm proud of Team Ukraine. I'm proud of every single team that made it to the playoffs.
Yeah, of
and
course.
whatever happened in the groups already is quite the showstopper. So, full sail ahead. I think whatever happens tomorrow will be what will be written in the history books and will be what we remember as the very first WEC 24 MLBB Women's Championship. I'm here for it.
So let's let the queens rest before they get into tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the upper bracket finals as well as the lower bracket finals and then the grand finals. So 3 matches tomorrow. these girls need to, recalibrate. So we're going to let them do that. And that marks the end of the day, the end of the show for today. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in at WEC 2024 for the MLBB Women scene. It's been me, Eterna, alongside with Renmar as well as Leo. We're going to be signing out for the day, and we'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
Pursuit. Hanada given the call under the turret. They might just go ahead and secure the turret here. Oh, Cable jumping in, trying to keep the turret alive, trying to pop out the damage on Hanada. Hanada one hit away. Wait, does she stay alive through it? Whoa, she almost got Rafa in the exchange, but finally Hanada goes down.
Man, what a drawn-out team fight.
Over Space loves us. You're gonna have to clear out the Lord. It's already gonna be used. Space is already at half health. They jump on in. They're still working for it. Avatar the Guardian won't connect, so Pink misses that one. Lord finally goes down. There's the Spear Destruction. Multiple members able to get targeted down, and the base is just...
Delivered. Crossfire is so strong.
Is very important. And these initial nades also soften up for Snappy, and he'll go to town here. Is it another individual to want to send it to be through the smoke?
It's big. A shot. Oh, Striker falls, but TMKJ is running out of ammo. Final bullet.